Chapter 201. Changes in Enelu. What this country needs to reform now is not just the projects in the military. Everything is already proceeding in an orderly manner. The big framework has now been fully implemented, and some details can be gradually improved from the middle. None of the three people had any objections to the things Chongnyo proposed this time. As a swordsman, Abena was not responsible for managing the army, but General Yuxiao and Junhee were relatively aware of these matters. People know very well what this kind of refinement will turn into in the end. Everything here is really perfect for the management of the entire army. It can effectively avoid the sudden occurrence of any situation. Yuxiao said directly. Don't worry about this kind of thing for the time being. The Kingdom of True will definitely not only have such a few troops in the future. By then, there will still be a lot for you to worry about. But the tens of thousands of people staying on the empty island now will be in the future. They will become the backbone of the country. I hope that when you train their skills, you can give them more leadership skills. When the next batch of personnel comes up, you can at least ensure that there is a continuous supply of functional generals in the army. Chongnyo said. My subordinates will definitely take responsibility for this matter. Junhee said. Today can be regarded as the happiest day of Chongnyo. Not to mention that he has recruited a very powerful General Yuxiao. Of course, this is also the most important thing. In addition, he can refine the rules of the army. Find out the cause and nip it in the bud in advance. In short, everything is moving in the right direction. The chat between the four people lasted for almost 3 hours, all detailed issues were solved one by one, and many imaginable or unexpected questions were also raised. As for the problem of low oxygen content on the Sky Island, Chongnyo has already thought of a way to deal with it, and the solution is quite easy and simple. When Sky Island entered the evening time, Chongnyo was alone in the training venue and lamented the changes in the past few years. In fact, what he wanted to do more was just have a good time. If it weren't for the fact that there are still so many people in such a big country. He estimates that he will simply become a rich man now, live well in this world, and experience the experience of life. But now that life is like this, change is something that cannot be changed, so what can be done naturally is to make yourself stronger and make the people under you stronger. Brother Chongnyo. Standing in the center of the training ground, while Chongnyo was looking up at the stars in the sky and thinking about something, a voice came directly over. Turning his head to look over, he saw a big boy with a silly smile walking quickly towards him. Everyone can see the changes in Enelu in more than a month. A little guy with a natural sense of knowledge and an extremely flexible mind. If he could receive a better education, he would definitely not be what he is now. What a look! For this little guy, Chongnyo always had a strong impression on him no matter where or when he met him. He might even train him to become a general of his country in the future, but the only thing that was certain was that this little guy's future would definitely be unlimited. The quantitative kind. Seeing that the other party had come to his side, Chongnyo smiled slightly and asked, "It's already so late, why don't you go to bed?" "Hey? I just finished training and I'm not sleepy yet," Enel said with a smile. "How do you feel after more than a month of training? Do you feel that you have made some progress?" Chongnyo asked. "Speaking of which, that's amazing. I am now under the management of Brother Zaya. He has begun to teach me how to practice domineering. But now I am asked to practice 6 skills. Although it is difficult, I feel that it is quite good. It's comfortable, and I must master all the 6 skills within 2 years, and cultivate domineering, and I will definitely be able to help you, Brother Chongnyo." Seeing Enelu talking excitedly, Chongnyo smiled slightly. This little guy is indeed very perseverant and learns how to deal with things very quickly. After thinking for a moment, a blue light suddenly flashed in Chongnyo's hand, and then a thick book appeared directly in his hand. "Electromagnetism, you must read this book carefully. It will be of great help to you in the future. If you don't understand anything, you can ask other people, or you can ask me when I come over. I look forward to reading it. The day you transform," Chongnyo said with a smile. It is now clear that Chongnyo still intends to let the thunder fruit belong to Enelu in the end. Although the natural fruit is relatively powerful, the most important thing is to cultivate it the day after tomorrow. No matter how powerful your talent is in the early stage, it will have no effect if your efforts in the later stage cannot keep up. This month can be regarded as a test given by Chongnyo to the other party. He is not only smart but also has such tenacity and perseverance. Chongnyo is relatively satisfied with the other party's current performance. The ability to develop the thunder fruit can be reached to a great extent, but if you don't understand how to do these things, then in the end you can only simply release electricity. This time I took out this book on electromagnetic mechanics, which has almost gone from the initial application of electricity to the later electromagnetic transformation, so the final aggressiveness is definitely different from the early stage. Brother Chang Nyo, what is this? Enelu obviously didn't understand and asked with some confusion. This thing will be very useful in the future. If you don't want to go to the moon, study this thing carefully. You can definitely go up to the moon with it in the future. Chang Nyo said with a smile. It is easier to get the opponent in this way. After all, the current devil fruit cannot be used by him. Once he eats the devil fruit in the early stage and then carries out other training in the later stage, he will need to pay at least 10 more efforts in the future than he does now. Just work twice as hard. Can you reach the moon? But is this kind of thing really possible? Enelu asked, still in disbelief. Is it possible that you still don't believe what I say? Take it back and take a good look at it, but you can't delay your training. After you understand this book thoroughly, I will give you a better gift. Chang Nyo said. Chapter 202 2 years. You should cultivate your abilities first. Then you can go anywhere you want, let alone the moon, even to any corner of the sea in Qinghai. You can't go anywhere, but the premise of everything is that you have this strength, and after you stay here for 2 years to train, I will let you live in the true kingdom. Chang Nyo said directly. What he said was not to deceive the other party. The purpose of spending so much effort in cultivating a little guy was not just to enable him to have a relatively strong strength and then be able to help him. Don't worry, brother Chang Nyo, I will definitely impress you within 2 years. Enelu said seriously. Today's Enelu is completely different from before. He has a cheerful personality and a tenacious will. You would never have imagined that before, he would be a child who was bullied everywhere. In the night of this island, Chang Nyo it also began to guide his values. After chatting for more than an hour, the matter was finally settled. After saying goodbye to Enelu, Chang Nyo raised his head and looked at this huge vine. Its height seemed to extend to the sky. Anyway, you couldn't see its top at all from below. In the next second, Chang Nyo had reached the upper leaf in an instant. Such a huge leaf would not shake at all even if he stood on it. From this place, you can almost overlook the entire Sky Island, and it is almost 1 kilometer above the ground. The reason why Chang Nyo came to this place was naturally to prepare for the next training. At one point in Tengman's area, Chang Nyo waved his right hand, and then a flash of blue light directly covered that area. Then a black, square, iron-like object appeared in the gap. This place is completely covered by this huge black hole. If it were not caused by a strong external force, it would be impossible for him to fall out. But this black, boxy thing was not as simple as it looked. After it appeared, its 4 ends began to glow with red light, and then the 4 corners extended like dragon heads, and began to move outwards. Exhales green gas. These gases began to spread rapidly downwards, and wherever they passed, flowers and plants began to grow rapidly. Not only that, those who were resting at the military base fell asleep quickly as if they were in a coma after being exposed to these green gases. This thing is to provide oxygen and increase the oxygen content of the entire Sky Island area, thereby ensuring that this group of people will not have any problems during training. After doing all this, all that's left is to return to your own country. On the empty island, everything is now fully prepared, and the General Yuxiao naturally stayed here, not only to supervise everyone's training work, but also to use his devil fruit ability to increase their training methods. The gravity fruit has excellent advantages for this kind of large-scale practice. As long as it is controlled properly, they can at least improve their status by at least 5 times compared to the current practice method. After returning, Chang Nyo directly accompanied Abinat to the top secret location of another true kingdom under his jurisdiction. There are a lot of people here, and everyone is running back and forth, holding something in their hands and looking very panicked. However, on the sea next to this place, 2 ships without sails have quietly docked, and their materials are not made of wood. This is now another military base of the true kingdom. The difference is that it is just building ships. The South Blue Sea is a place with the most craftsmen and the most skilled craftsmen in the entire pirate world, and most of the shipbuilding craftsmen have now been attracted to this country. Not all ships are made of steel, at least a large part are only built of wood. The reason why it is said to be a secret military base is because this place cannot be known to outsiders so far. In the pirate world, the city of 7 Waters is most famous for shipbuilding. The key is that the top shipbuilders there are also people from the South Blue Sea countries. Everything seems to be going on in an orderly manner, at least in this huge clear water bay, which can definitely serve as a key point for the Kingdom of True to move into the world in the future. 2 years later. Time has flown by quietly. After 2 years of changes, the Kingdom of True has become a completely different scene. The land of the royal city has begun to be filled with high-rise buildings, and the dilapidated buildings that were there before have been cancelled long ago. People with devil fruit abilities can build houses at a speed that is unparalleled compared to ordinary people. It is now a completely modern city, close to the port, and there is a building hotel with a height of more than 200 meters. Nanua, the port has now expanded more than 10 times compared to 2 years ago, and 3 navigation routes have been built in the port to fully ensure that any ship can dock at the harbor here. No one in the world is unaware of the current development of the True Kingdom. Regardless of their food, clothing, housing, transportation, or other things, at least everyone in this country will always get something belonging to the True Kingdom. Commodity. This is the development of this country today, a leapfrogging country across eras. Not only the royal city, but also other places in the entire country have turned into a different scene. From the beginning of the country's development to the present, the country's total population was only more than 26 million people. Over the past few years, it has slowly changed, and so far the country now accommodates nearly 40 million people. Most people actually migrated to this place from other places. Real estate development has also attracted many businessmen from other countries, including some wealthy people. The reason is not only that the commercial development of this country is very mature, but more importantly, this country is very safe. In the past few years, not only has there been no pirate intrusion, but there has not been any special incident in the country. The current population of the royal city has reached 1/5 of the country's population. The original city walls outside the royal city have long been removed and replaced by buildings. It seems that this place is no longer in the same era as other countries. Everyone is surprised that this situation has happened. Now there are not only pedestrians walking on the streets, but also people riding bicycles, and even cars have appeared. Chapter 203 The Development of the Kingdom of True. In the past 2 years, the earth-shaking changes in the entire True Kingdom have not only been reflected in the current economic level, but other major changes have also occurred. No one in this country will worry about food and clothing, no one will think about security, and no neighboring country will dare to provoke this country. But there is also something that makes the neighboring countries more distressed, that is, most of the people in their countries have already begun to flee or move to the Kingdom of True. Even if this happens, even if the army stops it, it will not have much effect. Neighboring Crimea, a member of the world government, has only had less than 5 million people left from its original population of 13 million. Not to mention the heavenly gold handed over every year, even the large area of domestic land have begun to be planted without anyone. Moreover, almost all those who stayed in the country were relatively disciplined and had difficulty moving, and there were also people such as the country's nobles. Not only were they incapable of working, but they also added to the burden on the entire country. It would be better if only the people of Crimea came here. The key point is that there are many people in their army who came here secretly. But everyone who has heard about the life in the Kingdom of True, one by one for many people living in poverty, their greatest ideal in life is to become an official citizen of this country. Because even if they come to this country, these outsiders can only be regarded as B-class household registration. They cannot join the army or participate in politics. Of course, apart from these aspects, their lives are almost the same as ordinary people. The Kingdom of Toru did not encounter any hardships during this period. At least as its reputation grew, countless people in the entire pirate world were staring at this country. If it were not for the fact that it was located in this barren area of the South Blue Sea, it would probably be it has long been envied by other countries or other people. Now this country's products have spread to the New World. All the products produced from the Alabasta base have sales channels that are used in the New World and the first half of the Great Line. Even beyond everyone's imagination, the sales volume in these two places is actually many times greater than the sales volume in the entire Four Seas land. While the True Kingdom is making money, Alabasta's infrastructure has now completely transformed into a completely different scene. Especially the area close to the rapeseed flowers has now been completely covered with green shade, and the desert condition is completely alleviated. Although other places farther away still maintain their original appearance, this at least gives the people of the entire country of Alabasta some hope. Without the pursuit of crocodile in the original plot, it now seems that this country is not as unbearable as imagined. However, the number of people in the Shishibukai is still the same as before. This has not changed at all. Perhaps in terms of the overall situation, it still remains the same. The sea has also calmed down in the past few years, without the restlessness before, let alone the dangerous state before. Although the South Blue Sea is the weakest area among the four seas, now because of the Kingdom of Toru, a naval military base has begun to be built on the South Blue Sea, and it is not too far away from the Kingdom of Toru. It is completely a choice. It was built on a small island that was not very big. There are about 500 people in this military base. Normally, only one ship goes sailing, and there is no dangerous situation. After all, the most sailing ships on the sea here are merchant ships, and there are not even 2 pirates in sight. It is now the year 1514 of the Heian calendar, and all the situations on the sea have stabilized, but new pirates are still joining the world every day, and bounty orders are emerging one after another. With the development of the times, the currency in today's pirate world is also depreciating rapidly, at least it is no longer like it was a few years ago. This is indeed due to the great contribution of the Toru Kingdom. Their business has spread throughout the entire pirate world. They range from snacks to shipping freight, and now the quantity and types of products sold in the entire country are constantly updated, and different products may be released every 2 days. For people in this world, the royal city of the Toru Kingdom and the rapeseed land of Alabasta in the entire pirate world have now completely turned into commercial holy places. The key is that they are still one family. Constantly changing their business models and constantly updating their business products is what makes them so popular and loved by everyone. And every time a new team comes over and sees the current Toru Kingdom, they can't help but sigh. The place filled with high-rise buildings is refreshing. Where Nannuwa Port is located, any businessman will feel as if he has entered another world when he gets off the boat. Those businessmen who often come here can see a different country every time they come here. Whether it is from the heart or from other aspects, they feel that this is the real holy place to live. Therefore, with the increasing number of businesses, the flow of people coming to live here is increasing. Most businessmen from all over the world have begun to choose to own a house of their own in the Kingdom of True and then live there for a long time. Here, and started to develop his own business. The economy drives the economy, and once the cycle is started, there is no limit. When all the merchants from all over the world gathered here, something completely different immediately appeared here. The land of the royal city has now completely turned into a business paradise. Business people can be seen almost everywhere on the streets. They may come from the North Sea, the West Sea, or even the East Blue Sea. You might as well see more people coming here. That is to say, today's model has driven the development of the entire economic cycle, making the entire True Kingdom look completely commercialized. When they came, they also drove domestic economic demand. Although the Kingdom of True does not need too many external goods, when every merchant sends out his own ship, he will always bring something with his own local characteristics when he comes back. As the country's people as they become richer and richer, all the things they carry will soon be exhausted here. Chapter 204 Agreement. If you take a tour of this country now, everyone can feel the different beauty. And this country has only developed for a few years so far? Changnyo has only been king for 5 years. Now, at the age of 19, it can be said that he has been worshipped as a god by the entire country, an omnipotent god. The country's organizational structure is all changing. Although there is no guarantee that any official will not commit corruption, so far, the country has developed to this time and everyone has done a good job. However, Alabasta, which is also a commercial place, does not have this situation. Lostar maintains the operation of the commercial economy here, but it does not start to vigorously develop real estate enterprises like its own country. The most important thing is that it is simply impossible to stay here. There is no need. Once the economy here is fully circulated, it will do more harm than good to them. Similarly, the Kingdom of True is now driving rapid economic growth in Alabasta, and has developed their entire country by nearly half, but for the people of this country, many things are not as they expected. When a person doesn't have enough to eat, his or her thoughts are very simple: what should he eat for the next meal? But when a person is able to eat a full meal, they start to think about many things. Alabasta is a cooperative economy of the Kingdom of True. So far, the number of processing plants here has grown to more than 130. Although the tax exemption for 5 years can allow these businesses to develop rapidly, but they also paid these costs for building infrastructure projects. But it still can't stop some domestic ministers from gossiping. After all, in their opinion, the true kingdom has made too much money in their country, but the people in their own country can only maintain food and clothing. With the development of mentality, many people have begun to join in the protest against the commercial entities of the Toru kingdom. The majority of people's wish is to let the country of Alabasta directly take over all industrial facilities, thereby directly transferring the Toru kingdom to get out there and develop these things yourself. As the king, Cobra is exhausted every day. How can he not covet the commercial facilities in Alabasta now? However, there is an agreement between them, exempting any taxes within 5 years, and the Kingdom of True will assist his country in building infrastructure facilities, and donated the rapeseed port as a condition, but it has only been 2 years, and many people across the country have begun to raise a wave of opposition. In the main hall of Alabasta Palace, there is already a group of people staying here. Almost every minister here was a minister who had participated in the negotiations with the True Kingdom. All the agreements with you were passed with one vote, and these people were also involved. However, 2 years later, these people stood in the palace hall again, all of them with frowns on their faces, including Cobra who was sitting on top. Your Majesty the King, when we exempted the industries of the Kingdom of True from taxes for 5 years, it seemed like a major misstep for our country. Should we think of any way to stop this now? A middle-aged man with a fat head, big ears, and a round belly stood below and said. He has probably said this kind of thing more than once. However, facing the True Kingdom's factories here, they receive billions of bellies in revenue every day. For their entire country's annual income, it is only less than for a country worth 100 billion belly. This kind of jealous behavior is really irritating everyone's heart. Cobra sat on it, also frowning. How could he not know these situations? Now the entire rapeseed port has been expanded by the Kingdom of True to be more than 10 times larger than before, and there is an endless stream of ships docking at the port from various countries on the Grand Route every day, even those guys from the New World. Come often. We have made an agreement with the Kingdom of True. If we unilaterally break the agreement now, the impact on us will be too great. It will only be 5 years of tax. After all, their country is helping us build the entire country's infrastructure. Alabasta can't do this kind of thing like crossing a river bridge. Cobra took a deep breath and said calmly. Your Majesty the King, we have not said that we will burn down the bridge across the river. Otherwise, we might as well take back the rapeseed port. This will at least greatly increase part of our country's income. Another middle-aged man with a beard and a white robe said respectfully. That's right, Your Majesty the King, we should not have given up the port to them in the first place. If we relied on that port for development, our country would be able to earn at least tens of billions of belly every year. The middle-aged man with a round belly said again. Let's leave this matter as it is for now. Then Minister Zhou will try to see if he can communicate with Luosta. Cobra said. Your Majesty, I have already communicated with Minister Luosta about this matter before. The other party just said that things should be done in accordance with the agreement and there is no room for negotiation. Minister Zhou also stood up in embarrassment at this moment, and said with an embarrassed look on his face. Whatever His Majesty the King is thinking about now, he has already tried it before. Although the country's economy has improved now, and most things no longer require money from their palace, for this country, it has already been disguised. Ruled by the Kingdom of Toru. A country can use business to develop its economy to such an extent, and so far it has controlled less than half of the country's people. After all, if these people leave their factory now, they don't know how many people will starve to death. Not to mention ministers like them, even Cobra is clearly aware of this matter. The country that was already in poverty before has finally recovered some blood. If it falls out with the Kingdom of True, it will suffer the most in the end. I'm afraid it's still them. Chapter 205 Development 2 years later. Nowadays, the development of the Kingdom of True depends on its dominant economic position. Anyone can understand that the once weak country in the South Blue Sea has now grown into a giant. Regardless of whether the other party has the ability to protect themselves, relying on today's business can put them in an invincible position. It is conceivable that the meeting at the Alabasta Palace ended on bad terms, because they did not think of a better solution, and everything could only proceed as it is now. In fact, for them, even after 5 years of the tax-free system, they will still be able to suppress this group of people. After all, although all infrastructure projects are free in the early stage, the agreement clearly states that it is free in the early stage, but in the later stage, the entire Alabasta country needs to pay from the tax system or directly pay in cash. No matter how high the taxes and fees they charge, they will never be able to satisfy the construction of these basic projects. Luosta is well versed in business acumen. Before coming here, he had completely put what Chang Nyo said into his mind and used it to ponder it all the time. If you want the people of a country to be obedient, then let them earn money but not be able to save any expenses, and keep them in a constant state of food and clothing and hunger. Once these people have money, no one will be willing to work. This passage has been with him to this day, and it is also something he practices the most. In the country of Alabasta, Lostar is known as providing some benefits to its workers. Not only does it build amusement parks, casinos, and even some messy places, so that these workers can truly feel the benefits of life. But the disadvantage is that the funds they just received every month, in addition to being able to meet the food and clothing life of the family, are all handed back. It's not that Lusta has to be like this. After all, these things are just here. If they can withstand the temptation, they can completely save their own funds. For a poor place like Alabasta, there are many opportunities. Few people have accumulated or obtained what they want. At least they can taste a different taste of life here. Fruits and vegetables from other countries are things they have never tasted in their lives. Development started from the place of rapeseed flowers, so as the most prosperous place in the port, the land of rapeseed flowers has now become the city of perfume. Even though they are far apart, the land of rapeseed flowers today is completely the same as him. The name is the same, and the light fragrance spreads directly and even dozens of kilometers away. The merchants standing at the port looked at the workers who were carrying goods back and forth, especially the crescent-shaped marks on the boxes they were carrying. This was a mark exclusively for business in the Kingdom of True, and it was also a kind of permission. It turns out that just seeing these things is enough to make these businessmen laugh. Because every time a shipload of goods is shipped back, these things are completely equivalent to a shipload of arms sales for those wealthy businessmen. So even those pirates would choose to purchase goods from here when they have nothing to do. Everyone maintains a tacit understanding, and no one will choose to cause trouble in a commercial place. Among these pirates is Doflamingo, who is mainly engaged in underground business. However, the only place they can choose to purchase goods is Alabasta. The Kingdom of True in the South Blue Sea prohibits anyone flying the pirate flag as a means of doing business. The Lord's pirate ship enters. Now it is enough to prove how rapidly these businesses and industries under the Kingdom of True have developed. The most important thing is what kind of profits these valuable commodities can achieve. Any cargo in a ship can be compared to arms, and the profit-making effect of this thing is simply shocking to everyone. In the Kingdom of True, nowadays, the population living in the royal city has exceeded 8 million. The dense flow of people has made this city completely surpass the number of people living in any country in the world, and has even surpassed the number of some smaller countries. The country of Crimea next to them only has 5 million people left, so the population of one of their cities is already larger than that of their country. All places have been changed, and the only thing that has not changed is the current Tulu Palace. Today's palace is still the same as before, without any changes. It is only separated by a river, and there is a modern urban society on the opposite side. However, it still has that simple historical style. General Yuxiao, regarding the next batch of people going to Sky Island for training, do you think these people can meet the next training needs? On the side of the palace hall, Chang Nyo and Yuxiao were facing each other in the room. There is no one here now, only the two of them started to discuss things. It may not be easy for others to come back to Kangdao military base, but General Yuxiao can come back anytime he wants. Holding this thick stack of lists in his hand and understanding the 6 skills they currently have mastered, Yuxiao didn't know what to say at this moment. After all, the number of people this time is too large. Compared with the more than 10,000 people who were selected before, there are actually as many as 50,000 people who need to be sent this time. In terms of scale and quantity, there are definitely enough to put the military base on Kangdao to good use. Your Majesty the King, there is no problem in accommodating so many people at the Sky Island military base, but once so many people enter the Sky Island, they will definitely not be able to hide it from the Aborigines on the Sky Island. By then, there will be a lot of information about this. It may expose the military base on Kangdao to those people. Yuxiao asked worriedly. General Yuxiao, there is no need to worry too much. Whether the Air Island military base can be leaked is no longer important. Now the training of the first batch of personnel is about to be completed. The country has enough to complete whether it is from a commercial aspect or other aspects. For self-protection, the military base on the air island only requires normal training. After all, it is impossible for too many people to go up there at one time. Even if the military base is known to people from other countries, we can rush there as soon as possible. Above the empty island, Chang Nyo said calmly. Since His Majesty the King said this, I understand. It is indeed that I think too much. The location of the empty island is not accessible to anyone. Chapter 206 Personnel Training Costs. He has been back many times in the past 2 years, and has witnessed the development of the entire kingdom. For the little king sitting opposite him, Yu Xiao has begun to recognize the other's ability from the bottom of his heart. But all this is so easy to say, but when it comes to doing it, it is not as easy as imagined. This time, 50,000 people were transported to the Sky Island for training at one time. This scale is really huge, and in terms of material requirements, it is also a relatively big test for the entire True Kingdom. The training cost of an army of 50,000 is at least nearly 500 billion belly every year. This kind of large-scale training basically guarantees that everyone's annual consumption is about 50 million berry. Therefore, in this way, the world except for the world government, almost no other country in the world can be responsible for such a large consumption. Of course, they have already taken this into consideration. Now the annual fiscal revenue of the entire kingdom has reached nearly 2 trillion belly. This may not seem to be a big deal in terms of expenditures for these personnel. But so far, the entire country still needs to build warships. In addition, there are also local troops and officials that need to spend money. Even now, the funds of the entire True Kingdom are not as abundant as imagined. General Yu Xiao, it's just that so many people suddenly appeared on the empty island. Regarding training matters, we still need to plan carefully. Chang Nyo sat there with his eyes closed and thought. He was mainly considering whether the personnel who would join this kind of special forces in the future needed to be rescreened, because so far, as long as they mastered a 6-style skill, they could enter the special forces for the next step of training, but with the changes in the entire kingdom the number of people has increased. So far, more and more people have mastered this skill. Even within the planned time, many people have mastered several 6-style skills at the same time. Your Majesty, regarding what you mentioned, I will make arrangements directly with them after I return in 2 days. My initial plan is to let Lieutenant General Haruya stay, and Lieutenant General Deko will return directly to the kingdom. Jun and Quasi General will also come back when the time comes. After all, with the development of the kingdom, there are more and more places that other countries are jealous of. With management specifications of more than 50,000 people, Lieutenant General Zaya and Lieutenant General Moshank, bringing 1,000 people is enough to handle their training. Yu Xiao said. As for the 2 people he mentioned, Lieutenant General Moshank and Lieutenant General Deko, these are outstanding figures among the special forces in the past 2 years. After being on the island, it didn't take even half a year for them to master the knowledge haki and the armed haki. After the subsequent development, they have become existences that are out of reach for many people in the entire army. But they are not the only 2 who have been promoted to Lieutenant General. A total of 5 Lieutenant Generals have appeared in the army in the past 2 years, including Haruya, the original captain of the Palace Guard. His strength has actually been recognized for a long time. It's just that he hasn't improved in other aspects. In 2 years, he has fully integrated his devil fruit ability, and in one fell swoop he became the most powerful being among all the lieutenant generals. This guy Junhee has been transformed in the past 2 years, and his strength is not the same as before. His devil fruit ability has been developed to an extremely powerful existence. Even when facing a naval admiral, he can have the power to rival him, but when it comes so far, the entire kingdom of True does not have that many military commanders, so they can only be candidates for a quasi-general first. In fact, in the past 2 years, the biggest surprise to Chang Nyo should still belong to this guy Anilu. He is indeed quite smart, even smart enough to make everyone feel surprised and surprised. He always smiles indifferently to things, but he is already quite impressed by Enel's performance. From the beginning to the present, Aniru has completely mastered all the skills of the 6 styles. Not only that, but Aniru, who is only 16 years old now, has also made some achievements in armed color domineering. What surprised everyone the most it's just seeing, hearing, and domineering. This guy himself is a person born with the domineering power of knowledge and knowledge. After systematic training, his domineering power of knowledge and knowledge has already surpassed that of the current would-be General Shunye. But while training, he will not forget to study the electromagnetic mechanics that Chang Nyo gave him. Although this guy doesn't know what the purpose of learning this thing is, for Junhee, who has followed Changnyo for a long time, as well as the commander Yuxiao who has a better mind, they all understand what His Majesty the King means. After all, such a move is already obvious, and for all of them, this is indeed a very suitable one. In 2 years, Anilo has long been different from its original appearance, and now it has gained everything. People's recognition gradually began to move towards what he thought was a strong person. For this group of more than 50,000 people who went directly, when they return after completing their studies, it will completely mean that the kingdom of Toru has a pair of relatively hard wings and has the absolute power to protect itself in this pirate world. Even now, the power of the Toru kingdom has surpassed any of the 4 emperors groups. Even the navy and the world government will not easily touch the reverse scale of the Toru kingdom at this moment. They can only, just like with the Yonko, it would be nice if both sides remain silent. After all, the current kingdom of True is doing particularly well both in terms of military and political aspects. The development of a country to this level is indeed worthy of the collective thinking of all other kings. But the development of this country to this day is not due to any one person. In fact, for this country, Changnyo only participated in important decisions and did not worry too much. The country's senate has gradually evolved from more than 100 people to nearly 500 people now. It has gradually transformed from old people to young people. Every time policies that can benefit the country and the people are mentioned, they will be the first to do so. When the time comes, all these policies will be implemented as soon as the signature is confirmed. This enables this country today to complete all planning needs as quickly as possible, both in terms of management at the highest level and implementation at the lower levels. Chapter 207 The Returned Person. After 2 years of perfecting the system, this country's legal system can now be regarded as the most perfect country in the entire pirate world, and it is also the most stringent country in the legal system. Any fight between persons is prohibited within the country. Anyone who disobeys will be detained, and in serious cases, they may even be expelled from the country. Moreover, legal provisions are not only applicable to people in one's own country, but also apply to foreign businessmen. As long as the whole person is in this country, he must act in accordance with the rules of this country. Concerning these matters, even those who have come to the naval base to station troops in the South Blue Sea, there are no exceptions. It is because of such strict laws that this country has now become everyone's ideal paradise. Of course, with the development of this country so far, there are so many things that attract the envy of others. Not to mention that the countries nearby are very angry with them. Even the big pirates in the New World, including some people in the world government, they are all extremely jealous of this rich country. But after all, it is a country and does not belong to a force. The people in the world government will at least restrain themselves, but at the same time, they will do another thing. So far, the Kingdom of True has not joined the world government. The world government has already begun to pay attention to this already fat country. The world government can at least have some ideas, but the countries next to it can only look at it with envy, but no country dares to take even a step outside its own country. With the loss of people from neighboring countries, the combined population of the 5 of them is probably not as large as that of the Kingdom of True. This is the stark gap now. Moreover, the warmth and policies brought by the Kingdom of True to those who fled or wanted to come here from other countries made them instantly full of goodwill towards this country, and even regarded it as their own unique country. Many of them are already willing to sacrifice their lives. At the same time, the strength of unity is also making a huge contribution to the country's economy. Today, the Royal Palace of True has begun to implement full martial law, mainly because the more than 10,000 people who have landed on the Sky Island will return to their own country today. This is also the day when they begin to show the results of their training. Everyone will choose to come back. They can return to their families for reunions. Of course, they can also take a look at how prosperous the country is now. However, more than 1,000 of them have also been discussed before. When the next group of teams enters, they also need to go back to serve as instructors. So at this moment, in the back hill of the palace, Changnyo and Yuxiao, and Abena standing not far away, are all waiting here to personally welcome these special forces who have come back from thousands of miles away and trained hard for 2 years. All this is just the beginning, there are still many things left. On the empty island. All of you, please restrain your excitement and don't make any small moves for me. When you go back later, His Majesty the King will be waiting for you at the other end of the gate. In 2 years, don't let His Majesty the King make any small moves. Look at us, show your most heroic side. Junhee stood at the forefront of the training ground and shouted directly. This time, he did not have any speakers or microphones, and relied directly on his own voice and his domineering power to release. We have reached this moment, and the scene is not quiet. Each of them is quite excited at the moment, and whispering to each other happens from time to time. 2 years have been enough for this group of people to undergo major changes. They no longer have the same immature aura as before. If an ordinary person stood in this venue and felt their majestic momentum, they would probably be immediately impressed. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground. This is how they were treated as the first batch of people. It was a great honor for them to be greeted by His Majesty the King himself. So far, the weakest among this group of people can almost be compared with a lieutenant colonel in the Navy. At least being able to master armed color haki is enough to reach their level. It is nothing more than understanding of armed color haki. After Junhee's words came to light, the restless hearts of the group of people slowly calmed down, and the venue began to slowly return to a quiet state. They all understand that as the first batch of people, they will become the backbone of this country no matter what in the future, especially in the past 2 years of selection. 5 lieutenant generals have emerged from this group of people. More than a dozen major generals, more than 20 senior colonels, more than 50 lieutenant colonels, nearly 100 majors, and almost everyone else has the rank of lieutenant. This is how they were treated as the first group of people, but in future work, if these people want to get a higher position, they can only rely on their own strength or military merit. Lieutenant General Zai, Lieutenant General Moshank, ordered everyone to start preparing to set off towards the teleportation gate as a team. Everyone should remain silent. No one is allowed to make any noise, and no one is allowed to leave the team. Junhee spoke leisurely to the 5 lieutenant generals standing in front of him. He now has the status of associate general and is fully qualified to order this group of people. The 5 people collectively took a step forward and said in a high-pitched voice, "Yes. Let's start." Junhee shouted to everyone, and then starting from the first row, everyone began to line up in 3 teams in an orderly manner and set off towards the location of the teleportation gate. The only one who is special here is Eniro. This guy is not from the Toru kingdom. He essentially exists on an empty island. However, this time the order is to let all the Toru kingdom personnel go back first. This guy now I feel a little embarrassed just standing there, not knowing whether to stay or go together. At this moment, he seemed to have matured a lot, and he still held the thick electromagnetic mechanics book in his hand. After several years, the book still looked the same as before, but it was just a little dirty. "Enilu, you will set off with us later." Haruya walked up and patted his shoulder and said. "Can? Is it okay?" Enilu asked in disbelief. Chapter 208 Preparing for the Journey. Ji also understands Eniro's mood at this moment. After all, everyone else has to go back, but for this little guy, where is his home? Don't worry, it's absolutely fine. Don't forget that Kangdeo is now also the territory of the True Kingdom. You are also a member of this country, so you can naturally go back. And don't forget that His Majesty the King is looking forward to you, and I don't have it anyway. Family, just stay with me when the time comes." Haruya said gently. "Okay. Thank you so much, Brother Haruya." Eniru immediately jumped up with excitement. He had not experienced this feeling of family for who knows how many years. Especially Zaya's words touched the heartstrings in his heart. "Stop getting excited and let's go, otherwise we won't be able to go back when the space portal closes later." Haruya rubbed his head and said. Yes, let's go quickly." Enilu excitedly began to follow his team and walk towards the portal. With such a large crowd, even if they pass through the portal, it will take them at least nearly half an hour to pass. After all, there are so many people, and it may take a lot of time to walk through one by one. The teams all started to move forward in an orderly manner, with the overall pace consistent. Each team was led by its own instructor. They were divided into teams of 100 people each, and there was at least one major in front of each team. Although everyone was quite excited, they did not express themselves too much at this moment. As the first person walked into the portal, when he appeared again, he could already see His Majesty the King and the generals guarding the portal, waiting for them to return. Although not many people greeted today's return event, the glory emanating from them cannot be erased by anyone. The outside of the palace remained as usual. No one thought that at this moment, the palace was preparing to welcome these warriors who had returned from training. They will all become the patron saints of this country and travel to every corner of the country. As groups of people walked out, everyone had expressions of joy on their faces as soon as they walked out. After all, after 2 years, when they appeared in their own country again, they were completely different from before, and each one of them had become an outstanding being. They are now the pride of their families and the pride of the entire country. In the future, these people can show their talents and become warriors of the entire country. After everyone came out, the first thing they saw was His Majesty the King standing in front of the portal. When each team came out, the first thing they had to do was to salute and move forward. This was equivalent to a small military parade, while also emphasizing the moment of this country's rise. In the past 2 years, this portal has now changed into something else. Although it is not enough to accommodate more than 10,000 people, at least it is no problem to accommodate thousands of people at the same time. As each group of people came out, the general in charge in front of them began to lead them towards the back mountain, and then began to gather towards the foot of the mountain. Because a square has been built at the foot of the mountain that can accommodate at least 100,000 people, it can also be called an absolute military parade venue. Almost an hour later, after confirming that everyone had returned, Chang Nyo directly closed the space channel. After all, there were only 2 people guarding the space channel on the empty island at this time. If some accident occurs, they may not be able to react in time and can only close the space channel directly. Before this group of people came back, the True Kingdom had already transported supplies to Sky Island for nearly 3 months. In a short period of time, there was no need to worry about the quality of life on the entire Sky Island. Now that they are given a rest period of 1 month, the entire country will probably need to stand in front of others and become the overlord of their own area. Tens of thousands of people stood neatly at the foot of the mountain. No one opened their mouths to speak. It was so quiet that only the wind could be heard. Chang Nyo stood on a high platform, which was almost 2 meters high. Facing the flat ground below, he could overlook all the people. On the main podium, Chang Nyo stood at the front. Next to him was General Yu Xiao, and the 5 lieutenant generals behind him were all neatly arranged behind him. This time is not only a welcoming ceremony, but also a grand military parade. I'm glad that you all are back. This is an honor that belongs to you, and it is also an honor that belongs to the country. In the future, the safety of the True Kingdom, as well as the safety of the people, will be in your hands. There will be bigger storms waiting for us in the future, but just because you are standing here today, it already means we have succeeded. After several years of hard training, I believe you have achieved something. In the days to come, you can have a good rest. 1 month later, the journey to the Toru Kingdom will officially start. Chang Nyo said loudly, as the first group of people walked off the Sky Island. Their performance had exceeded expectations. Each one of them exuded a different light at this moment, and this was the glory attached to them. After a speech, there was no sound below. Just by looking at their expressions, you can tell how excited everyone is at this moment. From the beginning of training the 6th form of the Navy to the present, this group of people have received training for more than 2 or 3 years. Within this period of time, they have accomplished feats that most people cannot accomplish. Not only do they have leadership and methods, the above credit lies more importantly in their own efforts. The welcoming ceremony and military parade did not last long. Everyone understood that the biggest idea of this group of people now was to go back and rest quickly, and by the way, take a good look at what their country has become now. Naturally, no one will do it again. If there is no delay, everything that needs to be said has already been conveyed on the empty island. Everyone in the army is also familiar with the system. Next, we are waiting for the complete debut in a month. In addition, there are still candidates who are ready to land on the Sky Island. It is conceivable to what extent the Kingdom of Toru will transform in the next few years. Chapter 209 Deterrence Display. 1 month later. As 50,000 people entered the empty island again, the empty island that had been silent for a month became lively again. But it's not just Kangdeo that's more lively. The True Kingdom is ushering in a more lively time. At this moment, this country has been completely under the spotlight. Reporters from various countries, including those from the New World, have all come over. This is mainly because the Nanua port is not open to the public today, but there is still a channel left for merchant ships pass. Because at this moment, hundreds of warships have appeared continuously in the port, each with the flag of the Kingdom of True hanging on it. A large number of people have gathered in the port, and it has even reached the point where the crowd is overcrowded. On the high-rise buildings near the port, every floor is also crowded with people. Because they can't squeeze in, many people even choose to risk their lives and run to some more dangerous areas. Even the branches are now hung with full of people. Despite the police's support, it still could not stop the enthusiasm of all the people. As early as 10 days ago, the Kingdom of True had already issued a notice that the naval era of this country would come, and decided to debut the military power of this country today. In the past 2 years, the development of the Kingdom of True has become a common concern of the New World, the Great Line, and even all countries in the world. At that time, many people were still laughing at the Kingdom of True for making money in vain. He has no ability to protect himself at all, but he did not expect that in such a short period of time, a naval fleet that would scare all surrounding countries would appear. These ships all sailed into the harbor the night before. In front of them were 10 giant steel ships. Each giant ship was built with 2 layers. There was a relatively large space on the deck, but at the same time, there was also a ship that looked mighty. A mighty cannon. It is different from any other ship in the current pirate era. It is completely forged with steel. Looking at the entire world, this technology is probably only available to the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea, but it is also fundamentally different from them. These giant steel ships are all built with engines and driven by propellers on the bottom. In today's era, this is already considered an incredible piece of science and technology. Big news, hurry up and turn my news into a live broadcast. There is a huge movement in the True Kingdom. Report it to the President quickly. The news I asked this time must be released as soon as possible. This is big news that can definitely change the world today. The reporters standing on the shore were filming one after another, and some of them had even started live broadcasting. For the Toru Kingdom, this incident would be known to all countries in the pirate world in less than an hour. With the power of self-protection, what we need to do now is to use deterrence to stop everyone from being jealous of the Kingdom of True. It's only 6 o'clock in the morning, when the sun starts to shine, the place is already full of people, and the news has even spread to every corner of the New World. Dark place in front of screen. Hey! I really don't know what our hidden partner wants to do now. But the shapes of these things are really weird. As a burst of laughter came out, a man with blonde hair, wearing sunglasses, wearing a pink feathered coat lined with a white shirt and cropped pants underneath, sat on a chair with his legs crossed, and a pair of pointed shoes looked particularly special at this moment. Obvious. Joker, what makes you so happy? At this time, a guy who looked like he had a thick nose and was wearing a green coat walked in. A big hunchback with 2 lines of runny nose walked in and asked. It seems that there is another place in the world that can cause headaches for the Navy. It really makes people look forward to it. Doflamingo's face was full of expectation at this moment, but he was still talking leisurely. A guy who can do both black and white can obviously feel that something is wrong with the True Kingdom now. The other party can make such a big noise, and it is definitely not limited to showing a few ships. He is not the only one who has such emotions now. There are countless people who came to watch this scene early in the morning. Whether they are from the Navy or other countries, even the big pirates in the New World are watching them all. After all, this live broadcast covers almost half of the world. Anyone with some ability in the New World is watching the happenings at this moment. Among them are the red-haired Shanks, the 4 emperors who seem to have just woken up from drunkenness, Kaido, and of course Whitebeard, who is currently called the strongest man in the world. These people can see that, naturally including the world government and the Navy, they are also observing every move here. Each of them is trying to figure out what the hell is going on in the True Kingdom. This country can now be said to have become something that everyone knows about. Even if they don't know about this country, they will definitely know about this country's trademark and flag. Their trademark is a crescent moon, but their flag is a sword with 2 bunches of wheat on the hilt. Because the products of this country have been sold all over the world, it can be regarded as letting everyone know about the existence of this country through this aspect. But the reason why this time caused such a big stir is mainly because in the weakest South Blue Sea, the mere emergence of such a powerful economic power, and more importantly, the early military power displayed at this moment, has already made everyone excited. Shocked. Although so far, the protagonists of the Toru Kingdom have not appeared yet, but relying only on those few giant steel ships is enough to sustain the scene for this period of time. In fact, these are the most dazzling steel giants. The remaining ships basically still need to rely on sails. After all, there are only 2 years to build 10 warships, which is already amazing, and this is still the result of the joint efforts of many people. Compared with these big steel guys, those ships built with sails and wood can be built almost every 2 or 3 days. What's more important is that its cost is relatively low. A warship made of steel costs nearly 100 billion belly. This thing is simply a pile of money. Chapter 210 The Shocking True Kingdom. Everyone watching this live broadcast wants to see what the Toru Kingdom's plan is next. After all, the Navy has already intervened in the South Blue Sea, but this country is still able to activate such a powerful military force. The hundreds of wooden sailing warships alone are enough to reflect the opponent's strength, let alone 10 steel ones. As more and more people gathered, the originally very vast Nannuwa port was already blocked by water. Not to mention reporters from other countries broadcasting live broadcasts, even the big reporters from every place in the Kingdom of True's own country were blocked. What is now displayed on the screen is the live broadcast content here. For many people, this has been a sleepless night. Since early in the morning, all the live broadcast stations have been full of people. They did not crowd each other, but just stood there obediently, waiting quietly. The highlight moment comes next. After everyone waited for nearly 2 hours, as neat steps appeared, a passage began to slowly open up outside the port. This was already a passage that was squeezed out under a relatively tight situation. Because at this moment, tens of thousands of people were running neatly on the streets of the royal city. They were still wearing black combat uniforms and black berets on their heads. Just the level of domineering displayed by this was enough to make people feeling extremely safe. The person at the head of each of their teams was currently wearing the same uniform as the Navy, but his running pace was consistent with that of the people behind him. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them, including the people of the Kingdom of True, because they had never noticed that there were so many troops in their country, and they still seemed to be so powerful. These troops were 5 people running side by side, and the team stretched for at least several kilometers, mainly because there were people wearing black combat uniforms in front, and there were countless people wearing military green combat uniforms behind them, and they were also marching behind. With a neat pace, he started to move towards this direction. At this time, the port was already quiet. Everyone stared at this scene blankly, and they no longer knew how to express the emotions in their hearts. This can be considered a relatively punctual time. At 8 o'clock in the morning, everyone showed up here on time. All the troops gathered at the port at this moment. There were about 500 people standing in front of each warship, but nearly 1,000 people were standing in front of the giant steel ship. This is the number of people that was originally planned. Each steel giant ship is equipped with 1,000 personnel, half of whom are logistics personnel, including offensive weapons, course operation logistics staff, supply personnel, inspection personnel, etc., to maintain the operation of the entire warship. Those troops wearing military green uniforms had begun training on these warships a long time ago, and their purpose was just for this moment. The glory of these people is no less than that of the special forces wearing black combat uniforms. Each one of them also exudes glory. In future sea operations, although the contributions of these people are hidden under the sea, they are also indispensable. Gulala La. This is really unimaginable. A country in the South Blue Sea can actually achieve this level. It seems that this time it will be a headache for the Navy. In the New World, as a flock of seagulls flew by, an old man with a white beard hanging a bucket of water on the deck of a 100-meter-long ship and still drinking wine was looking at the screen in front of him and laughing and teasing. Said. Whitebeard actually didn't pay much attention to this kind of thing, he was just a little curious. The most important thing is that they have often received goods from this country in the past 2 years, so they were a little curious about the situation in this country, and then they unexpectedly saw this scene in front of them. This is currently recognized as the strongest man in the world. His eyesight is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. It can be seen just through the screen that the military power of this country's army has even surpassed the naval force of those people. After drinking a bowl of wine, Whitebeard continued to stare at the screen in front of him. There were already many people sitting around him. In fact, these people are not even interested in these things. They just see their fathers watching with gusto, so they come over to join in the fun. Dad, why do you feel like you care about this country? At this time, Marco, the captain of the first team with a blonde punk head who looked like a pineapple, asked curiously. That's right, Dad, what's the point of paying attention to a small country in the South Blue Sea? At this time, another tall, dark-skinned, shirtless man asked roughly. Others also had questioning expressions at this time, wanting to get some answers from each other. However, at this time, Whitebeard smiled directly, picked up the wine bowl in his hand again, drank it hard, and then said with a serious expression, "Can't you see that those people in black clothes in this country, everyone the strength may even be as good as some of you? In such a state, it is probably difficult to find such troops in the New World, let alone in the world. If those people left by the Navy in the New World were to fight against them, they might not even be able to touch their bodies." After listening to Whitebeard's words, the others finally began to show a hint of seriousness, staring intently at the screen in front of them. These things made them a little unbelievable. How could a small country in the South Blue Sea have so many powerful people? It's just that doubts are doubts, and they still believe what Whitebeard said. "Dad, can what you say be true?" Marco asked again, confused. "Gulala, boy, not only are you mistaken now, but even the old men in the world government are probably mistaken now. The Navy has probably started holding meetings on how to deal with the current situation. When they have a headache, this country is not as simple as it seems." Whitebeard laughed and said, he really wanted to see the faces of those in the Navy now. Chapter 211 Troll Kingdom Army. Nowadays, reporters from all major media are all swarming here. There were already many reporters who stayed in the True Kingdom, and now they are rushing here again one by one. But maybe if you look carefully, you can also notice that there are not many seagulls lingering on the ship or elsewhere in the port. This time, the Kingdom of True really made a big international news, which even caught everyone off guard. No matter how much the outside world is paying attention to the developments here, no one dares to delay the moment of honor that belongs to the Kingdom of True. This time can be regarded as the first time to show its military power to the outside world, and it can also be regarded as announcing something to the world. All personnel have gathered in front of the battleship. Each of them stands there upright, and everyone is also looking forward to and waiting. In less than 20 minutes, a carriage slowly walked out from the palace gate. Whether it was a carriage or a horse, they were all made of pure white. Especially the gilt work on the carriage made it look so special to outsiders. Noble and grand. However, behind the carriage, what followed at the moment was a car that was made entirely of machinery. It was more similar to an off-road vehicle in appearance. All the tops were open top. General Yu Xiao and Jun He, the quasi-general, were sitting there. Behind him, there were also 4 lieutenant generals, including the Minister of the Council of Ministers, the Minister of Commerce, and all the top officials of the country who also appeared in this place. From the moment they first appeared, the atmosphere in front of the live broadcast stations across the country has now become lively. Most people began to shout continuously to express their excitement at the moment. Both sides of the street also automatically gave way to a wide road. Everyone was staring at the motorcade this time. The businessmen who came here to invest or buy houses also showed great excitement. No one had thought before that the True Kingdom would actually show up with such a powerful force, and it would directly start to show off its powerful military power to the outside world. Even people in their own country had never thought that their country would be so powerful. Therefore, this sense of expectation is even much stronger than that of outsiders. Nanua Port has become orderly under the maintenance of the police force. There are not many restrictions on domestic and foreign reporters. The only requirement is that these people are not allowed to enter the port directly. In the face of such a powerful force, they don't need to worry about any possible dangers at all, the security duties only need to maintain order on the scene. After all, at this moment, everyone in the world is staring at the grand event of the True Kingdom. The most excited people should be the people belonging to this country, but there are also people who are frowning at this moment. In the Naval Headquarters base. Why is it the True Kingdom again? What is going on? Suddenly there is such a large military force. What are the military headquarters over the South Blue Sea doing? Such a big thing has happened, why has no one been there until now? Have you discovered it? In the conference room, a conference room that can accommodate 10 or 20 people, the main wall is currently playing the grand event of the Kingdom of True, and the screen is facing the hundreds of battleships and the people standing in front of the battleships. Force. For these relatively powerful people, it can be seen at a glance whether the people on the other side have any strength, and they are definitely not like ordinary troops. The warring States Marshal stood at the front, slapping the table angrily and shouting. None of the people sitting below dared to speak out, but there were still a few people sitting there leisurely, as if this was the case. It has nothing to do with them at all. The sheep standing at the top now has an extremely serious expression. For the Navy, this matter is definitely explosive news for them. There is no doubt that a huge steel nail has been inserted into their backs, and there is no way to deal with it yet. Have you sent anyone to investigate what is going on in this country? Why can a situation that did not appear on the Grand Line actually appear all over the world? General Sakaski is the only one among these people who is the most angry except Marshal Warring States. He was also staring at the picture displayed on the screen, and said angrily at this moment. Ouch, I have mentioned it before, this true kingdom is not as simple as we thought, but I didn't expect that just 2 years later, the strength of the other country has already improved to such an extent. It is really surprising. King Z sat there and said leisurely, his expression did not change at all about what happened here, it felt like he was just watching the fun. This group of young people looks really scary. Didn't the Kingdom of True arrange people from the military department to investigate? If I remember correctly, at least 5 or 6 groups of people have been sent there from the beginning to now, right? Why is there no news about this kind of army? Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters also spoke leisurely at this moment. For the entire conference room, everyone looked like they had a headache at this moment. Although the two of them behaved more leisurely and even spoke more relaxedly, the expressions on their faces seemed more solemn at the moment. After all, for the Navy headquarters, all their thoughts are now focused on the New World. Even on the Great Line, there are not many powerful beings, but now such a powerful country has arisen in the land of the 4 seas. How can this not make them angry? Now is not the time for you to prioritize this discussion. Please give me a plan and tell me how to deal with it. The Warring States Marshal roared angrily again. Let me take the troops there. I said at the beginning that they could not be left behind. Now they have become a scourge and we can only solve them as soon as possible. Sakaski said. Pa. After hearing what Sakaski said, the Warring States Marshal angrily slapped the pile of paper in his hand on the table, and then said to him, Can you have some brains? If you know how to beat every day, you won't. Let's take a look at the situation in other countries first. After saying that, Marshal Sengoku took a deep breath angrily, and after waiting for his expression to soften a little, he continued, The information in my hand was just sent by CP0 of the world government, the leader of the army of the Kingdom of Turo. Especially the one on the first one. The general of the Kingdom of True smiled. This name must be familiar to you, Garp, right? Chapter 212 True National Navy. Garp was sitting there leisurely, with a completely idle look on his face. When he heard what Sengoku said, he suddenly sat upright. Because the name was indeed familiar to him, looking at the pile of information on the table, Garp immediately stood up and took it over to him. When he saw the character shown on the first page, Garp's expression said everything. I didn't expect it was really him. Why did this guy appear in the True Kingdom? And he could become a general there. Garp said in disbelief. Who is he? How can he surprise you all? Sakaski asked. Strong man, there is an extremely powerful person. The Navy has sent him many invitations over the years, but I didn't expect that in the end this guy would choose to stay in the small country of True Kingdom. I really don't know what he is. What do you think? Marshal of the Warring States period also said this. With a smile, a person with gravity fruit ability is even more powerful than a general. He is an extremely difficult person to deal with. Garp said with a frown. Then what should we do next? It seems that we need to send someone to contact King True first. At least we need to understand first, what exactly does this little guy think? Lieutenant General he who was sitting aside said leisurely. This is the only way we can do it in a short period of time. In the 4 seas, our navy cannot put too many troops there at all. Otherwise, there will definitely be no way to solve it in the New World. Warring States thought for a moment and said. They are indeed a group of terrible people. I think we should take a closer look now to see how their performance was carried out. We will have to wait until their incident is over to discuss the details. General Kizaru said with an indifferent expression. There are quite a few people showing up this time. It's already over 50,000 people. It seems like we've really suffered a lot this time. King Z sat next to him and said with his eyes closed. Anyway, this group of people are in a state of distress now, and everyone's expression is deeply frowning, but the True Kingdom has not officially started yet, and it is just to reach this level. It has made all forces around the world feel surprised and crazy. However, as the party concerned, in the True Kingdom, at this point in time, King Changnyo had just arrived at Nanua in his carriage. This place can be described as a sea of people. The crowd is so crowded that even the police who maintain order can no longer stop it. But the good thing is that the crowded crowd still barely made way for them to pass. Those who appeared this time were the ones with the highest status in the entire kingdom. When Chongnyo first appeared here, the crowd suddenly became quiet, and all the reporters focused their cameras on the coming His Majesty the King. Chongnyo's outfit today can be regarded as the most solemn outfit he wore except the day he first became king. The standard king's dress is all made of silk, with a bright yellow dress jacket and a pure white shirt underneath. It is rare to see him wearing a standard crown on his head, and he slowly walks into the port in a white carriage. As for the generals, lieutenant generals, and even princes and ministers who followed behind them, no one paid attention to their appearance. But for those outsiders watching the live broadcast here, the senior leaders of the true kingdom still pay more attention to and pay attention to it. But the crowd was quiet for a while, and then began to erupt into an overwhelming sound. Everyone was extremely excited. However, the main reason why there were so many people today was because the factories in the entire royal city were all work stopped, and everyone wanted to come over to witness this moment in history. The podium has been prepared in advance in the port below. This is for this group of senior leaders. There are even almost 20 chairs placed in the back. The middle position certainly belongs to Their Majesty the King. It looks quite the noble white seat is quietly placed in the most high-end position at this moment. On the avenue, the carriage Chongnyo was riding in was followed by about a dozen vehicles, each of which was an open-top elongated vehicle. The clothes they were wearing were very different from usual. Such a formal occasion required facing the whole world naturally needs to show the momentum of a big country. Bang bang bang! As this group of people entered one after another, the salute placed at the edge of the port also fired 9 times in a row. In addition, a large number of balloons that had been prepared in advance began to slowly fly into the sky. In fact, this ceremony has been prepared for nearly half a year, and preparations for today's events have already begun. However, this time, no matter what, their requirements must achieve the effect they expected in advance. Because this time we are facing not only the citizens of our own country, but also the big foreign forces who are staring at us eagerly. At this moment, we must make a deterrent of our own country and make them feel the truth all at once. The military power of the kingdom. After these vehicles stopped, Chongnyo took the lead and walked towards his seat under the guidance of the service staff arranged in advance. As for the rest, everyone already has their own place there. This is just a simple entrance, the official opening has not started yet, but for everyone, this is already a relatively exciting place. There were quite a few people accompanying this event, because more than one person would need to go on stage to give a speech next. As a general of the Kingdom of True, Smile naturally could not avoid the opening speech of this grand event, so General Junhee also had to give a speech. Need to be involved this time. But he is no longer just a quasi-general. When Junhee first came back, his identity had completely changed into a general of the Toru Kingdom. Besides him, there was another person who was Abena. With the painstaking study of the past 2 years, he has become one of the great swordsmen just by relying on his swordsmanship. However, so far, he has not had a duel with the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, but this does not affect the opponent at all. Exert one's own strength. Chapter 213 True Empire. Abena also stayed in the position of general. These are the positions that have been specially reserved. The remaining ones are almost all ministers and concubines from various departments in the country. They can only witness this historical moment. There is no such thing here. Any right to speak and make suggestions. The 3 people are wearing the same clothes at the moment. This is their characteristic general clothing, but it is completely different from the navy. The 3 people are wearing extended military coats. The coats are blue and black and look quite domineering. The collar and cuffs, it shows a blue stripe shape, and the rest of the body is almost the same color. There is an epaulette on the shoulder, but the epaulette has a gold national flag pattern, and there is a gold badge on the left chest, and there is a gold hanging on it. Yellow ribbon. All 3 of them are dressed up like this, which is refreshing and gives people a domineering and majestic feeling. After all, sitting here can make people feel the supreme majesty. This is the specially made style of this general uniform. In fact, in addition to the style of generals, the clothes worn by lieutenant generals are almost the same, except that there are no ribbons and badges on the shoulders. Chongnyo walked to his seat first and began to sit down. The others followed closely and sat in their own seats. However, there are not many decorations on this large podium. The only thing that can be regarded as decoration is probably a podium standing at the front, and the other ones are microphones and camera equipment placed around it. Go forward bravely and you will be invincible. Go forward with courage and be invincible. When everyone was just sitting there, the soldiers standing in front of the battleships in the port were all shouting these words in unison, and in terms of this momentum, they had already covered the restless crowds above. Sound. With such a magnificent scene, even the businessmen from other countries were not in a hurry to leave. They were all quietly admiring the feat at this moment. For the people of this country, this scene can indeed be exciting for everyone. After all, they are the most proud of them at this moment. After all, the soldiers below shouted in unison several times. An old man who looked to be at least 70 or 80 years old began to slowly walk up from under the podium. He was wearing an official uniform that looked like it belonged to the previous era. Clothing, but those who know it should be able to clearly understand that this is indeed the service of the old king of the kingdom of Toru. However, the person who came up could be regarded as having worked hard for the country all his life in this country. Mensi was the original left minister, and the position division was exactly the same as in other countries. However, when Chongnyo became the king, all positions were transferred to him. Reformed again. This time, he could be regarded as representing the older generation in participating in this important occasion, but because of his inconvenience, he stayed until the end. Your Majesty is ready. Gagoya walked through the crowd, walked to Chongnyo and whispered. Are the drafts ready? Chongnyo asked. Everything is ready. Now put it all on the podium. As for the three generals, I'm afraid they will have to improvise on the spot. Gagoya said with a slight smile. After she finished speaking, she quickly stood aside. After all, on such an important occasion, everyone's every move was seen by the whole world. It didn't matter what it was like normally, but at this moment, everyone must maintain the utmost attitude. A calm state. Chongnyo stood up from his seat, then took a deep breath, stepped through the crowd, and walked to the front of the podium. As the king of this country, he is naturally the first person to speak and speak. The main reason why he prepared a draft is because what he said this time will be recorded by everyone, and will be recorded by everyone. Everyone in the world can see it. No matter you say anything wrong, you will have reasons to be criticized by others. Although from today on, the kingdom of True no longer has to worry about any safety issues, there are some things that you should pay attention to. Image is still very important after all. They are now at least 200 to 300 meters away from the soldiers standing in front of the battleship, but from this angle, they can overlook everyone's condition, but they can't see their faces clearly. Ahem. Chongnyo cleared his throat next to the podium, but the microphone was turned on at this critical moment, and everyone could hear the voice of His Majesty the King clearly. But they didn't have any thoughts about this. They were all looking forward to what His Majesty the King would say next. In front of all the live broadcast stations across the country, the cameras have switched to Chongnyo's speech. He first looked down at the contents of the draft. He had not read it much before, although he still let them proceed according to his own wishes. Writing, but there are some things that he really doesn't know how to express. After staying for about a minute, Chongnyo finally raised his head and used his hand to hold the microphone in front of him, adjusting it to an optimal position. The row in front of him was full of various cameras, although he couldn't flashlights broke out, but this time the speech was not only held by the soldiers in front of them, but also by many ordinary people present. More importantly, the countless people behind the video were watching. On this sunny day, I am very happy to be in this position, and at the same time I will personally watch you ascend to the glory that belongs to this country. Not only am I watching, but the people of the entire country, and even the people of the world, they were all watching intently. July 15th, 1515 in the Haiwan calendar. Today will be a moment for our kingdom of True to attract worldwide attention, and it will also be a moment for the entire country to show its true power to the outside world. It has taken several years for the kingdom of True to develop from its initial appearance to the present. Only the people of our own country know the pain and suffering of these past few years, but I believe that in the future, we will live better. So today is not only the time when our navy of the kingdom of Toru is established, but more importantly, from now on, the kingdom of Toru is officially changed to the Empire of Toru. Chongnyo spoke loudly, and the voice through the microphone directly spread throughout the world. The ministers sitting behind him were not too surprised. After all, this matter had been discussed in advance, and now it was just a matter of making it public. Chapter 214 Speech to the whole world. For a country to change its name, it is often equivalent to starting over. But for a country that is experiencing relatively good development momentum, changing its name means that they have replaced a more powerful management model. True Empire. True Empire. The crowds of people behind them were all shouting loudly collectively. They didn't understand what it meant to change a kingdom into an empire. But it's just that these people are so confident in their king, no matter what they say or do, they always feel that everything is right. In fact, in the current pirate world, there are many countries called empires, but most of them are self-proclaimed. They have no strength and no outstanding performance. They are just to satisfy their own desire for oral pleasure. But in this country, the performance is completely different. At least they have now achieved comprehensive development in military, political, and commercial aspects. In the future, they will not just build an ordinary empire, but will comprehensively develop into an integrated empire. A super powerful country that integrates commerce, military, and politics. Chang Nyo stood on the podium and continued to speak for nearly 10 minutes. Anyway, these contents had been edited in advance. They were nothing more than encouragement and some things for future planning. It also allowed the people of his country to understand a little bit about this country. True intention. At the end of the speech, Chang Nyo put down the speech in his hand, then stared ahead with a serious face, and continued, "The kingdom of True can be what it is today, not because of us, but because of all the people in the country. It is you who have given us with the support of this country. Now that the kingdom of True's naval force has been established, their mission will be to use their own lives to protect every inch of land that belongs to this country and every citizen of this country. Every glory of this country. For this reason, not only can they use their lives to protect it, but as King True, I will also use my own life to protect everything now. Of course, in terms of safety, businessmen coming from other countries can at least be guaranteed not to be attacked by any pirates or other forms of attacks in the South Blue Sea. As long as they arrive in the South Blue Sea, they will be protected by the power of the navy of that country." After Chang Nyo finished speaking, he waved to the people behind him who were watching him. But no one can see it now. Whether it is the people at the scene or those watching the live broadcast at the back, they are all moved to tears at this moment. For the first time, they feel the warmth that belongs to the country. Xin belongs to the care of the king of this country. Especially when he said that the duty of the navy is to protect everything in this country with his life, and that he, the king, can also use his life to protect anyone today. This is the voice that has been suppressed by this country for a long time, all at this moment. Burst out. After staying for a while again, Chang Nyo smiled and turned to look at the three generals of the True Empire. The three of them immediately stood up with understanding, and then took a few steps forward. Standing in front of the microphone, Chang Nyo once again said domineeringly to everyone, "Now, these three people behind me will be the future generals of the True Empire." As the words introducing them rang out, all the video cameras were focused on the three of them, allowing them to directly experience what it felt like to become a celebrity in the world. Everyone has a serious expression at this moment, and they are completely meticulous. Although the three people have the same clothes, Yuxiao still maintains the appearance of holding a staff and knife in his hand, and Abena still maintains his old habit, with his hands folded around the knife in his hand. At dawn, only Junhee looked ahead with a serious expression. Among the three of them, Junhee is relatively weak so far. Although he can compete with everyone else, his strength has not reached the level of a general. According to his strength, it will take at least 1 to 2 years. It takes time and good training to achieve this level. But it doesn't matter now. The strength of the associate general is enough for them to be fearless in the South Blue Sea. In fact, this narration not only informed the identities of the three of them, but also described their work content and responsibilities. As the General General Yuxiao is mainly responsible for the external security of the kingdom. Junhee is mainly responsible for all security patrols in the entire sea area of the Toru Kingdom, and is responsible for protecting the lives and safety of coastal citizens. Abena is a special military general. There is no special military arrangement here, so he is just briefly introduced to let the people of the whole country know that there is such a person. Oh, hey, I didn't expect it to be them. In the corner of the new world, a guy with 2 huge horns is sitting in a cave, holding a huge wine flask in his hand, drinking wine, looking at the content on the screen, and laughing and shouting. This person is the Yonko Kaido. When he first saw Chang Nyo's appearance, he always felt familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. But when he introduced June and this person, for a moment, Kaido immediately remembered what happened on an unknown island more than 2 years ago. But I didn't expect that just 2 years later, when I saw him again, he would be in this state. But at this moment, there was no anger in his heart, and he was even full of joy. If nothing else, At least what the other party was doing now was enough to give all of them a headache for the navy, their mortal enemy. However, in another place at this moment, there is another pirate giant, who is also lying on the bed and staring at the small screen next to him. This is also the scene of Toru Kingdom. Mom, I didn't expect that such a person could appear in the South Blue Sea. Do we want to go over and negotiate? Owen, this matter was brought up quite well. Find a daughter of about the same age and let the king of the other party marry us. Find someone to go over and inform us, Mama. Charlotte Lingling said with an expectant smile, this is another Yonko in the pirate world, a very powerful existence, but her idea is indeed too beautiful. So just after she finished speaking, another son standing aside, who looked quite a bit older, stuck out his tongue and said, Mom, based on his current status, he will definitely not agree to this marriage. Mama, you are right. I don't know much about the other people. The key is that I still have a little impression of the guy named Yuxiao. I didn't expect that this guy actually went to the True Kingdom to become a general. The Navy invited him many times. Does this mean that the strength of this country cannot be underestimated? Chapter 215 The Pattern of 4 Emperors and 1 Emperor. Yuxiao can be remembered by so many people mainly because of his own strength, but to everyone, Yuxiao also belongs to the strong man who has risen in the previous era. When Big Mom first saw Yuxiao, she behaved almost exactly the same as those in the Navy. It could even be said that she behaved almost the same as everyone who knew Yuxiao. No one thought that a super powerful person who had risen in the previous era would now be willing to succumb to a small country in the South Blue Sea. Accidents are bound to happen, after all, no one has ever thought of such a thing. But one thing, except for the Navy, everyone's attitude is almost the same, that is, now that the true empire has risen, and there are such super powerful people in the country, the Navy's future troubles will definitely not stop at present. Mom, should we go over and have some contact? After all, the most delicious packaged desserts you eat here are all made in your country. Charlotte Dafa said. Mama, let's go over and take a look. Let Katakuri go over and take a look. What is the attitude of the Toru Kingdom towards us? Big Mom thought for a moment and said. Katakuri, who had been standing aside without speaking, finally took a step forward at this moment. His eyes were very serious, but no one could see his expression at this moment. A scarf directly covered half of his face. His face was already covered. Mom, if you can, I suggest you wait for a while before communicating about this kind of thing. After all, the true empire has just begun to show its power today. The Navy and the world government will definitely be nervously watching each other's status during this period. If this time passes, it will definitely cause the Navy to intercept us, and may cause unnecessary disputes. That's right, Mom, I think Katakuri is right this time. Let's wait for a while before talking. As soon as Katakuri finished speaking, the guy with the long tongue immediately followed suit. Then let's wait for a while. Big Mom said with a smile. Among the 4 emperors, this woman can be said to be the least smart one, but she is very powerful, and with her many children, her strength cannot be underestimated, and she finally became the 4th emperor. Although the other 4 emperors are also very powerful, they themselves or around them always have people who make suggestions. The only difference is here. The attitude shown in the outside world is almost different in every place, but as the person involved, no one in the true empire cares about this kind of thing now. This grand display of one's own country's military power is actually to isolate the thoughts of those who are already jealous of their country's business. The most envious person among them is probably the monkey D-dragon with the marks of broken shoe soles on his face. After the development of the Revolutionary Army in the past few years, they can naturally be regarded as something that should not be underestimated. Therefore, a year ago, they had already begun planning to capture the true empire, a machine that can make money. This will be of great benefit to their future development. It's very important, but I didn't expect that when I just had this idea and started to implement it, this country had already begun to act inconsistently with common sense. In fact, among the hundreds of thousands of people watching behind this grand event, there were already a few forces from other countries and the Revolutionary Army. For these guys who had their own ulterior motives, this review indeed gave them all a great force of deterrence. In less than half a day, newspapers all over the world have begun to fly. Even those who don't understand the situation here are reading the contents of the newspapers one by one. Regardless of whether the content in the newspaper was modified or not, the most important one attracted everyone's attention. The world structure is divided again, and the 4 emperors and 1 emperor have officially begun to keep pace with each other. How should the Navy deal with this unexpected situation? This newspaper headline can be said to have instantly refreshed everyone's understanding of the South Blue Sea, the weakest sea area. Everyone has always believed that strong people should exist in the New World, because that is the area where they can develop, but they did not expect that they can appear in the world, which shocked everyone. Powerful country. In fact, the country that was most touched by this news was probably Alabasta. Originally, the princes and ministers had already begun to suggest ways to take over the factories in the True Kingdom, and even the Rape Flower Port, but as soon as the news came out, all their thoughts were completely wiped out in an instant. Not only it is the king of this country, and even the princes and ministers, including a group of common people who have been making a fuss, are all excited at this moment, and no one dares to mention this matter. After this incident, everyone has clearly realized that the current True Empire has become a behemoth beyond everyone's imagination. After the newspaper came out this time, no one questioned the authenticity of the True Kingdom and the pattern of 4 emperors and 1 emperor. At this moment, no one, including the Navy, opposed such a situation. However, this time after the force was used as a deterrent, the benefits ushered in completely exceeded everyone's imagination. The business of the True Kingdom has almost reached its peak for a while. Even if all the factories are running 24 hours a day, the supply of most goods is still in short supply. Because today's merchants are pulling goods from the Toru Kingdom, for most pirates, no one dares to intercept them. Throughout the entire South Blue Sea area, warships belonging to the True Empire are patrolling the sea all the time. After all, they are only targeting this area of the South Blue Sea. The hundreds of warships led by General Junhee were constantly swaying on the sea. Suddenly, there were almost no pirates in the South Blue Sea, where there were relatively few pirates. However, in the following time, Chongnyo's actions shocked everyone's jaws. The South Sea True Empire will accept any country to become part of the True Empire from now on. As long as the leader of this country is willing to merge his country into the True Empire, his family will enjoy a life of glory and wealth without real power. Chapter 216 Fighting Without Bloodshed. 2 months after the Navy was officially established. Now all the emotions of the country's people have basically stabilized. Each of them is proud to be a citizen of this country and to be able to have such a stable life now. For them, the strength of the country is more important than anything else. With the gathering of people's hearts, a large wave of young people are pouring into the next wave of conscription in the Kingdom of True. Everyone's biggest wish now is to become a soldier of this country. Used to guard everything in this country. Their idea is very simple, and it is because of what Chongnyo said on the podium when the Navy was first established. But at this moment in the palace hall, Chongnyo was sitting on the king's throne, and there were also several people sitting below him. 3 of the current generals of the country, even the Minister of Commerce and the Minister of Consultation, and even officials of all sizes, were almost all having a serious meeting in this hall. Meeting. However, the nearest smiled directly and seriously asked Chongnyo at this moment, "Your Majesty the King, do you know that because of your previous words, the surrounding countries are now experiencing civil strife? According to statistics, there have been at least 5 countries. Now it has completely fallen into civil strife." What Yuxiao said mainly refers to Chongnyo's proposal a month ago that any country can be merged into the current True Empire. Once merged into this country, they will enjoy all the benefits of the True Empire, including work and life, safety and security, etc. These words can be called murderous. All the surrounding countries have issued strict bans because their people have flocked to the True Empire before. Anyone who crosses the national border will be killed. Such the content has caused extreme disgust among many people. They also want to live in a more suitable country. After all, they are only separated by a line. The living standards of the 2 countries are not at the same level at all. But because of his words, all the people began to rebel against the national government, and even the army participated. It is precisely because of this incident that so far, 3 neighboring countries have submitted documents of surrender and merger to the True Empire, and they are completely voluntary. In other words, this country has conquered 3 countries without any bloodshed, without dispatching a single soldier. It only relies on a word and the premise of giving them future life prospects. This is just the beginning. So far there are simply countless people in the country who yearn for this kind of beautiful life. Chongnyo sat on his throne. He understood Yuxiao's mood at the moment. This general only wanted absolute justice in his life, but he never expected that special wars would break out in other countries because of his king's words. General Yuxiao, remember when you first joined the True Empire, we talked about how many people we would be willing to help when we have the ability. In this situation, you have also seen that the True Empire it has not provoked any war, and has always been willing to protect them as its future mission. The reason why such a situation occurs in neighboring countries is not because the people are living in dire straits, which makes them rise up to resist. Now it includes the Kingdom of Nubia, the Kingdom of Kalha, and the Kingdom of Tumay. They have just cleared the road that blocked their development. From now on, they are willing to recognize themselves as part of the True Empire, so the people of this country, we are also willing to treat them as you would treat your own people. The True Empire also needs to develop in the future, but although we are strong now, once a war breaks out, it will bring greater disaster. The Kingdom of Crimea is a member of the world government. No matter what the circumstances, once a war breaks out, if we attack them, the world government and the navy will definitely get involved, but if civil strife breaks out in these countries and they voluntarily join the King Toru Empire, even the world government has no right to intervene in such a situation. Chang Nyo said calmly. It's just that when he said that other countries can enter the True Kingdom and enjoy everything in this country, he didn't do anything. Abena is a special military general, and this matter is almost entirely handed over to him. Yuxiao also understands that this is indeed the best and simplest way to resolve disputes, but the way it is done makes people feel too despicable. All civil wars in their countries were instigated by the True Empire. In addition, they also provided offensive weapons to civilians. However, no one from the True Empire participated in the attack, which does not make them people from other countries find any fault to criticize. General Yuxiao, from the beginning of the civil war to the present, the number of deaths in the Kingdom of Nubia is only about 500, and most of them are members of the royal family. When the civil strife broke out in the country, everyone including the army directly rebelled. However, the nobles had already left the moment they received the news. The current Kingdom of Nubia had submitted a surrender decision to our True Empire to voluntarily merge into this country 3 days ago. This scene is what all the people want to see. They are even excited that they are about to join our country. The whole country is now filled with laughter and laughter. Isn't this a result that everyone wants to see? Arbon said. I feel like I should have some say in this matter. Minister of Commerce Meng Jie stood up and said with a smile. I wonder what Minister Meng Jie has to say. Asked Yuxiao. His Majesty the King has already made arrangements to minimize the casualties of the people in the surrounding civil strife countries, so when the civil strife began in their country, the True Empire had already provided them with medical drugs worth nearly 5 billion belly, and even before that, we have already planned to build factory projects in these countries to provide and stabilize the normal lives of the people in these countries. Before they were there, each family could only eat 1 meal a day, especially the people in the Kingdom of Nubia. Because of the harsh treatment by the leaders, many people had starved to death at home, and in addition to the years of disaster, the country's population has gone from a population of more than 11 million to less than 7 million people. However, this figure only lasted about 3 years. After hearing what Minister Meng Jie said, Yuxiao could only sigh helplessly. How could he not know about this kind of thing? Chapter 217 Rule. How could Yuxiao not know the darkness of this world? Otherwise, he would not have blinded his own eyes because he did not want to see the darkness of this world. Although he did not agree very much with this approach, he did not object to it. When Chang Nyo's words first came out, he had already thought of such a result. In several neighboring countries, there is a huge gap between the rich and the poor. It is too obvious that the treatment provided by the Kingdom of True to its citizens is almost the highest in the world. How could it not make people from other countries have the urge to integrate at this time? But just because of a word, large-scale civil wars broke out in 5 surrounding countries, but this is only the early stage. If all the surrounding countries are included in the bag, what will happen to the remaining countries in the South Blue Sea? Do it. General Yuxiao, maybe you have a little grudge against this kind of thing. I will explain it to you personally next, but what we need to discuss now is what should be done after the 3 countries choose to merge into the True Empire. Question: people from all departments are here today. I hope that in the next meeting, you can all put forward some reasonable suggestions and solutions. The total land area submitted by the 3 countries this time is indeed beyond our imagination. The combined area of the Kingdom of Nubia, the Kingdom of Kalha, and the Kingdom of Tumay is even larger than our current True Empire. It has nearly doubled. Regarding these land and resource issues, we need to treat them carefully in the future, especially since the national sea defense of the entire country has been seriously extended. In this regard, General Junhe will propose a more rational solution. In addition, the Ministry of Commerce needs to seize the time to arrange the basic life of the people in these three countries, and first allocate enough supplies for these people to live for half a year, so that at least no one will go hungry after they join the empire. The Council of Ministers should take the time to count the population and register everyone. In the following time, I don't want anyone to be lax about this matter. General Abena gives priority to taking charge of the original armies of these three countries to see whether they should be disbanded or merged into the current Trudeau Empire Police Guard. Yes, His Majesty the King. The people in these departments who were named all stood up and answered respectfully. This meeting itself was centered around making adjustments and improvements to the large areas of land and large populations that were suddenly merged into the three countries. This is also a big challenge for the entire country in the short term. The populations of the three countries have been almost calculated before. Although they are not as large as the current population of our own country, they add up to nearly a population of 20 million, is equivalent to directly increasing half of the country's population. But those responsible for population management are almost all handled by the Senate. On the surface, this department is just the consultative department, but in fact, there are too many and huge departments under it. Among them, the Population Resources Management Department is also among them and is finally implemented with reference to their integrated opinions. Everyone feels the challenge of this matter, so everyone has a serious expression on their face. Even though three countries have been merged into their own country, what they are showing at this moment is not joy, but a sense of gratitude. Some responsibilities. Your Majesty the King, this old man can do something. After raising a question at the beginning, Yu Xiao opened his mouth again. After all, everyone sitting here has their own tasks, but he, the general, does not have any task assignments. However, Yu Xiao also wants to directly participate in such things for the country and the people. But at this time, Chang Nyo smiled directly and said, General Yu Xiao, don't worry, I'm afraid there are more important things waiting for us next. Three countries were merged into the true empire at the same time. In response to these situations, the world government should not let it go. Presumably, after our country's military power was demonstrated 2 months ago, the world government should have sent people here long ago. According to the time, we should be able to get here in the near future. When the time comes, we will need General Yu Xiao to accompany us. That's true, but I don't know who will come over. Yu Xiao also nodded. After all, one of the countries involved in the civil strife this time was Crimea, and for this country, the true empire also provided the most weapons. There were also people from the outside involved in commanding the battle, but no matter where it came from, if you think about it, it has nothing to do with the true empire. The people fighting the war were the people of their own country, and the true empire did not send a single soldier or general. Even though the world government was angry, there was nothing they could do. Moreover, the biggest headache for the world government is the civil strife in other countries. If the king of Crimea does not seek help, even the world government has no right to interfere in other countries' internal affairs. But if it can be observed at this moment, the generals of the Navy headquarters have already driven naval warships and rushed towards the South Blue Sea. Now that everything in the true empire has begun to be made public, a large number of developments in the country have begun to be mentioned directly, including the construction of domestic train tracks and domestic automobile manufacturing companies. For this country, it will simply be a cash cow from now on. Now they no longer have to look at anyone's expressions to do things, and can develop their own strength and influence with absolute stability. Now even the Navy does not have much actual jurisdiction over this place where the sky is high and the Emperor is far away. As for the naval headquarters they established in the South Blue Sea, it is completely like a decoration at the moment. Even here, they stay on this island to eat, drink and have fun every day, without worrying about the safety of the outside world at all. The true empire has at least dozens of warships sailing in the South Blue Sea every day, and they insist on eliminating any pirate forces in this sea area. The purpose of their stay here is almost completely useless, and even if they travel, it will not be of any use. After all, after going around the sea, no one is willing to pay attention to them. Perhaps staying in other sea areas, these military personnel can still make some money, but here, you need to pay for even food. Chapter 218 Comparison of Strengths of World Governments. At this time, there is more than one ship heading towards the true empire. So far, not to mention the Navy's 2 warships, even the Big Mom pirates of the New World have also sent ships to start heading towards this country. However, they are all relatively backward because at this moment in the Toru Kingdom, there are already a few people wearing masks, black coats, black suits and black top hats, and they are now walking in the royal city of the Toru Empire. On the street. As they walked, they almost didn't look at any of the commercial streets around them. Instead, they just started walking forward. There were about 5 or 6 people in their group, their goals were very clear, and they were constantly observing the movements of the entire area while walking. Boss, we have visited the entire True Empire during this period, and we didn't find any special places. The man with a smiling face on the mask was constantly sensing the surrounding situation using his sense of sight. After he finished sensing, he began to speak to the tall and thin man walking in the front. Don't let down your guard. There must be something we don't know about this country, including how their warships are manufactured and where their troops are trained. We must observe this carefully. The tall and lanky captain said. But they obviously underestimated the situation in this country. When these people first entered the royal city, they were already under the observation of others. They are not the only ones with the power of knowledge. The domineering power of General Yuxiao is probably not surpassed by a few people in the entire pirate world. In essence, they have already begun to deal with people who may be sent by the world government. Therefore, they are almost always on alert when observing the entire royal city. So at this moment in the palace, Changnyo and Yuxiao were sitting across from each other, drinking tea with each other, with a slight smile on their faces. It seems you have noticed it. Changnyo picked up the teacup with a smile on his lips, looked curiously at Yuxiao sitting opposite and asked. I have noticed it, but I didn't expect them to come so fast. The strength of these people cannot be underestimated. I wonder how His Majesty the King should respond next. Yuxiao began to ask. Let them investigate carefully. Anyway, the space transmission channel has been hidden by me in the space barrier. Even if they stand in front of them, I'm afraid they won't be able to see it. The only place left is nothing more than a shipyard, but at this moment Abena has been there for a long time, and it doesn't matter even if they discover something, as long as they don't take away the core information. Changnyo said with an indifferent expression. Haha, it seems that His Majesty the King has already thought that they would come here to investigate. If you know enough about the world government, you will know that they will never let any force that can threaten them appear. Unlike the pirates, we have our own fixed place to live, so they will definitely understand at all costs. What secrets are hidden in the Toru Empire today? But now the situation in the sea is unpredictable, and the new world is enough to make them anxious. For us, it is nothing more than investigation and stabilization. I believe that in less than a day at most, these guys will not find any more important news. They will naturally come here, and then they will definitely invite us to join the world government again. Changnyo said. Why is His Majesty the King so confident? Yuxiao asked curiously. Although he has been in this country for more than 2 years, what makes him more confused is that the king sitting in front of him seems to know everything well. No matter what kind of situation he encounters, he always remains calm and calm. Attitude, and more importantly, he has figured out all the thoughts of the world government and navy. Even for Yuxiao, who has lived for decades, it is impossible for Yuxiao to handle such things in such a perfect way, let alone for a young king who is less than 20 years old. In fact, I have wanted to ask this question a long time ago, but the opportunity was not suitable. It was rare to find such a good opportunity, so Yuxiao would not let go of the doubts in his heart. At the same time, he also wanted to know to what extent this little guy's inner understanding of the world had reached. General Yuxiao, there are many times when the competition between the two forces is not about strength, but more importantly, brains. A very important part of the reason why our country chose to establish a navy during this period of time and begin to declare its own strength is because the land of the four seas is not a place that the navy and the world government focus on. Because almost all the strong people who come out of here will flock to the new world. The emergence of the true empire has nothing more than caused a lot of discomfort to the other party. So far, the world government only controls the navy and the army. However, the army can almost be ignored. Their strength is not as strong as imagined, but the navy's total strength is only about 1.5 million, but these almost all of their forces have to be separated, including the Grand Line and the New World, which occupy the main areas of their forces. There are only some relatively weak ones. The number of troops with absolute strength in the navy is about 200,000. The reason why they are called absolute strength mainly reflects that they have learned one of the 6 naval skills. But these people not only have to safeguard the rights and interests of the world government and the Tianlong people, but also maintain the stability of the four seas. If they are scattered, more than 1 million troops will not be enough for them. The status of the four emperors in the New World is stable, and each of them can destroy a country by one person. Their strength is enough to attract the attention of the world government. The navy will also gather all its heavy forces into the New World. Once someone comes, the abnormal behavior of one of the four emperors in the end is enough to cause headaches for the navy and the world government for a while. Chapter 219 The Need to Join the World Government. Chang Niu took a sip of water and leaned directly on the back of the sofa. Then he glanced at it and smiled, and continued, the world government doesn't want to be attacked from both sides, so what it can do is very simple. After all, we belong to the state. In addition, we the true empire is mainly based on business, and they will definitely find a way to get us to join the world government as a member country. But this group of people will not ignore the overall strength of our country, and may even let us go when we face a war between the Yonko pirate ships in the future. So in the next time, the world government CP personnel who come here will definitely invite us to join the world government and agree to our requests. You just said world government, but what about the navy? Yu Xiao asked. Navy. As for the navy, there may be things that interest you in the future, so let me give it a try. However, I will need to trouble you, General Yu Xiao, to negotiate with these CP personnel next. Got it. Chang Niu said. Then what is His Majesty's attitude towards joining the world government? Yu Xia paused for a moment, then opened his mouth and asked directly. Join? Why not join? It's just that some topics need to be discussed in advance. When negotiating, we need two things. First, the true empire must become a first-level member of the world government and will not accept any supply of gold from the sky. And enjoys the ability for ships flying the flag of the true empire to pass directly through the Red Earth continent without any hindrance. Second, the personnel of the true empire have the right to give priority to recruiting the navy under special circumstances at sea. Third, the world government needs to come up with the technology to allow free passage of the wind-free zone in the real estate market. If we agree to these three simple requirements, we don't mind joining the world government. As for what the remaining General Yu Xiao wants, you can just think about it at that time, but these 3 points are our bottom line. Chang Niu suddenly turned serious and said. In fact, what he really wants is to be able to cross the Red Earth continent. This will bring a lot of convenience to the true empire. At least he can travel from the South Blue Sea country to the New World, saving at least a month of time. Moreover, the degree of danger has also been greatly reduced. At present, if they want to conduct business, they can almost only travel through Fishman Island. The losses caused by such a price are too serious. However, as for the technology of Halo Stone, this thing has been mastered by the true empire for a long time. They are just using this method to find a gimmick. If they suddenly come up with this technology in the later stage, they will be affected by the world government suspicion. As for the matter of recruiting the navy anytime and anywhere under special conditions, it is more than nothing. Anyway, it is nothing. Yu Xiao sat aside and listened quietly to these demands. No matter which one, it was an absolute shame for the world government. In the decades he has lived, he has traveled around almost the entire pirate world. So far, even the country of Alabasta has been treated very harshly if it wants to pass through the Red Earth continent, and sometimes even if it is slightly unsatisfactory, passage will be prohibited, but now if the true empire proposes these conditions, it is really possible that the world government will directly agree. Yu Xiao did not reject the matter proposed by His Majesty the King. He just smiled slightly and said, then this matter will be left to the old man. What are the details? Let's see the attitude of the world government then. We don't have to join the world government. It doesn't make much difference to us whether we join or not. Now that the country has this strength, they should be anxious, not us. Chang Niu said that although the current Toru Empire alone is not proportional to their strength compared to the world government and the navy, one thing that can be confirmed is that in this world, the forces that cannot deal with the world government will, but there are too many to count. Especially the Yonko pirates in the New World, plus there is a revolutionary army wandering back and forth outside. Compared with them, the attitude of the Toru Empire is already the best. I wonder if His Majesty the King has any other arrangements? Yu Xiao asked. There is no special arrangement. If the world government agrees to our request, then let them directly inform the entire world through the World Economic News that we need to be able to do decent projects, and their world government and navy must not be involved in matters related to true empire anything. Chang Nyo said again. Then I understand. Yu Xiao said and stood up directly. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped and said, I will definitely handle this matter. After saying that, Yu Xiao walked out of the area where the two people were discussing, and then walked outside. Even though the person had left, the expression on Yu Xiao's face was not so easygoing during the process. After all, the people he had to face this time were not ordinary people, and Yu Xiao could feel the difference in strength between them. Even though he now has the strength of a general, how many people in this world have completely surpassed the strength of a general? Chang Nyo was sitting here thinking quietly. He also knew a lot about this kind of thing, so he had already kept up with the follow-up arrangements. These masked people came to their own country. Judging from the attire they wore, it was already known that they definitely belonged to the world government CP personnel, and their strength could only be stronger than the other. But this time, no matter what purpose they came with, this country has already been fully prepared. During this period of time, as long as the other party does not do anything too extreme, the true empire will not directly wipe out all of them even in the end. However, this time, as long as no big commotion is made, Chang Nyo is still willing to have a friendly negotiation. The true empire needs to survive, and the world government needs to be stable. It's almost like each wants to get what it needs. After all, for the Toru Empire, the request made this time is not too much. If the world government and the navy want to stabilize the situation in the South Blue Sea and the Four Seas, no matter what request the Toru Empire makes, as long as it can be within the scope they can achieve. Inside, absolutely no problems will arise. Chapter 220. CP personnel appear again. The few CP officers outside were still walking on the street, but as they kept observing the situation in the country, they did not find anything special or different. In their perception, except for those factories, they did not notice any difference, and even everything seemed normal. There's no need to explore anymore, let's go. The other party's people have already been waiting for us. The tall and thin man wearing a pure white mask walking in front said in a serious voice. Boss, but the task assigned to us by the superiors has not been completed yet. What should we do when we get back? Asked the man with the smiley mask. Do you think they will let us get all this useful information? The true empire dares to do this, which shows that they are indeed capable in this area. It is useless to consider other things now. Go directly to the palace. Let's express our intention of coming here this time, the tall and thin man said again. What if they don't accept it by then? Another man with a mask with several patterns on his face said. Everything will be discussed when the time comes. We can't make any decisions here, and everything will be reported to the higher UPS. Also, try not to have any conflicts in this country. They are not like us in other countries. Maybe they are really brave. Do it. CP2 The group of people disappeared. It was previously judged that it might be related to the true empire, but there is no evidence, so you should be more cautious next time. The tall and thin man warned the people following him. What are you afraid of? Do they really dare to attack us? The man wearing a smiling mask said disdainfully. I dare not say whether I will take action or not, but there is no need to make things too rigid. The people above have also said that we only have 3 tasks when we come to the true empire, to explore the opponent's training ground for soldiers, and to find where they build warships. Shipyard, and the other is to let them choose to join the world government. Apart from these 3 tasks, don't create any extraneous problems. Said the tall and thin man. It's really boring. I can no longer play like other countries. I really don't understand how this true empire suddenly became so powerful. The man wearing a patterned mask said speechlessly. That's right, the people above don't know why they gave us this mission. It's obvious that CP4 is the one doing these things, why do they want us to come over? The smiling masked man also said quite dissatisfied. But while they were talking, a man jumped up and down from the front. Of course, he also had a mask on his face and a pigtail. Anyway, I wasn't sure whether he was a man or not. I could tell from the clothes on his body. The other party should be. He jumped up to everyone, with some excitement on his face, and shouted mischievously, how good is this place? I like the food here so much. Boss, what do you think we can control the king of this country? Then won't we be able to eat delicious food every day? This weird personality instantly made several other team members a little dissatisfied, especially the way the other party spoke made them feel like it was an insult to their ears every time they heard it. But this tall and thin leader had a serious face at the moment, and his eyes through the mask were very cold. After he watched the man with pigtails coming over and heard what the other person said, his whole aura changed, and he warned him sternly, "Be honest with me, don't you think are we invincible in the world? Or do you think that as a CP member of the world government, no one in this country dares to do anything to you? Do you believe that if you don't have this status, just by what you say, it is estimated that next you will never leave this country alive? Ugh, ha 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 ha, boss, when did you become so timid?" The man with braids said directly mockingly. "He's not wrong. If you don't have this kind of status, I can guarantee that you will never be able to leave this country alive." Just as the braided man's sharp voice came out, General Yuxiao had already appeared here from who knows which direction. He held a cane in his hand and wore his own blue-black general uniform. He walked over slowly without any smile on his face. The braided man who was still smiling just now his expression turned weird when he saw the smile coming out. Not to mention the braided man, even the tall and thin leader was on guard at the moment. He had not noticed how the smile appeared just now. The country's generals had already come into his sight, but no one was aware of it, and they even activated their knowledge and domineering skills to sense the dangerous situation around them throughout the whole process. Although the tall and thin man had noticed someone waiting for them before, he didn't realize how the other party came. "Welcome to the true empire, but this is not the place to talk. Please follow me to the palace and sit down," he said politely with a smile, and then his whole body suddenly burst out with overwhelming momentum towards the braided man. He warned again in a calm voice, "When you come to the true empire, please respect the laws of this country and don't say anything you shouldn't. If you say anything, and do things you shouldn't do, when entering the territory of the Toru country, all personnel must only act in accordance with the laws of the Toru Empire. Your strength is indeed relatively strong, but this strength is not limited to the Toru Empire." Among what Yuxiao said was a warning and a self-expression, letting them understand that when they come to this country, they don't just do whatever they want in other countries. "General Yuxiao personally greeted us, which really flattered us. But don't worry, I will definitely restrain my subordinates. As for the legal issues in your country, since we have entered this country, we will naturally start from this country. The country's system," the tall and thin man said with a smile. Anyway, no one can tell whether his expression is a smile or not. "This is best. Please come with me." With a smile, he started walking directly towards the palace. It is not far from the palace gate, and even taller people standing here can see it directly. Although after 2 years, the royal city has become quite prosperous and expanded dozens of times, the ultimate goal of these guys is to go to the royal palace. Chapter 221 Negotiating Conditions. In a short time, Yuxiao had led several people to a strange place. This was not the royal palace, and it was already hundreds of kilometers away from the royal city. As early as the moment they entered the palace, a completely transparent door directly led them to another place. Changnyo had specially arranged everything. The purpose is to avoid endangering the security of the country when a conflict occurs, and dragging them to an uninhabited area is the best choice. It was clear that they had just entered the palace, but the scene in front of them suddenly became extremely deserted. Within more than 10 kilometers around this place, not even 2 figures were completely in the state of a desert island. "General Yuxiao, what is going on?" the tall and thin man said with a shocked expression. The expressions of other people are not much better either. Everyone is curious about what is going on. But at this time, he only smiled and said leisurely, "Don't worry, it's just that it's more suitable for us to discuss some things here." Ugh ha 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 ha, such a powerful method, it can make people move such a long distance instantly, it is really surprising, but I don't know what kind of devil fruit ability this is, or is it a high-tech method? The braided man looked strange. Said with a smile. "Now that you are all here, let's talk about the purpose of coming to our true empire, or what the world government wants you to do here." Yuxiao didn't pay any attention to the braided man's look, but directly asked the tall and thin man with a serious look on his face. "The people above asked us to come over and notify your country to join the world government." The tall and lanky man said bluntly. "Yes, there is no problem with joining the world government, but His Majesty the King has 3 requirements. First, our true empire needs to become a first-class franchise country, and does not need to hand over any heavenly gold, and it also needs to open the Red Earth continent to the New World. However, no one has the right to inspect the passage of the world and must let it pass wherever the flag of the Trudeau Empire is hoisted. Second, by flying the flag of Trudeau, commercial ships must have priority to recruit the Navy whenever they encounter any problems on the sea. Third, the world government must come up with sea floor stone technology that can pass through the windless zone. In addition to the above 3 points, the world government and the Navy are not allowed to interfere with any matters related to the true empire. I wonder if the world government will agree to these points? If it is agreed, we will continue the discussion. Anyway, the Taru Empire does not need to choose to join the world government. While Yuxiao was talking leisurely, the braided man was jumping around restlessly behind him, and from time to time he would move quickly behind Yuxiao, trying to see if the other person was really as blind as the legend said. But after he finished speaking, Yuxiao instantly pulled out the staff knife in his hand. With the blessing of the devil fruit, the braided man who was still jumping was instantly pressed directly to the ground by gravity, forming a huge and deep hole has been opened, and no one knows whether he is still alive or not. Facing the sudden attack, everyone except the tall and thin man remained alert. I'm very sorry, General Yuxiao. Regarding these issues raised by your country, we will give feedback to the superiors. After all, we have no right to make such a decision. As for the rude behavior of my subordinates, it is also due to my lax discipline. As he said that, the tall and thin man lowered his head slightly to express his apology. Only then did he smile and put away the power in his hands. After inserting the stick knife back, the braided man jumped up from the hole instantly. As soon as he jumped up, he started to attack Yuxiao in the next second, but then the tall and thin man moved him instantly and kicked him directly in the abdomen. His whole body was rubbed along the ground for nearly 10 years. A distance of hundreds of meters. The ground, which was originally full of weeds, was now directly rubbed with a deep and long scratch by his body. But despite this, after the braided man stopped, the next second he ran over vigorously, as if these injuries had no effect on him at all. In this case, even Yuxiao was seeing such an invincible existence for the first time, but it was definitely a devil fruit. While the tall and thin man kicked his companion away, he turned around and lowered his head apologetically, and then said with a smile on his face, "I'm really sorry. This behavior of my men really makes me feel embarrassed, but about true I really can't agree to these requests made by the Empire, but I can communicate with the higher UPS then. As for whether the higher UPS agree or not, that's not something I can decide." The tall and lanky man's attitude made him feel a little surprised even when he smiled. When did people under the world government have such an attitude? The usual attitude of being arrogant and not taking anyone seriously is their proper attitude, so maintaining this kind of respect now really surprises others. However, this kind of accident did not last even 5 seconds. The tall and thin man suddenly changed his tone and asked, "General Yuxiao, we really have some questions about the true empire. I don't know whether to ask them or not, but if we don't ask, I feel very uncomfortable inside, mainly because I want to know where your troops of tens of thousands of people were trained. True empire's military secrets, no comment. The other party's method is indeed very untechnical. If it is so straightforward, how can Yuxiao answer it?" But the other party was not discouraged at all. As he spoke, another one of the CPS, the guy who had always maintained a pure white mask, did not say a word from the beginning to the end, but at this moment he quickly moved to Yuxiao. Next to him, and as quickly as possible, he touched his body with his hand. But in the process of touching, Yuxiao instantly pulled out the staff knife in his hand. Under the influence of the gravity fruit, the surrounding space was instantly distorted. But even so, the words between the two people and the behavior of the tall and thin man were still unclear. Which still made General Yuxiao feel a little less vigilant. Although the knife had been drawn out, the pure white masked man's speed still allowed the other party to touch his body. In just such a moment, Yi smiled as if he was uncontrollable. He put the knife in his hand back into the sheath, and hallucinations began to appear in his senses. It wasn't until this moment that the tall and thin man showed his ghostly smile. "Ho ho ho ho, it's really hard to deal with. If you weren't blind, the water cat would have made you fall into a hallucination long ago. I didn't expect that you would be so strong as we are." Chapter 222 Showdown. But I can't see their expressions, and I don't know how twisted they are under the masks at this moment. The braided man jumped up to them again, circled around Yuxiao a few times, and then said with a playful face, "Ah! How did this guy become like this? It seems like it was done by a water cat again. Well, then, will we be able to ask what we want to ask next? Shut up, if you keep talking, I'll make you fall into an illusion. The man in the white mask said in a low voice. Okay, you two, stop making trouble and quickly ask what we want to ask. That's what we need to do. The tall and thin man suddenly looked at the two people with a serious face. After feeling their boss's gaze, the two people immediately returned to a calm expression and stopped chattering. Seeing that the two people had calmed down, the tall and thin man walked to Yuxiao with a serious expression and asked with a solemn expression, "Tell me, where is the military base of your true empire? And how do you train those soldiers? That kind of ship of yours, where is the construction technology? And the strength of the other two generals?" A series of questions were asked by the tall and thin man without any hesitation. He felt that the other party was completely under his control, at least at this moment. After all, the ability of the man in the white mask is a psychedelic fruit. It is a bug-like existence among devil fruits. Anyone who is touched by him or even looks into his eyes can escape the control of this devil fruit's ability. That's why he asked these questions directly without any scruples, without taking the content of the previous chat seriously. But they ignored a very important issue, that is, they originally entered the palace, but why they suddenly appeared in this place, none of them thought about it. So after he asked the question, Yuxiao suddenly smiled, and then he opened his mouth and said directly, "I wonder if you have anything else to ask." As he spoke, Yuxiao suddenly took a step forward, and his whole body was in an attack state. At this moment, the staff sword in his hand was half drawn again, waiting for the other party's answer. But when they sensed something was wrong, the 5 CP personnel who came over had already begun to retreat a long distance in an instant. Everyone started to be on alert. Why are you okay?" The man in the white mask asked with some confusion. I guess several other people also wanted to ask this question, but at this time, the man with the braids mocked the man in the white mask with some pride and said, "Ah. It seems that your ability is not very good sometimes. I didn't expect that you would fall off the chain at the critical moment. It really makes people feel a little embarrassed." Facing the braided man's ridicule, the man in the white mask turned gloomy. His fists were clenched tightly, and his teeth were gritting. He began to recall which aspect he had failed to do just now. He had clearly touched. When it comes to the other party, why is it still like this? This is really giving me a headache. The tall and thin man sighed and said, then he put away his guard and said to Yuxiao, "I'm really sorry just now, but I just wanted to experience the strength of the generals from the true empire. I hope you don't mind. Let's take over. Come down, let's talk about joining the world government." Just thinking about the problem in one brush stroke, Yuxiao didn't have any ideas at the moment. There is no problem in joining the world government, but we have to let other people come over and talk to us about this matter. Yuxiao had a serious expression, and then he took out the knife in his hand. It looked like he was just waving it casually, but he softly shouted, "Gravity knife, tiger." The moment the voice fell, the gravitational field in front was immediately greatly affected. Even the earth began to crack at this moment. However, the strength of the other people was obviously not as simple as it seemed. The tall and thin man pulled up the side. The man in the white mask had moved out of the attack range in an instant. But the man with the braids was not so lucky and was directly attacked, but at this time, none of their companions were worried about such a thing. The remaining 4 people quickly surrounded Yuxiao. Now that the situation has been discussed, there is no need to continue chatting at all. The two groups also began to engage in an imminent battle. Be careful, this guy's strength cannot be underestimated. Please wait a moment one by one and be sure not to die. The tall and thin man shouted to several other companions casually, the disdain in his eyes was already obvious. He didn't believe that with the power of 5 people, they wouldn't be able to defeat a blind man in the end. The first attack was over. In the end, it only hit a man with braids. But from their expressions, no one looked sad. Sure enough, within a short while, the braided man crawled out from the ground again. Apart from a little dirt on his body, nothing unusual was found, not even injured. Feeling the current situation with his own experience, Yuxiao finally felt some inexplicable pressure. The people on the other side were obviously all devil fruit users, and each one was weirder than the last. Among these 5 people, there is also a swordsman. He looks like a mute. He wears a black mask with some white stripes showing on it. Among these people, he is the only one who looks relatively normal. This group of people has definitely provoked the wrong opponent. Yuxiao's knowledge and domination can already predict the future. Even if there are many of them, what use will they have? As long as they are in an invincible position, they can always think of ways to deal with these people. 5 people formed a circle with Yuxiao in the middle. The man with the pigtails was the first to attack. He rushed forward suddenly, and the pigtails on his head instantly turned into something like a straw, flying quickly in the direction of Yuxiao. Passed. But such an obvious action could not cause any kind of attack at all. Before he arrived, Yuxiao thrust the knife in his hand into the ground and shouted, "Gravity knife, endless hell!" In an instant, a 10-meter radius around Yuxiao sank directly into the ground. Only the place where he stood was left, with a cylinder-like earth support under his feet. Everything around him sank into the ground. The pit suddenly became like an abyss, and it was impossible to see where the bottom was. But this attack only brought the braided man in. The other people began to retreat the moment they felt it. This time, they were separated by nearly 200 meters. "Shui Mao, you stay on the outside. You have the weakest attack power and no defense. Don't let that old man take advantage of him. Otherwise, he will kill you." Chapter 223 The Surprising Fruit of Time. Up to this time, this group of CP personnel did not seem to regard the General Yuxiao as their opponent at all, and even made fun of him. In other words, they were too confident in their own strength. Yuxiao was standing alone at the top of the bottomless pit, with only one pillar under his feet, but he was not too anxious, and his expression and attitude were almost the same as those of the tall and lanky man. "Everyone, I think the people in the world government asked you to come here because they didn't want to start a war with our Toru Empire, right?" Yuxiao directly inserted the knife in his hand into the scabbard, and asked the people around him with a natural expression. "I wonder what General Yuxiao is talking about? The world government does not have any thoughts of war with the Toru Empire, but there are some things that need to be investigated clearly," the tall and lanky man said. "Since everyone is already here, why bother saying such hypocritical words?" Yuxiao said. But after he finished speaking, he pulled out the knife in his hand again, but this time it was different from before. He raised the whole knife directly high, and then suddenly dropped it and inserted it into the scabbard. This scene had a huge impact on the surrounding people. Personally, I was a little surprised and didn't understand what the other party meant. But at this moment, the tall and lanky man as the leader had already discovered that something was wrong. In just a moment's reaction, he shouted directly to several other people, "Quick, kill him!" Although several other people didn't know why, they still rushed forward together. It's just that at this moment, a gravity space has been formed around a small area with a radius of at least 100 meters. Even if this group of people is relatively powerful, they will still be affected a lot within this range. Except for the man in the white mask who ate the psychedelic fruit, everyone else started to smile instantly. In fact, others still don't understand why they are so anxious, but in less than 10 seconds, several people discovered something that shocked them at the same time, that is, 5 or 6 meteorites appeared above their heads, heading towards them. He fell towards himself. This scene made even the relatively powerful beings like them feel dumbfounded. At the same time, they finally understood why their captain asked him to start besieging this blind man. At this moment, the tall and thin man no longer tried to hide his strength at all. He put his 2 hands together, and as they slowly pulled them apart, a clock was suspended between the 2 hands, and with a swinging sound, when the tall and thin man a person shouted softly, "Time lag!" the entire area was suddenly covered by a colorless light wave. For the next second, everyone kept their original movements, and some people were even suspended in the air without falling. Even the meteorites that are about to fall from the sky will remain suspended there without making any movement as long as they reach the designated area. The Superman clock fruit can also be regarded as a bug among Superman fruits. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a time fruit. The only drawback is that this thing has its own limited range and can stop time. Although time has stopped, everyone can still maintain their consciousness. After Yuxiao felt this state, his first feeling was that he was really too careless this time. This kind of fruit ability simply makes other people despair, and this thing is much more powerful than any natural fruit ability. A thing that can stop time without being affected by itself, this thing can definitely kill everything instantly. After time stopped, let alone attack, even defense was impossible. However, devil fruits with such bugs also have their own absolute flaws, which is that in the process of exerting devil fruit abilities, a person with devil fruit abilities is no different from an ordinary person. It was precisely because of this situation that the tall and thin man took out a dagger from his arms, but he was standing on the edge of the abyss. At this moment, he could not jump over, after all, there was still dozens of meters away. While the devil fruit was being developed, even the moves he had learned before were completely useless at this moment. This seemed to be the most helpless part of this devil fruit. However, the people staying in this place are not just Yuxiao fighting them alone, there are also several people hiding in the dark. Chang Niu, who was hiding in the space, felt a wave of emotion when he saw this situation. He had a space fruit and was already a bug-like existence. He didn't expect that the time series of devil fruits would appear. No wonder the other group of people were so confident. In this country now. Abena, go and test the edge of this time devil fruit's ability. At this moment, Abena was also pulled by Chang Niu and hidden behind the space. The two of them would not be attacked in any way. The purpose was to see what this group of CP personnel wanted to do. And for the first time when Yuxiao was attacked by a psychedelic fruit, Chang Niu secretly helped him directly to unravel these illusions. Although these CP personnel may all have shortcomings in terms of strength, if their devil fruit abilities are taken individually, they are comparable to generals. It is relatively normal to think that the hidden personnel of the world government can have this strength. Abena did not refuse Chang Niu's arrangement. The next second he jumped out of the space, and then slashed directly at the tall and thin group of people. The black sword light carried domineering power and began to sweep towards their group of people along the ground. However, when it was about 100 meters away from these people, the sword light stopped directly at this moment and maintained the original state. It can also be determined from this that the opponent's time fruit control ability is within a 100-meter radius of him. Otherwise, it will not cause a wider range of effects. I really didn't expect there to be someone else here. The tall and thin man smiled disapprovingly, but the man in the white mask who had been standing outside suddenly shouted at Abena. Although this guy's devil fruit ability is very good, the key is that he has no real strength. Let alone a general, I am afraid that as long as he can find a way to suppress the devil fruit ability, even an ordinary person can kill him. But for Abena and Chang Niu, who watched their performance throughout the whole process, they have almost figured out the abilities of these people. Chapter 224 Who is strong and who is weak? The white-masked male Kong has devil fruit abilities, but his own attack attributes are not strong, and it can even be said that there is no such thing at all. But his devil fruit ability is indeed a bug for ordinary people, especially for large-scale attacks in the army. It can definitely cause serious and fatal effects. This reminded Chang Niu, who was hiding behind the scenes, of what he used to be like. It was the first time he fought against CP personnel. There was also such a person on their side, but so far, the opponent's devil fruit had already been in his on the body. He didn't expect to encounter the same person this time, so the only thing Chang Niu could think of was their personnel arrangement. If it weren't for the fact that these people were too powerful and too arrogant, the team between them would be if the cooperation level reaches the level of the members of the Special Forces team of the Toru Empire. Even if this group of people can deal with one Yonko, it probably won't be a big problem. But their mistake is that everyone likes to fight alone and is eager to show that they leave the weakest one at the end so that others can take advantage of it. The tall and thin man had obviously discovered this, but now he was on the verge of death, and both attacks were already suspended there. If he removed the power of time at this moment, not only would the meteorite above his head directly hit his team members, but they would also be suspended. The attack from Abena on the periphery will also fall on them. However, if the power of time is not removed, the man in the white mask who is just outside the power of time will have almost no hope of survival. Abena, don't kill him. Chang Niu stayed in the hidden space and used the power of the psychic fruit to directly communicate with Abena, who was preparing to attack. His blade was ready to chop the opponent's head, but in the next second it was slightly deflected. By the time a stream of light hit him, more than half of the white-masked man's shoulder had been cut off in an instant. Ah! Listening to the man in the white mask falling to the ground and covering his shoulders, he kept shouting. However, his life was not in any danger at the moment. He had only suffered some serious injuries. Abena was still on the periphery watching the situation inside. If Yuxiao was not surrounded by abyss at this moment, he was alone inside, and the tall and thin man with the time fruit ability did not have any other strength after releasing the ability. It is estimated that this general will also die directly in the hands of the opponent. But as this scene appeared, the tall and thin man inside was obviously a little angry. He held a dagger in his hand and stared at Abena standing on the outside with increasing intensity, as if he wanted to kill him directly in the next second. But the ability of the time fruit not only affects the people on the periphery, but also affects the situation when he stays inside. Except for himself, all other attack languages can be affected to varying degrees. Even if he stays inside and yells to the outside world, his voice will still stay within the scope of the power of time. At the moment when he was still angry, the smile that had been in the power of time suddenly disappeared. The tall and lanky man didn't even notice this. He was still looking at Abena on the periphery, but other teammates who were affected by the time could not believe what they were seeing. In less than 10 seconds, Yuxiao had already appeared outside the control of the power of time. What he only controls is the power of time in this space, and it cannot affect the normal operation of other spaces. That's why at the moment when he wasn't paying attention, Chong Nyo directly used the power of space to drag Yuxiao from another space. Come out! When the tall and thin man turned his head and angrily prepared to attack Yuxiao, he realized that the other party was not here now. In the process of confusion, Yuxiao was already standing on the periphery, looking at the situation of several people inside. Haha, General Yuxiao, it seems that there should be nothing wrong with you. Abena smiled and started walking in the direction where the smile came from. From the beginning to the end, Chong Nyo was hidden in the space and did not show his face. After all, if he participated, the nature would be completely different. The tall and lanky group of people are now completely trapped. 2 attacks have been suspended above their heads. Once he cancels the scope of the power of time, these attacks will also fall directly on them. Abena is no longer what he used to be. That domineering attack can seriously damage them, not to mention the meteorite attack suspended above their heads. Abena, this old man is really careless this time. I didn't expect that the other party could actually possess the power of time and the superhuman clock fruit. I really don't know where the world government got so many good things from. There was no smile, and his face remained solemn. If it weren't for a relatively deep abyss around him, he would have definitely died at the opponent's hands at this moment. General Yuxiao, what should we do with these people? They are still restless after coming to our true empire. I really don't know what they are thinking. Abena asked in a cold voice. The Toru Empire has developed to this point. Although it knew that it could not bypass the world government, it did not expect that the other party would be so casual and dare to directly target the imperial generals in its own country. At this moment, the tall and thin man no longer looked as arrogant as before. He walked to the edge of time, stepped out, sighed deeply, and said to the 2 people not far away, 2 generals, our CP department does not want to have any disputes with the true empire. As long as General Yuxiao removes his meteorite attack, I am now willing to communicate with the people above on the conditions you just mentioned. Do you think the true empire is a place where you can come and leave whenever you want? You are still talking so lightly now. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Abena said with a mocking look on his face. Is it possible that you really want to fight to the death with the world government? If you, the Toru Empire, can compare with the world government, it's nothing. Now the initiative is in our hands, but your coming to the true empire to do whatever you want will arouse the dissatisfaction of our king, so in addition to the conditions just now, add another one, that is, after the world government agrees, through World Economic News informs the whole world. Yuxiao opened his mouth and said directly. Chapter 225 Negotiation. After hearing Yuxiao's words, the tall and thin man realized that since the other party was willing to give in, there was really no need for him to bother with others. More importantly, how did Yuxiao leave the scope of the power of time just now? This is what makes the tall and thin man more confused. So it can only mean one thing. His power of time cannot trap the 2 individuals. Maybe there is something hidden behind this that they can't expect. Under the mask, the tall and thin man licked his lips and reluctantly picked up the phone in his arms. He didn't know which one to call anyway. But after a while, the tall and lanky man took a few steps towards them and said, the higher-ups have agreed to your request, and will notify the World Economic News to designate the true empire as a first-level franchise country. You don't need to buy paying the heavenly gold, we can also open a passage to the Red Earth continent for you, and at the same time, ships flying the flag of the true kingdom can pass without obstacles, but Halashi's technology is not good. Then we will communicate after seeing the contents of the World Economic Report. You just stay here and take care of yourself. Yuxiao didn't say anything. Whether Halashi's skills would be given to them or not could only depend on their own performance. Anyway, his time power would not have the slightest impact on the people of the true empire. Etc. Seeing that the two of them were about to turn around and leave, the tall and thin man shouted directly at them. The power of time cannot last forever. For these people, they can only block Abana's attack with their instantaneous ability, but for the meteorites above their heads, it can still kill them. What else have you not said? We have the patience and are not in a hurry. I hope you can think it over yourself. Abana turned his head and said. Haloshi's technology cannot be given to you. Although I don't know where you got the information from, but since you can bring it up, you should be able to think that even if we all die here, Haloshi's it's impossible for the technology to be leaked, so you should come up with some other reasons, and I'll try to see if I can communicate with the boss again. The tall and thin man said. Are you sure? Yuxiao also turned to look at the tall and thin man and asked. Yes, as long as you provide a reason and there are no big problems, we can communicate. The tall and thin man said again. That teammate of yours is dying now, but the dignity of our Toru Empire cannot be trampled on by anyone, especially as a general of the Toru Empire like me. Our Toru Empire can do without Haloshi's technology, but he can't. Hey? I didn't expect it to be so simple. If you want to take this useless thing, just take it away. The tall and thin man obviously just wanted to protect himself at this moment. As for the man in the white mask, he only has the power of the psychedelic fruit. The key point is that it doesn't play a big role. Being able to replace a few people present with him alone can be considered completely worthwhile. Abana, take the people and leave. Yuxiao said, and then used his own ability to directly remove the power of the meteorite suspended above these people's heads. Abana stood there with a puzzled look on his face. You are a general when you smile, and I am obviously the same. Why would a general ask me to do such a thing? Especially the guy lying on the ground who is now half dead. What use can this person be? The key is that His Majesty the King will not let him kill him, which makes Abana a little curious. But curiosity was curiosity, and he did not refuse other things. The guy lying on the ground with half of his shoulders missing could no longer even scream. His whole face was pale, and of course he couldn't be seen. What does his face look like? But at this moment, the person was lying there upright, and the next second it seemed that he was about to belch. After the lanky group of people stopped being attacked by meteorites above their heads, the next second he suddenly withdrew the power of time, but the braided man had been staying at the bottom of the pit, but the next second he appeared instantly and withstood live this huge attack from Abana. Although I don't understand why this guy didn't die, it is clear that he has just been attacked. 1 second he was still underground, and the next second he was pulled up to withstand such a huge attack. Although this attack did not directly kill him, it still made him feel uncomfortable. He kept yelling. Because at this moment, his whole body had been divided into 2 parts starting from the waist, but there was no blood flowing out from the wound. When other teammates spliced the 2 parts of his body together, this man maintained his previous appearance. It looks like a lively and energetic tiger. It's really troublesome. Abana picked up the white-masked man who was still dripping with blood. He didn't know whether this guy could insist on returning to the palace for treatment. For a guy who was about to die, he really didn't understand why Yuxiao was so stubborn. Want this thing? Now that you are free, please leave the true empire and don't do anything else in our country, otherwise you will not have any chance to leave this country. Another thing is, since we have joined the world government, I hope that our true empire can also obtain the rights of the countries that join the world government. Yuxiao stood there and said with a cold expression. You can rest assured about this. Since you have joined the world government, you will naturally be one of our own from now on. However, one thing worth reminding is that I hope that your true empire will not go too far in the future and maintain your status quo. This world has so far, or the world government has the final say. The tall and thin voice said with the same sneer. Abana, let's go. Yuxiao turned to Abana, who had already picked up the man in the white mask, and said calmly. They did not choose to enter the space directly, but instead walked forward step by step. But the faces of the group of CPS standing behind them suddenly turned cold at this moment, and even all of them were extremely angry. However, the reason for this group of people's anger was not that they had lost their companions, but that they did not expect true now. The Empire is so powerful that even a few of them can't deal with 2 people? Captain, the water cat has been taken away, what should we do next? I suggest using the demon-slaying order directly to wipe the entire true Empire off this map. The man in the red striped mask said to the tall and thin man. Are you stupid? Do you think the current Toru Empire can be solved with just a demon-slaying order? Or do you think their navy is really just a decoration? Those warships of theirs have been studied by the people above, and even the technology, the level of development is no worse than the navy's technology. Chapter 226 The Secret of Devil Fruit. Hearing what their captain said, this group of people are even more angry now. As the most high-end team in CP, they will always get such arrogance wherever they go. They have always been the only ones with high standards. He spoke to others angrily, but this time he was forcibly put in a fight by the two of them. The tall and thin man stood there and took a deep breath. He had no intention of letting this matter go, but what could he do at this moment? Everyone understands that neither the world government nor the navy can send large-scale troops to fight the true empire. Even if a few of them die here, this situation will not happen in the short term. Now we can only endure this silently and look for opportunities to counterattack them. With a smile, the two of them disappeared from the sight of the tall and thin CP people, and the next second they appeared in the palace. Changyo had already prepared for them, and this time it was a near miss. No one expected that CP0 members would be so powerful. Compared with the previous CP2, they were simply not on the same level. Above. The two of them were no longer surprised when they just appeared here. On the contrary, it would be a surprise if they really walked back to the palace. Your Majesty, hurry up. This guy on my shoulder is going to die soon. As soon as he came back, Abena quickly put the guy on his shoulder on the ground, then stood up and shouted to Changyo who was sitting there. No hurries. Changyo said nonchalantly, but at this moment, Gagoya had already walked up with a plate of fruit in his hand. After she put the plate of fruit on the table, Changyo just glanced at her slightly, and Gagoya started to walk outside in a sensible manner. Anyway, there is no need to worry about the guy lying on the ground dying like this for a while, but with the bleeding and serious injuries, he will definitely not be able to hold on for long. I wonder why Your Majesty insists on this person? Now that he is dying, does Your Majesty have other plans? Yuxiao also asked curiously. After all, the last condition attached was this guy, but the order was requested by His Majesty the King sitting in front of him. Even Yuxiao, who had traveled through most of the pirate world, couldn't understand his thoughts at the moment. Perhaps General Yuxiao will understand next. Changyo said leisurely, and then his right hand glowed with blue light. With a slight tap of his fingers, the surrounding area was suddenly enveloped by a blue barrier. Amidst the curiosity of the two people, Changyo casually flicked the guy lying on the ground still wearing a white mask. The blue light spot in his hand suddenly turned into a transparent space arrow. In an instant, in the meantime, the guy who was still breathing slightly turned his head and fell to the ground, completely stopping any signs of life. Immediately afterwards, one of the fruits placed on the table, one of the grapes, began to change color in an instant. The colorful purple light directly turned the fruits in the entire tray into a completely different scene. Seeing this scene, Abena's face was full of disbelief. Although he couldn't see the scene in front of him with a smile, he could still sense the changes in the devil fruit. His Majesty the King is actually able to extract devil fruit. The smile that had always been calm was now completely shocked. Not to mention Abena, who was standing aside. His jaw had dropped to the ground, his eyes had popped out, and he could not be described as surprised in his heart. I'm afraid you haven't learned about the properties of devil fruits yet. Sit down, I'll take this opportunity to tell you about it. Changyo said with a slight smile. While speaking, he had already begun to remove the space barrier around him, and he was still sitting calmly on the sofa. He didn't pay too much attention to the devil fruit on the tray at the moment, but he still reached out and took one. He put the unmutated apple to his mouth and started to bite it. The two people sat across from him with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They had seen a lot about devil fruits and knew a lot about them. However, being able to extract devil fruits was really the first time. Seen for the first time. Your Majesty, who else knows you have this ability? Yuxiao asked quickly as soon as he sat down. Don't worry. Apart from the two of you, only Jun and General are the only ones who know about this matter. In fact, this situation is very simple. You just don't know enough about devil fruit. If you understand it, it is probably for you. It's also possible that it can be done. The specific nature of devil fruit cannot be studied and understood yet, but what I can tell you is that when any devil fruit user dies, the devil fruit in his body will most likely attach to the nearby matching fruit. This kind of the fruits may be apples, bananas, or grapes, but the fruits attached to each devil fruit are almost different. Moreover, the ability of the devil fruit can only be transferred within a specific space. This is why before obtaining the devil fruit, you must first set up a space barrier. I believe you will be able to understand this. Chang Nyo leaned on the sofa and said leisurely. No wonder there are so many devil fruit users in the Toru Empire. Abena sighed. Although he still couldn't understand this kind of behavior, for those devil fruit users who appeared in the Toru Empire, this method it can be considered a relatively good explanation. After all, a small Toru Empire has a lot of devil fruit ability users so far. This kind of situation is rare even in the New World. Such a hard-to-find thing seems to have no effect in this country. A rough calculation by light devil fruit users shows that there are nearly 100 people in this country so far, which is a very unusual situation in any country. Yuxiao sat there stroking his sword in his hand. After Chang Nyo's explanation, he had completely understood it. After all, he had experienced many things, and he was not surprised by such a situation. Combined with these words, he now fully believes that this situation will happen. Now I still have something unclear. I wonder if I can ask His Majesty the King for advice. Yuxiao asked. Chapter 227, Diverting Trouble to the East. Abena, the Navy headquarters doesn't know which general came to the South Blue Sea. You should accompany Junhee to have a look. No matter what means are used, they will not be able to enter Crimea for at least 2 days. The current situation between the two countries, the handover is ongoing and I don't want to cause any trouble. Chang Nyo did not reply to Yuxiao's words, but instead spoke directly to Abena who was sitting next to him. What if there is a conflict between the two parties? What else can we do? You can communicate Junhee's position through the phone bug and send 2 steel battleships there. The necessary force deterrence is still necessary for the true empire at this moment. After listening to what Abena said, Chang Nyo smiled slightly and said again. Yes, Your Majesty. After receiving the order, Abena started walking towards the perimeter without any hesitation. Now they know everything that happens in the South Blue Sea, especially when the Navy sends a general to the South Blue Sea. When they first entered the South Blue Sea, they couldn't hide it from anyone except those who didn't know how many people were on the ship. In addition, we have even figured out where the ship has arrived, how big it is and how many people are on it. At least in the South Blue Sea, few people have seen the arrival of the Admiral. After Abena left, Chang Nyo picked up another fruit, took a bite of it easily, and said while eating, General Yuxiao, what if I said that I ate 2 devil fruits and had 2 powers? Do you believe it? Because Chang Nyo no longer needs to wait for Yuxiao to say it clearly, he already knows what the other party wants to ask. It's nothing more than why Chang Nyo was able to help him come out of the illusion when fighting CP0, and also cracked the opponent's attack method in an instant. So that's really the case. Although Yuxiao had doubts before, thinking about it, this kind of thing is impossible. After all, one person cannot eat 2 devil fruits. This is a topic that everyone knows. It's just that what Chang Nyo said now still makes him feel incredible, but if this kind of incredible is accumulated for a long time, it will become normal. After all, from the beginning to the present, the king of the Toru Empire has brought them too many incredible things. Now even if someone says that he has eaten 2 devil fruits, Yuxiao is only slightly surprised by such a thing. The Kingdom of Crimea has begun to submit a merger agreement to our country, so what should we do next? This country is adjacent to our territory and has a large area. If we take over this country now, the true empire will almost it already occupies 1/3 of the South Blue Sea's land area, and management requires a lot of effort. Yuxiao did not dwell on the topic just now, but directly changed another topic and started talking. This has been arranged in advance. The Kingdom of Crimea does not have a particularly large number of people today, but the advantage of this country is that they are basically located in the plains, which is very suitable for use as a food planting base in the future to protect the country. With the grain income of the people, the entire country has now begun to develop mechanized production. For such a vast land, it can be used as the granary of the entire true empire in the future. Chang Nyo said. I understand, there isn't much going on in the true empire now. In 2 months, I'll decide to go to Sky Island to increase the training level of those soldiers. Yuxiao's right hand touched the handle of the knife twice, and then said leisurely. Okay, but there is one more thing you need to do when the time comes. There is a devil fruit on the Sky Island, a natural thunder fruit. When you arrive, give this thing to Eniro and start assisting him in training. 2 years later I hope to see a guy who can hold up a world. Chang Nyo said with a slight smile. So far, he has not changed too many of the original rules of the pirate world, but this thunder fruit seems to have a great fate with Enel in every aspect, and this thing is very important to Enel. Can also provide him with great help. I will do it. I have already guessed His Majesty the King's plan before. It seems that you have been honing the little guy's character and basic strength before, but now you can indeed achieve this level. Yu Xiao said with the same smile. In just 2 months, the 5 countries surrounding the True Empire have all been merged into the True Empire. In such a short period of time, the original land area of the True Empire has now increased by nearly 4 times. It has completely become the largest empire in the South Blue Sea. The reason why Abana and the others were asked to block the Admiral's progress was to prevent this group of people from reaching the Kingdom of Crimea. This country is still considered a member of the world government, and they had planned to use this country before they began to contain the True Empire, but no one expected that the civil war in a country could be ended within a month. It's normal to think about it. The living conditions that the True Empire has given to today's people have long been the envy of the people in neighboring countries, not to mention that they now have the opportunity to join this country and enjoy the life experience of their country's citizens, and they can living in a place where there were no pirates at all, and where no one died of starvation, attracted not only ordinary people, but also young people who were becoming soldiers in this country. There is no one who does not want to yearn for a better life, and no one wants to live endlessly in this deprived world. So all they can do now is to gather together and become a pile of dry firewood. After others throw torches over, this group of ordinary people can also light up a world. Although the Kingdom of Crimea is stronger than several other countries, the exploitation over the years has completely reduced the credibility of their government. Those who are capable or powerful are those in power who are involved in depriving ordinary people of their lives. Have all been eliminated by the assassins sent by the True Empire. As the wave of resistance grows stronger, the weapons provided by the True Empire have fully demonstrated their value. Chapter 228 Interception of Navy Ships. So now, in just 2 months, the regimes of the 5 surrounding countries have all been overthrown, and they are still in a state of being overthrown by the people of their own country. When this happens, even the world government has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of a certain country, and they voluntarily proposed a merger agreement with the True Empire, lifting their original state status and completely merging it into the True Empire. However, the occurrence of such things has not led to any economic decline in the True Empire so far. Even because of the annexation of a large amount of land area and the influx of a large number of people, the business development of the True Empire has suddenly resumed. Take off again. Today's national finances support the lives of the citizens of these original countries. It is no longer a problem. Even relying solely on domestic industry and commerce is enough to maintain the national economic level of the entire country and reach a relatively high level in the world. Of a level. But this is just the beginning. At this moment above the South Blue Sea, Abana and Junhee each stood on the deck of a giant steel ship, heading in the same direction together. Behind them were nearly 10 warships. These were all sailing warships about the same size as the Navy. All made of wood, and the periphery along the edge of the hull is also covered with gun ports. It's just that the 2 steel battleships use engines for continuous rotation and propeller propulsion, which puts him far ahead of the ships behind them. The purpose of what they wanted to do this time was to intercept the 2 ships coming from the Navy headquarters. Everyone had already thought that these 2 ships were definitely coming for the Kingdom of Crimea, and the surrender of the other country had been completely blocked. It messed up the Navy's just completed deployment, so now it costs so much to send a Navy general here. The situation in the South Blue Sea is now enough to give them a headache. The purpose of once again recruiting the True Empire to join the world government is to prioritize easing the situation on the True Empire's side. But alleviation is alleviation. The True Empire had already guessed their thoughts, so they sent these 2 people with their troops to stop the naval admiral who came to support the Kingdom of Crimea. Standing on the deck of the bow of the ship, Abana was vigilant and kept using his knowledge to sense the position of the 2 Navy ships. In this vast sea, although he already knew the direction of the 2 ships, if it really happened it is really not an easy task to find it. Therefore, for this reason, Abana can only activate the full sense of domineering. Admiral Abana, should we slow down our sailing speed first? The fleet behind us has not caught up yet. In the process of sensing, an adjutant walked behind Abana and asked him respectfully. No, continue sailing at full speed. We haven't found the other party yet. Inform them to sail towards the border of the Crimean waters. At that time, no matter what, they must stop these two naval ships in the waters of the Crimea country. Outside. Abana said seriously. Yes, General. After the adjutant received the order, he immediately took the next step. As for the fleets at the rear who had received orders, they collectively began to turn the rudder in another direction, leaving only the two ships of Abana and Junhee to continue sailing. At present, no one among them is sure who the admiral is. In addition to the above orders, the two of them must directly block it at all costs, at least they must let the navy stop them within the agreed time. Ships cannot enter any part of Crimea. 2 hours later. This can be considered to be before dark, the sun has quietly set, and you can still see something hazy above the sea. But in a certain area of the sea, two naval warships were sailing leisurely. At this time, the sentry responsible for observation suddenly whistled below and shouted, "There are two huge ships directly ahead, everyone be on guard." The words of the observation sentry instantly caused a sensation on the entire ship. Everyone immediately entered combat mode. Then many people began to gather on the deck. Some of them were still holding binoculars in their hands and looking ahead. Case. In addition, some soldiers began to run towards the inside and shouted, "General Sakaski, the two ships directly in front are heading towards us quickly." It is too dark to observe the situation of each other, but it can be roughly identified as the giant steel ship of the true empire. This thing is so recognizable. The deck on the head is almost a sharp triangle, and there is an almost 10-meter-long steel thorn extending from the front end. This thing is only used to receive wireless signals. In fact, it does not too much attack power. But precisely because of this, the giant steel ships of the true empire are clearly identifiable. In the Navy battleship room, the serious person sitting there at the moment is the Navy Admiral Akainu. No one probably expected that the Navy would send this guy here. What's there to panic about? I want to see what those guys want to do. Sakaski stood up with a fierce look on his face. After all, he has not been exposed to any situation in the true empire so far. Even the 4 emperors of the New World and any group of forces he has had conflicts with. The only one is the true empire, which had been on par with the 4 emperors a few months ago, had a rare chance to see what the other party's qualifications were. Walking to the deck, Sakaski quietly looked at the black shadow in the distance. The people who were originally standing on the deck were now at least 1 meter away from him, mainly because the general's momentum was too high, and no one wants to get too close to him. Perhaps because the two teams were too far away, they could only see a blurry black shadow. By observing the outline through the telescope, they could indeed tell that it was the steel giant ship of the true empire, and it was heading towards where they were. Direction to sail over. Sakaski did not have such a good temper. At this moment, his body was already flowing with lava. After the soldiers around him saw it, they hurriedly moved further away. The magma is not only flowing, but also dripping drop by drop towards the deck. Every time it falls, a small black smoke rises from the deck. This ship is made of wooden structure anyway. If it drips for a long time, it may not need anyone else to do it, then the ship can be set on fire by himself. General, the other party hasn't shown its intentions yet, so you can't take action directly. Chapter 229 Confrontation with the Navy. The guy behind said a word, and instantly reminded Sakaski, who was standing in front and was preparing to attack, that this guy who can be an admiral is not without merit. The South Blue Sea True Empire Navy fleet is patrolling here, all ships should stop for inspection. Before the two giant steel ships arrived, the huge loudspeaker on the top of the ship had already begun to sound, which could be regarded as a disguised warning to the other party. Even when they were about 300 to 500 meters away, the huge top-level searchlight began to shine over them. Such a strong light could almost illuminate the entire sea area as bright as day. The powerful light instantly blinded the people on the two naval battleships. Sakaski on the deck suppressed the anger in his heart. Now it is estimated that if someone behind him hadn't reminded him, he would have fired by now. The attack had already been directed towards the opponent. The South Blue Sea True Empire Navy fleet is patrolling here, all ships should stop for inspection. The battleship where Abana was on made a loud noise again. How could they not know who the other party was? This kind of thing is obviously impossible. No matter what the reason is, in the next time, they will at least control this group of people in this sea area until noon the next day. By then, after the Crimean Kingdom and the True Empire sign a merger agreement, even if this group of people arrives, they will have no effect. All personnel are on alert. If their two ships make any movement, fire directly at me. Sakaski shouted angrily to the adjutant behind him. General Sakaski, the warring states marshal has reminded us before he came to try not to have any conflict with the true empire. If you do this, it is likely to cause a war. The adjutant behind him said again. We are now in the South Blue Sea. I am the highest commander here. Marshal Warring States just said to try his best. He did not say that we cannot attack in dangerous situations. Now the other party has blocked our door. Please tell me what to do. Akainu stared angrily at his adjutant, waiting for what he would say next. If he was not satisfied, a reprimand would definitely be necessary. The adjutant had no choice but to do what Sakaski said. Everyone is ready for battle, waiting for the general's order, ready to attack at any time. The adjutant began to give instructions to the people behind him, and everyone entered a state of combat readiness. However, his ship was the only one that entered the attack state. As for the other navy warship, it was still in its original state, but the person sitting on it was an old acquaintance of Chongnyo. It is estimated that they themselves did not expect that as the most powerful vice-admiral in the navy, Garp would not take his own battleship, but also followed here. They could all hear the shouts from the battleship next door where Sakaski was on the ship, and even some soldiers on the ship had begun to prepare for battle. Lieutenant General Garp, should we also enter a state of combat readiness? The speaker was a beautiful woman. She looked about 18 or 19 years old. She was very slender. She was also wearing a navy robe of justice. She had a knife hanging on her waist. She had a ponytail and was wearing red clothes. At least in terms of appearance, she is definitely a beauty. Daotu, why are you so anxious about this? Just drink tea here. They can't fight. The true empire is probably blocking our progress. Even if we pass this level now, there will be others next. Trouble awaits us. Garp was talking as he ate, not taking the situation outside seriously at all. Why are they blocking us? Peach Rabbit asked. You ask me how I know? It probably has something to do with the civil war in the Kingdom of Crimea. Why don't we just sit down and eat a little together and leave the rest to Sakaski? Garp raised his head slightly and said disapprovingly. Lieutenant General Garp, Lieutenant General, he asked you to come here instead of her, didn't you want to be so leisurely? Daotu said helplessly. After all, people are already beside me now, and they are still blocking the tasks of people like me, but as the most powerful person, he doesn't have any opinion on this kind of thing? Daotu. What do you think we can do without eating? Is it possible to go up and fight with others? You have thought too much about this kind of thing. Is it possible that the other party doesn't know who we are? We can also send 2 warships. Coming here has already shown that the other party did it intentionally. We still don't know who the leader of the other party is, so there is no need to draw conclusions so early. Garp said. What about our mission? Peach Rabbit asked. Mission? The main purpose of Sengoku asking us to come here is to show it to the other world government member countries. At least it proves that our navy is still more concerned about the affairs of the member countries. But if it really can't get through, at least we can still have a reason. Garp said. Forget it, let it be what you love. As Jun spoke, he also sat down, then picked up the fruits and biscuits placed on the table and ate them. Everyone above is like this, how can she do this? However, the other ship was still confronting each other at this moment. As it slowly began to approach, the size of the 2 giant steel ships was fully displayed in everyone's eyes. And they are always on alert, with all attack attributes already enhanced. As long as the other party may make any attack, these people will sink these 2 naval warships to the bottom of the sea without mercy. As the sky gets darker and darker, except for things within the range of the light, almost everything else can no longer be seen clearly. Sakaski is still standing on the deck, quietly looking at the 2 steel battleships that are getting closer and closer. When the 2 parties were indeed close enough, the searchlights on the 2 battleships were instantly extinguished, and a general of the true empire stood on the deck of each battleship. This formation not only did not intimidate those who were watching all this. Sakaski even made him look a little excited. True Imperial Navy battleship, we are the headquarters of the Navy's Admiral Sakaski. If there are no problems, please evacuate quickly and do not delay our official duties in the South Blue Sea. On the ship where Sakaski was on, the adjutant also started shouting back with a loudspeaker. Chapter 230 Another Purpose? With the help of the weak light, the 2 parties can still see each other's faces. After all, the distance between the ships on both sides is only about 50 meters at the moment. Such close contact is difficult for such a large ship to pay attention to. A collision may occur. But the giant steel ship of the true Empire has no worries about being hit by a wooden ship. It should be worried about the other parties. It is precisely because of this that Admiral Sakaski's expression is as uncomfortable as eating shit. He can't hit the opponent, and it's boring to scold him. He can only stand up and accept other people's inspections. This kind of situation can't be said anywhere in the world. Even in the New World, we have never encountered such a situation. I'm sorry everyone, the Trudeau Empire Navy patrols the South Blue Sea freely, and all ships need to be inspected, including you. Abena stood at the bow of the ship, smiled and shouted in the direction of Sakaski. At such a close distance, there is no need to use a microphone or speaker at all. On this calm sea, there is no need to be so formal about what can be done by just moving your voice. We are a general warship of the Navy headquarters. The South Blue Sea Empire has no right to conduct any inspections. Get out of the way quickly and don't delay the Navy's mission. The adjutant next to Sakaski once again shouted directly. We have encountered what you said a few days ago. They also said that they were warships from the Navy headquarters, but in the end they turned out to be a ship of pirates. That's why we checked like this. I hope can you all cooperate. This time there was no need for Abena to open his mouth to shout, a guy next to him had already said it seriously. During this period of time, for the people on the true Empire side, they were in no hurry. They could delay it for a while, but they couldn't wait to think of other solutions. Anyway, you don't have to bear any consequences when it comes to quarrels. At worst, you can just apologize openly in the end. The most important thing is that this method is more time-consuming and can complete the task. It is simply the best of both worlds. But Sakaski didn't seem to have that much patience, and kept his eyes serious on the others' two boats from head to toe. When Abena and Junhee showed up, he had already recognized each other's identities. After all, at this moment, the photos of the people above Lieutenant General Toru are still hanging in the office of the Navy headquarters. Although they already have information about these people, there is nothing that can be clearly investigated about the strength of these people. After all, so far, they can only record the strength of General Yuxiao of the True Empire, and the others it's just a mystery so far, but being able to keep pace with General Yuxiao is enough to prove that the opponent's strength is not much weaker. Especially when two generals of the True Empire appeared together at this moment, one can imagine the pressure on the Navy. On another naval battleship, Garp sat on a chair on the deck, leaning there quietly, as if watching a show, not worried at all about the confrontation between the two parties. But Dauto, who was also standing next to him, had a look of doubt on her face and asked incomprehensively, Lieutenant General Garp, the other party actually has two generals here. Should we get involved? Participate? No need, our side has been locked by the opponent for a long time. Just stay here and let Akainu deal with it alone. Garp said leisurely. Locking. Dauto was even more confused and even a little anxious. The Navy headquarters battleship was intercepted. This kind of thing had never been heard of since she joined the Navy, but this time it could make an admiral and the strongest person in the Navy feel helpless. It was really unbelievable. This country is now incredibly powerful, but they seem to have suddenly become stronger. There are many things that need to be investigated, so at this time, there is absolutely no need to have any conflict with the other party. Garp said. Then no one is investigating. I really don't know how he guided you. Do you think the Navy and the world government haven't thought about the things you thought about? The world government had already noticed that something was wrong with this country a year ago, but until now, no useful information has been found, and there is no information on how their giant steel ship was built. After listening to Peach Rabbit's mindless words, Garp said with a speechless and helpless expression. Don't they know? Jun said a little aggrievedly, but then he started to say, why are you always investigating other people? Wouldn't it be better to just investigate the king of the Toru Empire? From Jun's point of view, it is indeed understandable to be able to say such a thing, but the key is that the issues he considers are always from his point of view. Garp suddenly glanced curiously at the woman standing next to him, then started laughing, and said speechlessly, in your eyes, do you think that the king of the True Empire should follow us? Are all the other kings you see the same? Is not it? Peach Rabbit asked in confusion. If it were really that simple, then do you think that according to the character of the world government, this guy can survive until now? But not only is he living well now, but he has also developed his country from a barren area to what it is today. It only took 6 years for it to look like this. Do you know how long it took for the current world government to develop? It took almost 800 years. Have you ever thought about why? Garp sighed. Then they didn't investigate the weakness of the king of the Toru Empire. Dao Tu asked again. About this king of the Toru Empire, Genji Nagano, senior people have discussed it many times. So far, we have never seen the other party take action, but there is no doubt that the other party is definitely stronger than you think. Too many, he is similar in age to you, but definitely above you in terms of strength. A smile that can win over even the navy can win him over as a general in his own country. Not to mention his extraordinary courage, but this courage to recognize people has surpassed the existence of too many people. Chapter 231 A quarrel between the two parties. Garp said calmly that he and Chongnyo had only met once, but the calmness that emerged from the other party surprised him at the time. Thinking back to the past, Garp paused for a moment. Then when he came back to his senses, he looked at Peach Rabbit and continued, "We visited this country many times back then. And there are many navies who are very interested in this country." Impression. At that time, the true empire was almost the same as other countries. Many people lived a life of hunger and barely had any decent clothes, let alone any fishing boats on the coast. In such a country, even pirates cannot be born. This is only a scene of about 10 years. 6 years ago, the true empire welcomed a new king, the current one. The moment he became the king, he had already defied all opinions and directly changed the country's existing development method with a tough attitude, using all his strength to rewrite the history of the Toru Empire using methods that no one can imagine. It's just that not many people paid attention to all this. It wasn't until the war between the true empire and the royal kingdom 3 years ago that they gradually entered the navy's field of vision, mainly because of one thing that made everyone a situation that no one expected has appeared in this country. You're talking about the sixth form of the navy, right? Jun suddenly interrupted. Because she didn't know anything else, she still had some impression of this aspect. Yes, it was because of this matter, because in the navy at that time, there were not many people who mastered these 6 style skills, but in the true empire, there were already many people who could master one or more of the 6 style naval skills. Used in various ways. It is precisely because of this that the navy has begun investigating this country 3 years ago, and the world government has also participated in it. It can be said that all the situations in this country are already well known to everyone, but why is it so strict? Under the supervision of the Communist Party of China, this country was still able to emerge a few months ago. Not only does it have a powerful army, but more importantly, it also has a powerful fleet. Such a state has really shocked the world government and navy. Peach Rabbit stood next to Garp and listened to what he said. For this big girl, she could indeed hear some things about the true empire, but mostly just because of buying products from this country. She had never heard anything about it. I never thought that this country could hide so many things. It went from being a poverty-stricken country to an existence that is now feared by the navy and world governments. She had never thought that one person could develop a place to such an extent, but she was also curious, what did this man who could develop a country to such an extent look like? But thinking about it, Dao Tu suddenly asked, "Lieutenant General Garp, I remember you said at the beginning that we couldn't reach the mission execution place at all. What is going on? Don't you see? They have been quarreling now, and the other party has not made any substantive inspection, nor any other unnecessary actions. It is obvious that it is just to block time. Behind this, there must be something happening that we don't know about." Garp adjusted his chair to a lying position and looked at the stars in the sky nonchalantly. "Then you're not worried about them fighting? You can't fight." Although Sakazuki has a bad temper, he can still distinguish the serious from the serious in this place. The true empire is different from the pirates we have encountered. The people in them are very smart. No matter what they do, nothing can arouse criticism from others, as if everything is done naturally and naturally. Garp slowly closed his eyes. He no longer wanted to listen to the quarrels between those people. Because everyone on the 2 ships was blaming each other at this moment, but there was no substantive action. Although Admiral Sakazuki has a hot temper, he is not mentally retarded. He has already understood the tricks played by the other party. He was angry for a while at first, but now he has returned to the cabin to have a good rest. The same is true for the true empire. There is a delicate balance between the 4 ships on the 2 sides, and no one will take a step forward or backward. But at the same time, although there may not be a war, all preparations must still be done. The dozen or so warships that had originally deviated from their course to the Crimean waters were now quietly approaching them under the cover of night. In the blink of an eye, the night passed quietly. At the moment when the sky was slightly bright, the two parties had already seen each other, but what could they do now? But there were only two people standing on the deck, looking at each other. The rest of the people were lying upright on the deck and sleeping. The two parties had been scolding each other all night, and were already exhausted by now. Moreover, they blocked the two ships and parked them here for the night as they wished. In fact, for the Navy's fleet, it really doesn't matter whether they sail or not. The most difficult thing to stop is probably after dawn. Everyone is well aware of this, so as the sky was slightly brighter, Abena and Junhee were already sitting together. In the cabin, in front of them there was a pile of about the same diameter. A display screen of about 50 centimeters can also obtain some domestic information at the fastest speed through wireless transmission. The group of people from the Kingdom of Crimea who submitted the agreement have already started to set off. As long as they block the whole morning, it means they are done. By that time, there will no longer be a Kingdom of Crimea in the world, and all that will remain is the Crimea region of the true empire. So when it was completely light, the people on both sides stood on the deck again. At this moment, Sakaski no longer maintained the calmness of the previous night. Because just now, he had received a call from the Navy headquarters, requiring him to reach the Kingdom of Crimea within the morning, and he could use any method. At least after getting the reply from his superiors, Akainu still had some confidence. But it was only one night, and at this moment, the sea was completely different from what he knew last night. Chapter 232 Deterrence. Sakaski, who was already full of anger, could only suppress his inner anger after seeing this scene. The number of assembly personnel on the opponent's Navy warships is almost the same as the staffing on our own side. The overall configuration of the 10 true Empire Navy warships has even vaguely surpassed the level of the Demon Slayer order on the Navy's side. With a size of nearly 5,000 people, these two naval warships can completely cause a direct and devastating blow. Not to mention that there are admirals on this ship, even Garp, who has the most powerful navy, is of no use. The other party is not an ordinary person, and there are also two generals of the true empire standing here. Even though their strength is slightly insufficient compared to the top combat power of our own side, they can't stand up to the large number of people on the other side. What exactly do you want? Sakaski suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Abena standing on the opponent's deck and asked. But Abena was not in a hurry to reply to his words. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. At the same time as he raised his hand, the guns of all true Empire ships were completely aimed at these two naval warships, especially the two giant steel ships standing under their feet, located on the front deck. The two huge cannon muzzles were completely aimed at them. After everything was prepared, Abena said leisurely with a slight smile, "General Akainu, we have no other intentions. We just need a routine inspection. The most important thing is that the Taru Empire is ahead. There are military exercises going on in the sea area, and all ships in the South Blue Sea are not allowed to approach." This kind of words was what Chongnyo had just informed them about in the morning, and with this kind of words, delaying it all morning would definitely not be a problem. When Sakaski heard this, his outer body couldn't bear the anger inside. He clenched his fists, but magma was still dripping from his fingertips. This scene cannot be hidden from anyone, especially in broad daylight. Even if they are 50 meters apart, everyone can see them clearly and are even ready for battle. As long as Saka's if General G makes any unusual move, the true empire will directly fire back without mercy. General Akainu, the Toru Empire's military exercises will continue until about 12 noon. At that time, you can do whatever tasks you want to complete. If the situation is more urgent, please inform us. In the South Blue Sea area, especially the soldiers of the Lu Empire are willing to help you accomplish what you want to do. Shunkazu also stood on the deck and began to speak to the angry Sakaski. Wow, haha! Where is that guy from Yuxiao? Why didn't he show up? While the two parties were still communicating, Garp walked out with a sleepy look on his face. He didn't even have the buttons on his body fully buttoned. He walked directly to the deck and started shouting to Junhee from the True Empire. Yesterday, because the sky was relatively dark, Abena did not pay too much attention to who was on the other boat, but when he heard this voice and saw this face, his expression was already quite serious. Surprised, I didn't even think about it, that I would see each other again in this situation. However, Garp was in the same state. When he turned to look at Abena, his eyes seemed to be filled with unspeakable words. The first time I saw Abena's photo was on the day when the True Empire established its navy a few months ago. Abena was sitting in the seat of the True Empire General. Garp never thought that his former acquaintance would actually come to the True Empire, and looking at his current changes, he really felt like he was completely different from before. It's really surprising. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Lieutenant General Garp. If His Majesty the King knew about this matter, he would definitely ask me to say hello to you. Junhee said very respectfully and with a slight smile. Although the two of them had met each other several years ago, at least in his life, the one who heard the name of the strong man the most was Garp standing in front. And his name comes from the mouth of His Majesty the King, the most powerful man in the naval era, Iron Fist Garp, who can make all pirates fearful. Wow, haha, you actually know me, so don't stop us. Our navy still has tasks to do next, so don't let both sides lose face. Garp said. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lieutenant General Garp. The True Empire is conducting a large-scale military exercise, which is expected to last until around noon. Please wait patiently here for a while. After it is over, I will personally inform you. Apologize. Junhee said while still maintaining a respectful manner. Garp sighed directly, with a very helpless expression. He couldn't fight at this time, and he couldn't talk to the other party. It would be okay if they had more people, but the key is that the two ships are really helpless. The kind that confronts the opponent. If the strength of the strong ones here could directly crush the opponent, all this would be easier to say, but they all know that in terms of strength, it is impossible to directly crush them, and more importantly, there must be strong ones waiting behind them. For the True Empire, no matter how slow it is, one day is enough to get here, but their navy is different. If the war falls into a stalemate, it will be completely disadvantageous for them, and if the New World knows that all over the world the Earth is at war with the navy, and the stability of the New World that has been managed so hard to maintain will be disrupted by the situation again. Kabakyu, there seems to be something unknown hidden in the sea ahead. Fire a shot over there to see if there is anything unexpected. Junhee stood on the deck and said leisurely to the adjutant behind him. Yes, General Junhee. This was something that had been arranged a long time ago. After receiving the order, the giant steel ship they were on was originally facing the two navy ships. At this moment, it began to slowly rotate towards another distant sea surface. Bang! A huge sound sounded, and the waves were suddenly bombarded hundreds of meters high by this giant cannon. The attack range was also 1 kilometer away. Such a huge attack can be regarded as a deterrent to everyone in the navy, at least it can make this group of people clear. They knew that the True Empire was not as unbearable as they imagined. When Sakazuki saw this scene, his face turned pale, but he could only show helplessness. Chapter 233 Garp's Secret. Junhee didn't say anything unnecessary, and directly showed them the power of the Navy's steel giant ship. This also warned these people that they were not allowed to leave any area of the sea area at least before noon. A naval admiral, the most powerful man in the Navy, has been blocked here by people from a country so far. It would be completely false to say that he is not angry. Lieutenant General Garp, what should we do now? Peach Rabbit lay on the railing and turned to look at Garp, who was lying there with a look of urgency. Alas! Garp sighed, then slowly sat up, staring at Abena helplessly. Don't do anything here. They are different from pirates and people from other countries. If there is any attack, these people are likely to start a war directly. I will go there first. Garp said helplessly, then suddenly jumped up and stepped in the air, running towards Abena's position. After all the personnel of the True Empire saw this scene, they immediately became alert, and even the muzzles of the guns were all pointed in the direction of Garp. Let down your guard! Abena shouted directly. He knew that Garp didn't intend to start a war when he came over, it was probably just for a chat. The moment he finished speaking, Garp had already landed on the deck of the giant steel ship at Abena's feet, and stared at Abena with a complicated expression. Th2 retreats 500 meters, and all other fleets remain on alert. Abena ordered and said to the adjutant next to him. After he said these words, with just a look, other people behind him had already moved a chair, because there was already one here, and the chair that was moved was obviously for Garp to sit on. After Vice Admiral Garp came up, the security personnel on other decks consciously began to retreat to another direction. In fact, people on the Navy side are also very curious as to why their Vice Admiral ran to the other side's ship. Not only did they not start a fight, but the other side actually ordered a retreat. But on the giant steel ship TH2, Garp opened his mouth and didn't know what to say, but finally asked, "How did you end up in the true empire? There is nothing that cannot be run away. His Majesty the King saved me and gave me such an important responsibility. Staying here may be the best choice." Abena had no unnecessary expression and looked very calm when he said these words. "Why don't you wait a little longer? I have already communicated with the Tianlong people and I will pick you up in a few days. Are you talking about entering the Impel Down city? Then can you think of a way to get me out? Don't be kidding me. I am a pirate and you are a navy. If you had this ability, the eldest sister would not have been so far. Being trapped in that small place and unwilling to take a step all his life, your son wouldn't still know who his mother is." Abena said with a sneer on his face, without giving the other party a chance to say what he said. In fact, for Garp, he also had a bitter look on his face. Taking Abena out of the hands of the celestial dragons was what he was already doing. As long as he sent it into Impel Down City, there was no guarantee that he would be able to do anything else. Let him live the rest of his life there without any torture. But it's too late to say anything now. Did you kill the Tianlong people? Garp asked suddenly, but his tone was not angry, but he was just a celestial dragon, and if he died, he would die. Abena didn't want to say anything more, especially when he recalled the scene of that night. It was almost like last night. Seeing Abena deep in thought and not speaking, Garp asked again, "What is the situation in the true empire? Why do so many strong men suddenly appear? Do you have a special military base for training these people? And what kind of strength is Genji Changno?" This time, Garp came not only to chat about old friendships, but more importantly, to explore the strength of the true empire. The family relationship between the two is no longer easy to resolve. After all, the gap between them is still there. Garp is not interested in this. This thing is even more helpless. Ah! Abena sneered again, his eyes full of disdain and said, "Don't ask about the true empire. Even if I tell you, what will happen? The true empire does have military bases. But it is impossible for any of you to guess where this place is. It is even more impossible to find it. It is a place that no one in the world has thought of. The other thing is the strength of His Majesty the King. You have never seen him take action, and neither have I. As for the extent of his strength, who can guess such a thing? Abena, have you ever thought about coming to the Navy again? I will definitely give you the position of Lieutenant General. Why do you want to get involved in the affairs of the South Blue Sea?" Garp said earnestly. The main reason is because he believes that the Taru Empire's thoughts are definitely not as simple as they appear on the surface. Whether it is from a military or commercial perspective, combined with the current actions of the other party, it is definitely not as easy to satisfy as seen in the eyes. Almost every move of this country today is well known by the Navy. In addition to not knowing their core military secrets, they also have no idea about the future direction and mentality development of this country. The Navy has already made preliminary speculation and planning. Otherwise, the Navy Admiral would not be sent to the South Blue Sea to support the Kingdom of Crimea this time. In Garp's understanding, he felt that in the future, whether it was the world government or the Navy, they would definitely go to war with the true empire. It was just a matter of time. Abena took a deep breath and said, "The true empire is much better than you imagined, but you have never looked at this country seriously. If you can, I suggest you take some time back and don't treat yourself as a naval officer. Coming here as a general can also give you a real feel for the current state of the country. As for the Navy you mentioned, I think it is better to forget it. It is a place without any human touch at all. It is better to stay in this country and do something you can do. It's all up to you. I really don't want to see that one day in the future we will be on opposite sides." Garp shook his head slightly and said. Chapter 234 Heading to the True Empire. Garp, who was directly criticized by Abena, didn't know what to say better. Where is the time now to teach others a lesson? His son has become the first person in this world to fight against the world government and the Navy, which can be regarded as a hidden thorn in his heart. For a long time, Garp didn't know how to face or speak, so he could only stand up silently and said with some frustration, "Go back. Although I don't know what the hell your true empire is doing. But I hope we won't do anything to embarrass each other in the future. Don't worry, old man." Abena said with a smile. After the two parties were safe, they quietly maintained the status quo. The two naval warships could only choose to dock here, but everyone could guess what the other side would do when they started to release the ship. The matter has been done long ago, why do we need to wait for people like myself to deal with it? It's not that the Navy is timid, the most important thing is that it can't go to war with it now. No one has figured out the specific situation of the true empire. Do they still have hidden strength? No one knows this. The chaos on the sea has finally calmed down. Once the Navy or the world government starts a fight with the true empire, no one will be left alone in the future. I'm afraid those guys should become active again one by one. When the two sides were in a stalemate until noon, the warships on the true empire side began to slowly retreat, without saying hello to the people on the Navy at all. All the fleets began to turn around, leaving only 2 lonely Navy warships docked here. General Sakaski, are we still going to the Kingdom of Crimea? On the naval battleship, an officer next to Sakaski watched them leave and asked Sakaski, who was sitting there without saying a word. Why go there? Everyone has already left, which definitely proves that the Kingdom of Crimea probably no longer exists. What's the use of going there now? Sakaski said angrily. Then, should we turn around and go back? The man asked again, but his voice was already a little cautious. Hey! Sakaski sighed angrily, but before he could say anything, Garp from the other ship shouted directly to them, do you want to go back first, or come with us to the true empire? Take a walk. Lieutenant General Garp, what time is it now, do you still want to visit the true empire? Sakaski stood up angrily and stared at Garp. But his anger was not directed at the other party, but was angry that nothing had been done this time. Furthermore, in terms of status, although Sakaski was a general, compared to Garp's identity and status, I'm afraid there is still a big difference. Wow, haha, Sakaski, why are you so angry about this incident? Don't you want to see what the true empire has become now? Garp said. Lieutenant General Garp, do we really want to visit the true empire? Hearing the shouting, Dao Tu asked expectantly. It's not that far anyway. We're not pirates. This country probably won't refuse us to go. We just went there for a stroll. We've been at sea for so many days. It would be good to go down and replenish supplies. Kapu said with a smile. Really? I heard that there are many good things in the Toru Empire. Then I can go shopping. Dao Tu said excitedly. Anyway, the 2 ships have already begun to follow behind the true empire warships. It only takes 1 day to reach the true empire from here. It will be dark at most when they arrive. Anyway, since they have already arrived. When you come here, you naturally need to take a good look at this place that even the giants of the New World are curious about. As a naval admiral, Sakaski convinced himself that he should go and investigate what was going on in this country, but in fact it was just his inner reluctance that made him choose to go with Garp. Although he was powerful, he could not control his inner thoughts. After all, the Toru Empire was different from the 4 pirate emperors. Even coming here would not affect anything. Anyway, he could just go back and find a reason to get over. In addition, the Toru Empire is a commercial city, and most of the things they use and entertain come from this country. It is no exaggeration to say that the Toru Empire has gradually taken control of the entire pirate world. Nearly 10% of capital flows. Evening time. It was completely dark, but the port was still as bright as day. The docking of the 2 Navy warships did not attract anyone's attention. Even the merchant ships that came together, no one paid attention to them. After all, in the South Blue Sea, the safest place for merchants is the patrol fleet belonging to the true empire. This is the fundamental reason why there is no sign of pirates in the entire South Blue Sea. After the 2 naval warships docked, there were not many people who disembarked. They were just some officers on the ship who followed them away. The remaining people continue to stay on the ship. The Wainan Nuwa port is built at this moment. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most prosperous port in the world. As soon as they got off the boat, a group of people were already a little stunned. The country in front of them had developed to a point where they had to be surprised. After disembarking, there is only one road that can lead to the inside, and from here, you can only enter the true empire through the State Hall. There are hundreds of single passages, and there are 2 staff members standing in front of each passage. But by night, at least nearly half of the passages have been closed to traffic. Garp walked in the front, Peach Rabbit followed closely behind, and was still looking at the surrounding situation. As they entered the gate that only allowed 1 person to pass at a time, the personnel from the True Empire smiled and said to Garp, "Hello, distinguished Mr. Navy, you need to wear True D to enter the True Empire. A specially used bracelet will not have any impact on you, but for devil fruit users, it only limits the ability of the other party, so please cooperate with me. Chapter 235 Suppression Bracelet. But there are simply too many of these things in the true empire. Every businessman coming in or traveling from other countries must wear this bracelet when entering the country. Garp glanced at the other party and asked with some confusion, do all outsiders entering the true empire have to wear this thing? Yes, Mr. Marine, this is a mandatory requirement of our country. It is to prevent people with devil fruit abilities from causing harm to this country. And after carrying this thing, you can freely enter and leave public places in the Ren True Empire. And it will not be blocked. The beauty staff said again. Haha, then take it with you. It's already getting so late. Is there any place we can arrange a place to stay? Garp asked. Mr. Navy, the tallest building next to us is a hotel. After you put on the bracelet, you can go and stay on your own. After hearing what the staff said, Garp didn't dwell on it anymore. He just looked at the hall carefully. It was just a passage. But the entry and exit management in this country is so strict, and there are indeed some things that they have not thought of. Garp stretched out his hand and let the other person put the bracelet on his hand, but this thing did not make him feel any discomfort. On the other hand, it was no different whether it had or not. But now that he has brought them all, the people behind him naturally have no reason to refuse. There were several devil fruit ability users accompanying them, and they were quite surprised when they brought them along. This thing can actually suppress devil fruit abilities without affecting people's normal behavior. Sakaski didn't know what to say at this moment. How could the other party's technology reach such a level? It won't affect you at all, so just leave quickly. It's already so dark. Find a place to have a good rest. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow morning. Garp said as he walked ahead. Others did not pay too much attention to this kind of thing, but after they left the port hall, they began to feel gradually shocked by what they saw in front of them. In the world of One Piece, it is already so late at night, but so many people can still be densely packed on the streets. It is impossible to see such a lively place in any other country. The overall modern buildings and high-rise buildings are all in front of you, and the large-scale commercial complex looks refreshing. Lieutenant General Garp, is it so lively here? Dao said in disbelief. It's really lively. There is no happy expression on Garp's face at this moment, and the faces of the group of people following him are also extremely serious. Even Sakaski, a man, has already felt the influence of the true empire from his life here. It is indeed completely different from other countries. Hello, distinguished naval lords, I am the receptionist at the True Empire Welcome Hotel. You can call me Xiao Mo. By the order of the Lord of the Empire, your rooms have been prepared. You can come with me. Just when they were still shocked by the current changes in the True Empire, a man wearing a suit and tie and a top hat looked very polite and spoke to them respectfully. Which adult arranged it? Garp asked. I'm sorry, I can't tell you about this, but the rooms have been prepared for you. If possible, I hope you can come with me. The waiter said respectfully. General Sakaski, is there a conspiracy in this? The adjutant asked, looking at Akainu. There's nothing to worry about, let's go. The first person to take the lead was actually not Garp, but Sakaski. Although he was also shocked by the changes in the True Empire, after all, when he came to this country, this place looked like a barren land. Let alone the people who can live a prosperous life, a place where people often starve to death, suddenly becomes like this. No matter who you are, you can feel shocked. The group of people arrived at the hotel, and the signboard at the door read True Imperial Welcome Hotel. This can be regarded as a proper national-level hospitality place. But after walking in, they felt what luxury was. The decoration inside was completely magnificent, and this building was all built by devil fruit users. The interior decoration was also extremely luxurious, and it was not particularly far from the port. At a far distance, it is also considered to be the tallest building in the entire True Empire. Can I ask how much it costs to stay here for one night? Dao Tu asked the waiter curiously. It's 150,000 belly every night here. The waiter said. That's okay. With so many people, 150,000 baileys is not a lot. Dao Tu said to himself after calculating. Sorry, I probably didn't make it clear. It's 150,000 belly per person per night. The waiter said again. Are you sure you're not joking? Dao Tu was completely shocked. It cost 150,000 belly to stay here for just one night. This thing could be compared with robbery. Others were more or less shocked. Dao To looked at the smile on the other person's lips and curiously asked again, how many people can stay in your hotel? So far, in addition to the specially reserved rooms, there are still 800 rooms in use, and the rooms you have here today were reserved in advance by the emperor. Otherwise, I am afraid that by this time, there will be no more. Got it. The waiter said. Stop talking so much, arrange a dinner for us first, and then lead us to the room. Sakaski said seriously. Okay, Mr. Marine, please follow me. The waiter said, directly making a gesture of invitation, and began to guide them in the direction. Here, it has completely achieved a modern urban appearance. The whole hotel uses an elevator to rise, and the elevator space is almost the same size as a room, and the height is about 6 meters. Staying here will not make people feel uncomfortable. Any depression? Chapter 236 The Ability of the Bracelet. Let's not talk about whether these people came here in vain this time. Just talking about what they learned was enough to shock them. After eating, these people determined their own rooms. Everyone had a separate room. But after they got the room card, almost everyone changed their clothes in unison, and then walked out of the hotel. No one will deliberately observe them here. As long as they don't cause trouble here, nothing will happen naturally. The Empire will not send special personnel to monitor them. Here, each of them has their own fun to watch. The one who is more out of the ordinary is probably the only woman here, Dao Tu. She seems to be quite curious about the impact of this modern commercial structure. Although she is a rear admiral, but Peach Rabbit still seemed to be full of curiosity about all this. She was walking alone on the commercial street, constantly looking at everything around her, whether it was clothing stores or other things, always looking at it with curiosity. In this kind of place where you can't even see your fingers outside, the light in the royal city is like daylight. Even against the light, the entire royal city looks quite prosperous and lively. I didn't expect that this place would change so much in just a few years. And when did the population become so large? Garp was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, big slippers, and shorts, walking on the street as if nothing had happened. He was not like a woman like Dao Tu, who just wanted to know what this country had become like, but he had to say that the scene in front of him really made him feel the difference in this place. Brother, it seems like you are a foreigner, right? As soon as Garp finished what he said, a vendor next to him shouted curiously what he said. What's the difference between me and you? Garp suddenly asked curiously. It's nothing different, it's just a bracelet on your wrist. The person wearing this is either a businessman or an outsider. The merchant said with a smile. So that's it. Garp glanced at the bracelet on his hand and said with a nonchalant smile. But then he looked at the merchants and asked curiously, how do you collect taxes in this country when you do business here? Collecting taxes? There is no such thing. According to His Majesty the King, our business is called petty bourgeoisie. As long as it does not affect the city's appearance, we are allowed to operate at will and do not charge any taxes. However, management fees still need to be paid. Yes. The vendor said with a deeper smile. Management fee? Isn't this thing similar to taxes? Garp said speechlessly. Look at what you said, brother, we can earn more than 300,000 belly a month, but the stall management fee only needs to pay 1,000 berry every month. If this were left in other countries, 300,000 berry would be enough. 50,000 is already very impressive, and the most important thing is that His Majesty the King still sends people to train our technology, but there are some relatively mandatory requirements. The vendor paused here, but it directly aroused Garp's interest. But in the expectant eyes of the other party, the vendor said again, when doing business in the royal city, especially snacks like we do, it is strictly forbidden to pollute the road in the royal city. After you finish doing business, you must leave the place where you are. You are not allowed to leave until the area is cleaned. So that's what you're talking about. But if you don't pay taxes, how will he, the king, get the money? Garp asked. Money? You are looking down upon our Majesty the King. The kingdom has a dedicated Ministry of Commerce. Their main role is to plan commerce and build factories. Now all goods produced and exported abroad are state-owned. In such a large country, in the financial economy, His Majesty the King naturally looks down upon our small money. The vendor said with a smile. It seems you know a lot about this country. Too many to count. I have lived in this country since I was a child, so I must know something about this place. The vendor said. Then you know what this country is like. Before Garp finished speaking, the rubber-like bracelet in his hand began to glow red and began to tighten gradually. There was no need to wait for him to finish speaking. Garp had already realized that the bracelet on his hand was not as simple as he thought. I had never paid attention to this thing before, and just regarded it as a sign of outsiders, but I didn't expect it to have such a function. Let's go, let's go. Your wristband is already red. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about, and don't ask things you shouldn't ask. Our country is very friendly. I hope you can take a look at our country honestly. The development and excitement. The vendor also saw the glowing red bracelet on the other person's hand, and the next moment he already knew what it meant. After all, these people have been trained before taking up their posts, and they are also very clear about the function of the Toru Empire's bracelets. Especially when they encounter people who have some bad intentions for the Toru Empire, the bracelets will automatically sensing his thoughts and creating restraints and warnings. Garp did not continue to ask any more questions. Instead, he began to study the bracelet on his wrist carefully. However, after he tugged on it, he couldn't help but frown. Because according to his strength, he didn't break this thing at once. Even if it was an iron chain or a steel lock, it would not be possible for this situation to happen. As he pulled hard, the bracelet on his wrist once again glowed red, and one direction of the bracelet began to flash with colorful lights. For those who came here for the first time, they had no idea. What does this thing mean? But while he was walking and studying, a group of about 20 policemen ran over at the fastest speed. Everyone immediately stopped Garp vigilantly, as if the other party had done anything dangerous again. They will not hesitate to raise their guns to attack. This gentleman, please come with us. You are now being investigated for violence involving the removal of identification bracelets, as well as inappropriate remarks. A policeman standing in front, wearing a beret on his head, stared at Garp seriously and said. Chapter 237 3 years later. From the moment this group of people appeared, Garp already knew the function of the bracelet. This thing not only can limit people with devil fruit abilities, it can also limit an outsider's attitude towards this country. More importantly, this I don't know what kind of material the thing is made of, it is extremely hard, and even if you use brute force, it will attract the police. Looking at Garp's smiling face, the dozen or so people who came over were also meticulous. After all, almost every time they met, they were people who said such things. You don't need to say these words now. We are just conducting a routine investigation. Could you please come with us? Said the policeman standing at the front. I know you're General Abena. Garp was already a little unhappy. After all, these people were too high-minded and didn't take his explanation seriously at all. Then wait a moment. The policeman at the front said, and then took out a phone bug from his arms. He didn't know who to call anyway, but after chatting for a while, he quickly ran back and said seriously to Garp, forget it this time. But the bracelet in your hand is a sign of outsiders in this country. I hope you can take it seriously. This thing will not be damaged, but if you pull it with brute force, it will explode when it reaches the limit. Even if you are a relatively strong person, at least it is certain that you will definitely not be able to save this hand. After the policeman finished speaking, he waved his hand and told everyone to start retreating. Garp stood there helplessly. He didn't know that there were so many rules here. It felt like a living discrimination against outsiders. It was already so disappointing that he was not in the mood to go shopping anymore. Anyway, there wasn't much meaning in shopping anymore. But the lively atmosphere on this main street will not stop just because someone is missing. This group of Navy just rested here for a night and witnessed what the true Empire looks like today. At noon the next day, they had already hurried back to the ship. After starting the voyage, all the people who went to True Country last night had gathered together. Garp was still the same, lying there eating snacks, not taking this group of people seriously at all, let alone his own image at the moment. Sakazuki looked serious. He looked around at everyone and said, tell me about what you saw and heard yesterday. I think the true Empire is great. You don't have to worry about anything dangerous happening on the street, and there are a lot of delicious and fun things to do. Dao Tu said with some unfinished meaning. After a night of shopping, she didn't know how many Baileys she had given away, but what she got in exchange was a large bag of things, and even when she came back, someone else helped carry them onto the boat. But after she finished speaking, no one paid attention to her. The deputy general sitting next to Sakazuki thought for a moment and said, we can't find anything at all. As long as it exceeds a certain limit, it will be over in less than a while. If someone comes over, they will not conflict with us, but we are prohibited from entering some other areas. It's like this group of people can predict our location in advance. No matter how we go, we will be stopped by them in the end. Others started to say the same thing. Wow, haha, the problem was with your bracelet yesterday. I have also encountered this situation. I didn't expect this country to have such thoughts. It is indeed quite good. Garp, who was lying on the lounge chair, laughed. Perhaps this laughter was to cover up his embarrassment last night. After all, it was the first time he encountered such a thing which made him speechless. Sakaski's face was livid, and he himself did not get any valuable information. Although the bracelet can inhibit devil fruit abilities, it does not affect the other strengths of devil fruit users. But even so, Akainu also encountered a similar situation to them. After finally going to this country, everyone just took a look at the current changes in this country, but in the end no one got useful information. For this group of people who often hover on the edge of war, this trip did seem a bit frustrating. Lieutenant General Garp, you will be responsible for the next report to Marshal Warring States. I don't want to report such a shameful thing. Sakaski said angrily. This is your general's business, I won't care about it. Garp said. Humph. Akainu was stunned for a moment, feeling as if he had already guessed what Garp would say, but he still snorted and jumped back to his battleship. A naval admiral, a being with the most powerful navy, came to the South Blue Sea for a mission. He didn't even see the appearance of the mission and had already started to rush back in despair. This kind of situation even in the New World, it's impossible to appear, but he really did appear here. If they were in the New World, they could fight even if they met the 4 emperors, but this time they were facing a country. Without the forced order of the world government, if the navy casually attacked a country, it would be directly and completely affecting the future credibility of navies and world governments. It's not that they don't want to take action, but it's just that if they take action, it will be of no use. No one dares to confirm what kind of ending it will end up with. But this incident has awakened them, at least letting these people know that the true empire is not as weak as they thought. The boring time is always short-lived. Whether the navy stays here or leaves, the true empire continues to develop as usual, without any changes or other circumstances due to anything. Time continues to change, but nothing can stop the development of the revealed empire. Unknowingly, 3 years have passed since the early stage. During these 3 years, the true empire has maintained a low profile. Even though spies from the navy and the world government have been wandering around this country, they did not dare to make any mistakes. Moves and extraordinary actions. In 3 years, it was not only the business and military of the true empire that changed, but more importantly, the country's land area. Chapter 238 Taru's Secret Revealed. After letting CP0 go 3 years ago, the true empire has become a veritable world government-affiliated country, and has also been recognized by the world government as a first-level affiliated country. In order to stabilize the situation of this country, they made a request. The world government almost all agreed, except of course Haloshi's technology. After becoming a member of the world government, although it will be restricted in some aspects, it will bring incomparable benefits. At least in the expansion of this country, it can be justified a lot. The most powerful country in the South Blue Sea, and even the most powerful single country in the world, this is already recognized by all countries in the entire pirate world. Even pirates do not dare to plunder supplies belonging to the Toru Empire, but any merchant ship flying the flag of the Toru Empire will be avoided by all pirates as much as possible. After 3 years of development, Toru Empire's business has almost reached a point of disorderly expansion. In just 3 years, almost 40% of the entire pirate world's funds have come from Toru Empire. Flow through hands. This situation has long made the world government jealous. After all, this country has earned so much, and in the end, it does not need to hand over a dime of heavenly gold. This is what makes them angry. At the same time, almost half of the CP department under the world government is in the Toru Empire. The purpose is to investigate the unknown side of the Toru Empire. However, during the past 3 years, they did investigate. But the results of the investigation made everyone feel like their tongues would drop to the ground. Navy headquarters. Still the same, the image of the seagull looks so pure and fair. However, in the conference room at this moment, whether they were lieutenant generals or generals, everyone had gathered here. There were almost 100 people, and everyone was sitting quietly, maintaining the sense of shock in their hearts. Even Garp, who had always been doing nothing, felt like the sky was falling after he got the news. What do you think of this news? The world government sent out so many departments, and it took so many years to finally get the location of the true Empire military training base. Tell us what you think. Sengoku stood on top and frowned. Said. Because just now, he had announced the situation of the true Empire to everyone. What no one expected was that the military base of the true Empire was actually located on an empty island above the Grand Route. This really surprised everyone. Then the next situation that arises is how these people got up. With this question, the first person to raise it was he. She had a ponytail and no trace of vicissitudes of life could be seen in her old age. Has the world government investigated how they got to the Sky Island? And is this news true? The news has been confirmed. Their military base is indeed on an empty island. As for how everyone got up there, it has not yet been investigated, but there will definitely be a result that we can't think of. Warring States closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Said in one breath. Now the new world has finally been stable for several years. They have used so many methods to kill all their living power outside the new world. But unknowingly, what everyone did not expect was actually behind them. A country's strength gradually increases, and to a situation where they may be out of control even if they fight alone. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly became uneasy. After investigating for so many years, they finally obtained the opponent's military base information, but it was almost completely useless to these people. The higher UPS like them all know that Sky Island is a place where these people can also reach if they go up to it. However, if a large number of key people go up, they can only think about it, and it is impossible to do it at all. It is precisely because of this that these people are so surprised. How did the true Empire achieve this level? You all tell me your opinions. The Toru Empire has indeed played a big role. No wonder there is no news at all after so many years of investigation. Warring States asked again when everyone was silent. But what can we do now even if we know it? We can't get to the Sky Island at all. Even if 1 or 2 people go up, what role can it play? Since the other country can let so many members enter the Sky Island, it has been proved that people have a way to control the way to the empty island, and it is also a way for large-scale people to go up. Has the world government told you how they found out the secret of the Trudeau Empire's Sky Island military base? Garp opened his mouth and asked. I didn't say it, because after the news came out, no CP member could get out of the Toru Empire alive. Sengoku said. These bastards now dare to openly kill people from the world government. Sakazuki said with a serious expression. The true Empire is currently a first-level member country of the world government, and it has been announced before that the world government does not allow anyone to explore everything in this country, so even if they kill CP members, the world government can only treat it as if you don't know, or don't have this matter. Lieutenant General, he replied to Sakazuki's words. I feel that now is not the time to worry about these things, but how to curb the development of this situation. The military strength of the true Empire is getting stronger day by day, and now it is no longer under the control of the world government and navy. The most important thing is that it is located in the South Blue Sea. This country has a stricter and more confidential management system than the 4 emperors at sea, and in terms of combat methods, it is not inferior to the navy at all. What's more important is the opponent's advanced science and technology, which has disrupted all steps of our navy. Even if the navy places military bases in the South Blue Sea, it has no effect. It is time to attack it from the source. The Warring States period also mentioned it. He is one of the top 2. The world government can't solve this kind of thing, so it can only put all the pressure on the navy. Chapter 239 Control. After several years of development, giant steel ships have gradually begun to appear in the South Blue Sea, and the scale of reforms from generation to generation is no longer what it used to be. Can we rely on their power, or use them to fight the 4 emperors? So as to reduce the gap between the 2 parties. Aokiji suddenly opened his mouth and said. Hey, Aoki. You don't think the people in my country are fools, do you? One is in the South Blue Sea and the other is in the New World. Do you think they will conflict with the 4 emperors over such a thing? Admiral Kizaru said with a smile. You all, stop arguing. Can you say something useful during the discussion now? Warring States rubbed his head angrily. This time, things were indeed troublesome enough. The map of the true empire hanging on the back now completely occupies more than half of all the countries in the South Blue Sea. Compared with the land area of the true empire in the first 10 years, the current true empire is at least larger than before. It's nearly 20 times bigger. Such a distinct territory directly penetrated deeply into the hearts of all the people attending the meeting here. What did the world governments say? Since this matter has been thrown onto the Navy's head, what do they mean and plan? Lieutenant General, he asked. Those guys, let us send someone here who can investigate the details of this country in detail. The most important thing is to investigate the secrets of how they went to the empty island to establish a military base, and also to mobilize them to build those steel giants. The secret of the ship. Warring States said with a headache. I think this point is almost unnecessary to think about. We have been there once a few years ago. The level of external defense there is simply beyond everyone's imagination. Not only do they have to pass through and be hurriedly guarded by them in the South Blue Sea, all ships can only rely on any ship that docks at other locations in the port will be regarded as a pirate or a person who may threaten the country, and will be taken away by the local police. However, when entering from the port, outsiders must wear something similar to a sea tower stone. A special bracelet with high performance, this thing has a positioning effect, and it is impossible for anyone to sneak into their senior management. Karp said. Is it possible that our people haven't investigated the information about the King of True Empire? Aokiji asked. Not to mention investigating their king, investigators can't even get close to the palace. The management system of this country is completely different from other countries. Many things do not require the king's intervention at all. According to the CP report, anyone who enters the palace, no one can come out alive. Warring States said. According to what you mean, can I understand that the world government asked us to send someone who can enter the palace to check the situation? He asked. Yes. Hearing Senguo's accurate answer, everyone else suddenly fell into deep thought. It is almost imaginable how difficult it is for such a huge force to get directly close to the leader. Not to mention targeting a being that is more powerful than the 4 pirate emperors. Even if the 4 pirate emperors want to send someone to sneak into the opponent's side, it is almost impossible, let alone a situation like this. Sengoku, from the look on your face, it's obvious that someone has already been chosen. Garp asked. The world government has decided to let Peach Rabbit go. Warring States said helplessly. No. As soon as Warring States' words came out, Lieutenant General he was immediately dissatisfied. She slammed the table and stood up, refusing and shouting with an angry expression. Peach Rabbit is not only his apprentice, but he has always treated Peach Rabbit as his own daughter since he followed her. For such a dangerous task, their world government actually made a decision without even thinking. Treat them as the same thing. Don't worry. If I agree, won't I just announce it this time? Warring States said helplessly. No matter what the situation, Daoto must not do such a thing, otherwise I will never be done with you. Crane said angrily. Daoto has now become a vice admiral of the Navy, and her strength is not what it used to be. Even if she is sitting in this conference room now, he can hear the quarrel between the two clearly. Today's Toru Empire is full of puzzling doubts for the Navy and the world government. Even the 4 emperors know what their subordinates are like and how much territory they occupy. This is something that the Navy knows very well. But this country, different from the strict management, strong military and economic strength, this is what gives everyone a headache. Warring States did not answer the angry words spoken by he. He just sat there calmly and began to think about the next response plan. In 3 years, the Toru Empire has now undergone another major change, completely making it impossible for others to compare with the Toru Empire 5 years ago. Although many high-rise buildings remain the same as they were 3 years ago, at least this city area has expanded several times. Not only does the capital have better employment opportunities, but the welfare benefits here are better than in other cities. Most of the population has begun to flock here. However, the biggest change that this country has made in the past 3 years is that the number of factories in the country has not increased again, but has remained at the stable number 3 years ago. As for all commercial development projects in the past 3 years, it has all started to be placed among other countries. On the surface, the true empire is still the same as before, and its land area has not expanded much. But in fact, after 3 years of development, the number of countries actually controlled by the true empire has reached at least nearly 20. All the countries in the South Blue Sea are basically under the control of the true empire. There is no rush to merge them all into the true empire. The main reason is that they do not want to arouse too much fear from the world government and navy. Maintaining the current status, anyway, all defenses in the South Blue Sea are carried out by the true empire. The Navy and the world government will not send a large number of personnel to investigate the situation of other countries. This makes the true empire feel like it is standing still. A feeling of. That is to say, because those countries are now under the jurisdiction of the true empire, all the current factories have been placed in other countries. With the unlimited increase in land area, at least nearly 100 ports have been added to the entire South Blue Sea zone, and the measures implemented at each port are the same as those of the true empire. Chapter 240 Windmill Village. Today's true empire looks like a modern city, and its business, economy, and trade have become more and more developed. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the world's largest economic power. It's just that now it's thousands of miles away from the true empire. This is just a small town, a village built near the sea. There are not many people living here at all. But at this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the space from a hidden place. Chang Nyo walked out of this space, but no vortex appeared. When he landed on the ground very lightly, his footsteps did not even touch the ground. 3 years have passed, and the years seem to have left no trace on his body. He still has sky blue eyes, a height of about 1.9 meters, and a medium build. However, he is not wearing his own aristocratic clothes, just very simple clothes. Wearing a white shirt on top, with golden patterns on the cuffs and collar, and even the front buttons were not buttoned. On the bottom, he wore black casual suit pants, paired with a pair of black leather shoes. Such an image is almost ordinary in this world and can no longer be ordinary. Although people have come to this remote place, the noble atmosphere in their bones still lingers. For him, this was an extremely unfamiliar place, so the moment he arrived at his side, Chang Nyo immediately activated his sense and knowledge haki to sense it. All the information in this area was immediately printed in his mind. With light steps, Chang Nyo walked in the woods, but the grass under his feet was not stepped on. If you look carefully, you can find that the other person is completely suspended on the ground. Walking through the woods, every 2 steps he took, he would be 100 meters away in the next second, and so on, he would be out of the woods in less than a while. When he appeared, what was displayed in front of him was a village. Not many families lived here. There were 2 huge small windmill buildings built on the small soil slope high up. This is Windmill Village, where the future protagonist is born. In 3 years, he has been to many places and witnessed what the world is like. His improvement in strength has allowed him to be fearless of any spatial obstacles. As long as he knows the general direction and distance, he can travel directly without any obstacles. This way. This time, he just wanted to see what the future protagonist's place would look like. Today's Chang Nyo can be regarded as a godlike existence in this world's strength. With just 1 hand of space ability, no matter how powerful there is in this world, he can at least escape if he cannot defeat him. After arriving at the outskirts of Windmill Village, the place seemed very peaceful, without the noisy and lively atmosphere of staying in the true empire. Perhaps living and retiring in this place is indeed a very good choice. It is quiet and far-reaching, and the scenery is so beautiful. Being close to the edge of the sea and feeling the setting sun makes people feel relaxed and happy. The village itself is not very big, and there are only so many people in a village. If an outsider suddenly appears, anyone can recognize it. Chang Nyo didn't hesitate at all. Based on what he saw in his domineering perception, he went straight to the only tavern in the village. From today on, he officially started to come into contact with the characters in the future official plot. There weren't many people working around, but it was really lively in this tavern. Pushing open the half-covered door, you can see that the entire tavern is not very big, with only a few tables. Facing the door is a small bar with dozens of types of wine on it, and there is also a viewing area. A beautiful woman who looks slightly older than herself by 2 years. The moment he entered, a big man who looked like he had drunk a lot of wine shouted, "Makino, we have a guest." The little girl standing at the counter didn't know what she was thinking with her head down, but when she raised her head and saw Chang Nyo, she immediately showed a warm smile, ran out and greeted him with a smile and said, "Hello guest, welcome, what would you like to drink?" "Just have some of it," Chang Nyo said with the same smile. The girl Majino is almost exactly the same as the character in the original plot that I remember, and the clothes she wears are also the same color, but the only difference is that she feels the other person's warm smile in person, which makes people feel quite comfortable. "Brother, it looks like he is a foreigner, right? When you come to this bar, you must order the rum salud. This is the most popular drink in our village. You must try it." The big man who just opened his mouth to speak looked at Changnyo and started to introduce with a big smile. Well, Taluk, let the guests choose. Maybe the person we like doesn't like it. Maginot shouted to the big man with a smile. There were only 2 or 3 people in the entire tavern at this time. Except for the big man, the others were drinking by themselves and chatting with each other. At a glance, it was clear that these people must be the same person. Inside the village, Changnyo walked to the edge of the bar and sat directly on the high stool. He lay on the bar and propped up his head with one hand. He smiled and said to Maginot, who was busy inside, "Just one." He said it, "Even though I don't know what it tastes like, at least I can taste it like this." Maginot was suddenly stunned, not because of the wine the other person ordered, but mainly because of what the other person said later that made her confused. But after being stunned for a moment, Maginot returned to her sweet smile and said, "Okay, please wait for the guests." "Wait a minute, can you tell me about the situation here?" Changnyo looked at Maginot, who was busy, and suddenly came up with this idea and asked. "Then I don't know what the customer does? How did he come to Windmill Village?" Maginot asked while pouring wine. After she finished speaking, she smiled and held up a transparent wine glass with half a glass of wine already in it, and then gently placed it in front of Changnyo. The wine is light red, but most of it is almost transparent white. It's hard to evaluate what it tastes like without tasting it. But no matter what, the wine in this place is definitely not particularly expensive. Chapter 241 Elegant Environment. He doesn't like drinking as much as the pirates, but sometimes he doesn't refuse this kind of thing. It's just that when he stays in his own country, he still has his responsibilities and identity as the king. When he has nothing to do, he almost doesn't drink. We'll touch these things. But now that everyone has reached the scope of this kind of occasion, they naturally want to taste the taste of this place. Maginot had nothing to do anyway. At this time, there were no guests coming, so she didn't mind having a good chat with the strange man in front of her. The main reason is that the person is handsome, so he doesn't mind communicating. Perhaps it is also because the other party is coming from outside, and communication can also let her understand the situation outside. Changnyo has sky blue eyes. He looks so handsome to outsiders at the moment, and whether he speaks or behaves, his etiquette and gentlemanly style still make others feel very comfortable. He is not as bold and uninhibited as a pirate, nor is he as carefree as an ordinary person. The moment Changnyo arrived, the biggest feeling that gave Maginot was that his temperament was not at all like that of an ordinary person or a pirate. "So you are in business? It just doesn't look like you. You are not as smooth and cunning as those in business, and you are not as unruly as pirates. We usually have many people coming here, strangers. There are a lot of people out there, but you are the most elegant person I have ever seen." With a sweet smile on her apple face, Maginot looked at Changnyo and spoke directly. "Thanks to your praise, maybe I'm not as good as you thought." With that said, Changnyo drank half a sip of the wine in the glass. There was no special expression or any special feeling. The wine was not as good as expected, but it is estimated that many people would like it for them. "That's all. Looking at you, you shouldn't be from Donghai, right?" Maginot asked. "No, it's quite far from this place. I just happened to pass by here and saw it was quieter here, so I stopped for a while." Yes, Windmill Village is indeed very quiet, but sometimes it is also very lively. It's just that the guests came at a very bad time today. Windmill Village is usually very lively, especially in this tavern. If nothing happens, people will relax here, and everyone is happy. Maginot said with a smile. "I feel it. To be honest, Windmill Village is really comfortable. There is no hustle and bustle in the city. If you stay here for a while, it should be quite good to relax." Changnyo said. "Sir, would you like to have another drink? It's a rare occasion for you to come here. How about treating this drink as my invitation?" Maginot said with a warm smile. While Changnyo was talking and slowly tasting the wine in his hand, he had unknowingly finished half the glass of wine. Although it had a bitter taste, combined with the quiet environment here, sometimes he could really drink it. Different beauty. Changnyo put the cup on the bar and paused for a moment. He didn't feel that the wine was not worthy of him, but he just felt that it was not interesting to just chat and drink. "No, but thank you for your kindness," Changnyo said with a smile, and then he took out a golden bead from somewhere. At first glance, he knew it was pure, and then he put it on the bar and said, Thank you very much for chatting with me this time. I want to go to this village for a walk first and take a good breath of the air in this environment. Is there anything taboo in this village? Well guest, just treat it as my invitation this time. You can walk anywhere in the village, there is no place that you can't go to. Maginot was not greedy. Although she looked at the golden beads in front of her, she still handed them over with a warm smile on her face. That's it, I'll treat them to a drink. Changyo said, then slowly stood up and left the bar. The golden beads were still on the bar, but he began to slowly turn around and walk towards the door of the pub. There are no high-rise buildings in Windmill Village, almost all of which are two-story buildings. Its south and east sides are directly close to the sea, and its west side is close to the forest. However, at a glance from the north, except for two windmills with more conspicuous signs, others are just some green grass, but this kind of visual sense gives people an extremely enjoyable experience. Makino, who was that guy just now? After Changyo left the tavern, the big man who was already a little drunk staggered to the bar, sat on the bar chair, and then asked curiously. After all, these people all saw the golden bead that the other party handed over before leaving. They were not jealous of this thing, but they were just curious about the other party's identity. To Luke, why do you want to inquire about the guest's identity, but he doesn't seem to be from here. According to what he said, he should be from other sea areas. Maginot said, still smiling. I don't mean anything else, but this guy is pretty good looking. Anyway, you don't have a boyfriend now. Do you have a crush on him? The big man suddenly changed the topic and said with a slightly teasing tone. What are you talking about? I won't give you a drink next time. Maginot pretended to be angry and said. Sorry, just pretend I didn't say it. The big man said quickly with a smile. Outside. Changyo strolled along the paths of this windmill village. The only failure was probably this road. It was simply paved with gravel, and there was even mud in many places. These roads were not repaired in an exquisite way. But such a small shortcoming cannot affect the beauty of the entire windmill village. The place close to the sea is also so elegant. Most of the people living here live by the sea. Such a beautiful place is indeed a bit forgettable. Return. This place is like a paradise. For a person who has lived in a cumbersome big city for a long time, not only has he been spiritually cleansed at this moment, but more importantly, he can forget all his troubles and lose everything at the same time. The idea of chasing fame and fortune. But this time he came not to see what this windmill village is like, but to know what the future protagonist has become now. Chapter 242, Frost Moon Village. There is a row of seats near the edge of the sea, which is probably specially set up in this village. Changyo walked to the bench and sat down slowly. Then a ceramic-like musical instrument appeared in his hand. Perhaps only at this time can we think carefully about what mission we came to this world with? He didn't believe that it was that simple, or that he could live his life in a muddle. When he put the ocarina to his lips, the only music he could think of was the song, the original scenery of his hometown that he heard in his previous life. As the clear voice sounded, perhaps mixed with some emotion, and began to be radiated by the psychic devil fruit ability, before he knew it, many people were standing behind him. Including those who came out of the tavern, everyone listened to this song intoxicatedly. But then, for everyone, the quiet atmosphere suddenly became noisy. Ace, wait for me. The small village itself was quiet and elegant. Following the shouting, two teenage children quickly ran towards it. Changyo turned his head and glanced. He could tell that the one running in front was slightly older and much stronger. At 16 or 17 years old, he knew without even thinking that he was Ace, the son of the Pirate King. As for the one behind him, he had a personal plot. The characters of the protagonists are very similar. Originally, Changyo was attracted by the beautiful environment and had forgotten the purpose of coming here, but he didn't expect these two guys to come to him so quickly. The other villagers seemed to have been used to it for a long time, and were not surprised at all by the appearance of these two people. Everything seemed so smooth, but when they discovered it, they had already disturbed other people in this quiet village. The people who ran out to the tavern to listen to Changyo's music also ran back one by one. Maginot was left standing alone at the door, looking at the two children running towards them. Changyo looked at the two running people with great interest. At this moment, in Changyo's eyes, the strength of these two people was as strong as the 5 scum, and even the scum had overestimated them. But all the images are almost the same as before, without any change. After a while, the two people started running into everyone's sight. Makino, give me a drink quickly, I'm over 17 years old, haha. Ace, who was running at the front, shouted with a smile as he looked at Magino standing at the door. This scene looked quite funny. Changnyo just watched quietly without getting up or making any unnecessary movements. Ace rushed directly into the tavern, followed by Luffy, who also ran directly in. Magino glanced in the direction of Changnyo with a smile, then turned around and walked in directly. He had already seen everything he needed to see when he came here, and he didn't think about communicating with the future protagonist Luffy. He even didn't bother to chat with such a little brat. The East Blue Sea is the place with the fewest pirates in the 4 sea areas, but it also has the most powerful people in the world. Windmill Village is also the first stop of Changnyo's trip. It's good to see the two protagonists in the future. There is no need to change the original development process. But just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind and shouted, "Mr. Guest, this is our specialty from the East Blue Sea. You can try it here." Magino's sweet voice came from behind. Changnyo subconsciously turned his head and glanced at the other person, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, at least you don't need it now." After Changnyo finished speaking, his entire figure was instantly hidden in the space. In Magino's eyes, there was no shadow of the other party here at all. If she hadn't been standing here, she would have even felt that this was a dream. But in the world of pirates, there are too many unexplainable problems, and there are also too many weird things. It is not that Magino has never seen the world. Seeing that the other party has left, the plate of food in his hand is still there. In his hand, he just smiled in the direction Changnyo left, then turned around and continued back as if nothing had happened. Changnyo didn't want to leave too many impressions on the other party, and he didn't have any feelings for this place. He just felt that he was suddenly exposed to such an elegant environment, which made him very relaxed and comfortable. But he also knew very well, but it's just a place for me to stop and rest. Now that we have seen the future protagonist, there is no need for Changnyo to stay here any longer. It would be useless to communicate with those two brats in the end. Appear again. He was now in an even more completely unfamiliar place, but it was not particularly far from Windmill Village and was still within the scope of the East Blue Sea. He just wanted to see how the people in the future protagonist group were living now, so as to satisfy his inner curiosity. This place is completely different from the Windmill Village I just experienced. Although it is also just a village and it is also close to the sea, it does not have such an elegant environment, and the number of people living here is much larger than that of the Windmill Village. The same technique, the same movements, walking on this street very familiarly, everyone here seems to not know each other, everyone is only doing the work in their hands, and does not care about the people around them at all. Attitude. Following the direction he sensed, Changnyo arrived in front of a gym in a short time. The door here is completely open, and you can see the scene inside when you stand at the door. There is nothing special about it. However, there are still a group of children inside who are learning. They keep hitting the wooden swords in their hands. In terms of basic kung fu, they can be considered decent. Brother, there is no need to stand at the door and watch. If you are interested, you can come in and take a look. While I was watching, a man who looked about 50 years old walked out of the room with a smile, a ponytail, and a pair of glasses. He didn't look like a man with extremely high qualifications. A man with strong swordsmanship. Chapter 243 Cow's Hero. Changnyo was quite impressed by the guy who walked to the door. The master of the future protagonist Zoro was also a powerful swordsman, but he just voluntarily lived in seclusion in this remote place in the countryside. I don't know if the other person is deliberately keeping this smile on his face, or is he trying to hide something. Those small eyes and slightly raised forehead give people the impression of an honest image. Cow's hero did not show any aura of a strong man. He even looked like an ordinary person standing in the group. If he had not known each other at all before, then the person standing here now was just a swordsmanship teacher. Brother, since it's fate to be here, how about you come in, have a cup of tea, and have a good chat? Cow's hero said with a smile on his face. Then excuse me. Changnyo was not polite, followed the other party's guidance, and then began to walk inside. The children who are now sparring with each other in the entire courtyard are almost all around 11 or 12 years old. It seems that these children have been learning swordsmanship for at least 1 or 2 years, and at least their mutual performance is still very basic. This teacher's teachings are not very good. Don't make me laugh. Chaos Hero said with a smile and narrowed his eyes. Very good, at least in terms of basic skills. If they continue to work hard in the future, maybe there will be a world's best swordsman. Chang Nyo looked at everyone and said. It's just that I didn't see Zoro among the future protagonists in my eyes. At least that guy's recognition is ridiculously high. He has green hair. No matter which direction he looks from, he can be recognized at first glance. Feature. But there is no trace of him among the children who are practicing. According to the current timeline, Zoro should be around 16 years old. He should not have left the gym at this time. He is working hard to become stronger. Of age, I don't know if I can see the other party this time. When Chaos Hero heard Chang Nyo's words, he still kept his original smile, without any hint of pride or joy, and then asked curiously, I don't know where I saw it, I can have a world's first place here. Great swordsman? Those who become masters all look like this. They are just doing it to keep fit. As for becoming the so-called great swordsman, these are just illusory imaginations. Senior, there is no need to say such words. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Time will tell everything. Chang Nyo said. Please come inside. Chaos Hero made a gesture of invitation, and then shouted in the other direction, Tim, bring over my treasured tea. Chang Nyo glanced in the direction he called, not paying too much attention to the person he called, and then followed him into the hall inside. This is a room that doesn't look particularly big, and there aren't too many ornaments in it. The most important thing is the various knives placed on the knife holders on both sides. They are all arranged in order from long to short. The rest, yes, it's just a small coffee table in the middle of the hall. There are no chairs here. The entire hall is paved with straw mats. 2 straw mats are placed on both sides of the coffee table, which is still the way a samurai kneels. Chaos Hero walked to the coffee table and quickly knelt down there, then made a gesture of invitation. Chang Nyo did not refuse and knelt down in front of the other party as well. However, at this moment, there is a newspaper placed on the coffee table that seems to be from an unknown date. But on the front page of this newspaper, a huge picture is displayed in front of Chang Nyo. Because the person in the picture is himself, I guess even he himself didn't know when this was photographed. He was wearing a more formal king's attire, and he was sitting there upright. He was probably secretly photographed by someone else one day. He thought this picture looked more handsome, so he used it as the cover. Before Chang Nyo could sit down, Chaos Hero hurriedly put the newspaper on top and put it below. However, he had already noticed this when Chang Nyo first came in. The two of them still looked at each other tacitly. I wonder what Senior thinks a sword is. When he first sat down, Chang Nyo looked at Chaos Hero sitting in front of him with a smile and asked. A handy weapon? Or a tool for killing? Or a partner? The sword in his hand depends on who is holding it, not what he is. Chaos Hero said with a smile. Yes, maybe the sword represents justice, or maybe it represents evil. It really depends on who is holding it. Chang Nyo also smiled slightly and said. During the first conversation between the two, the young man named Tim, about 20 years old, came over carrying a teapot. When he came to the two of them, he knelt down gently on the ground, then poured a cup of tea for each of them, then gently placed the teapot on the table, stood up respectfully, saluted, and then slowly withdrew. Brother, try our tea, which is not very good. Chaos Hero said as he picked up the teacup. Senior is really polite. Chang Nyo said, also picking up the teacup. I wonder why little brother came here? The East Blue Sea is also a remote place. It is also known as the weakest place in the world. Why do you come all the way to ask for advice? Chaos Hero suddenly changed the subject and asked. It's just a walk around with nothing to do, but the East Blue Sea is not what you said. The weakest sea area in the 4 seas is not the East Blue Sea. A few years ago, it still belonged to the South Blue Sea, and that was the weakest. In one place, the East Blue Sea is just a place where there are more powerful people hidden. Didn't you also choose to settle down in this remote Donghai? Chang Nyo looked at the other party with a smile and said. Both of them knew each other's identities, and now they were just pretending to be confused. But the words are also testing each other, especially Chaos Hero, who is almost always very strict when facing this unexpected guest. Chaos Hero didn't answer Chang Nyo's words, but smiled all over his face. He didn't understand what the other party meant by coming here. Chapter 244 Soran of the Future Protagonist Group. Although the attention was due to attention, Chaos Hero didn't have too many thoughts, but suddenly the other party was already here. How could he not be surprised? As soon as Changniu arrived at Zhuangjiahe village, Chaos Hero had already observed the other party. He could clearly sense the sharp aura exuding from Changniu, which was not something ordinary people could possess. The two of them were sitting here drinking tea and chatting slowly, but neither of them revealed each other's identity. It was just a simple communication between a host and a guest, not even touching on the core. Changniu did not ask the other party about the secrets of swordsmanship, and the other party also did not ask about the situation in the South Blue Sea. They just drank tea and chatted about ordinary things, but they seemed quite relaxed and comfortable with each other. After chatting with each other for nearly half an hour, Changniu had been looking forward to the green-haired guy finally coming back. He looked in a hurry, not knowing what he was looking for, but the 3 long knives in his waist seemed particularly obvious. The 16-year-old is almost 1.7 meters tall, which is considered normal in terms of height. However, with the strength in front of him, compared with a truly strong man, he is extremely weak. Soran's arrival was not polite at all. He rushed in a hurry, and then began to look for the swords placed on the sword holder, and took them out one by one to check. He completely ignored the existence between the two people and did not even look at each other. Zoran, what are you looking for? Chaos Hero didn't show any anger, he still shouted towards Zoro with a smile on his face. Ah, teacher, you are here. And who is this guy? Zoro turned his head suddenly. When he saw the 2 guys sitting there, he was startled, but he still opened his mouth to ask. This look made Chaos Hero shake his head helplessly, and then said, aren't all your swords at your waist? Why do you need to turn over the swords on the sword rack? I saw a group of pirates just now, and they were coming towards us quickly. I didn't want Ichimonji to be stained with the disgusting blood of those people, so I came here and got a new one. Zoro said anxiously. It seems that you now have the belief that you will win? Are you sure about this situation? Chaos Hero asked curiously, but he also did not say too many words of worry or dissuasion. Since his apprentice was willing to stop the pirates, he naturally had no objection. Don't worry, teacher, I won't have any chance of retreating unless they step on my body. Zoro said firmly. Changniu just sat here and watched, and from time to time he picked up the teacup in his hand and drank. This thing tasted much more comfortable than drinking wine, at least it could embody a lot of leisure and comfort. After Zoro finished speaking, he casually took a knife from the knife holder, and then quickly ran out. The room continued to become quiet, and only 2 people were left here. I'm so sorry, little brother. That person just now was my apprentice. This look really made me laugh. Chaos Hero sat there on his knees, lowered his head, and said apologetically. It doesn't have to be like this. Stay here. I am a guest and you are the master. There is no need to be humble, senior. It's just that your apprentice is now alone to face the pirates. So aren't you worried? There is nothing to worry about. He will always take this step in the future. He must not need my help every time in the future. It is time to grow up. Chaos Hero took over what Changniu said and replied with a smile. I really envy him to have a good master like you, senior. Changniu said with a smile as he picked up the teacup. Everything is fate, and there is nothing to show off or be proud of. Kojiro's words conveyed a sense of vicissitudes of life, and Changniu could feel the other person's mood at the moment. Why don't you take a look at how the other party performs? Changniu said suddenly. But before Chaos Hero could refuse or agree, Changniu just glowed with a faint blue light on the palm of his right hand and pulled it in the air beside them. Then, Zoro immediately appeared in that space and quickly moved towards the mirror image of running on the beach. It's indeed a good idea. Chaos Hero said with a smile on his face. He was not at all surprised by this situation, and even took it for granted. This was not an emotion that ordinary people could express. It is estimated that more than 90% of the people in this world saw this situation, and their first reaction would be he was very surprised, but Chaos Hero, who was sitting in front of Changniu, showed unusual calmness. Changniu looked at the other party carefully, and already knew the other party's identity, so what the other party had seen and experienced was definitely many times higher than his own. For a swordsman of such strength to be able to hide in this small place, there must be some shady secrets in it. Changniu didn't have the slightest interest in asking about all this, but now he was watching Zoro's every move in the suspended screen with great interest. The other party has now begun to show extremely terrifying road-crazy behavior. He was obviously running towards the seaside, but just after turning a corner, this guy already ran in unknown direction. The sea was clearly at their feet, but even in this situation, it still couldn't stop him from running towards it. Ha, you really made me laugh. Of course Chaos Hero knew his apprentice's idiotic behavior, so he smiled to show his embarrassment. I think it's quite interesting. Changnyo also smiled. He was not laughing at the other person, he just felt that such a person was indeed quite interesting. All the performances of this guy are almost consistent with the character shown in the future plot. He has no politeness, acts recklessly, and does not use his brain, but he has that perseverance. This may be the real thing about him. Reflected value. After drinking a glass of water, Changnyo was still looking at Zoro in the picture with interest, while Chaos Hero was staring at Changnyo sitting opposite him with interest. As soon as Changnyo put down the teacup, Chaos Hero immediately picked up the teapot and poured a cup gently. Chaos Hero was very curious about why the other party came to this place in the East Blue Sea, and even more curious about why the other party paid so much attention to his idiot apprentice. Chapter 245 Fate. Changnyo was still looking at Zoro, who was running. If this guy didn't have anyone to guide him, let alone running to the beach to deal with the group of pirates, he might not even be able to find his way back. Although there are pirates on the East Blue Sea, most of them are just ordinary people who have no choice but to choose the path they finally choose. 9 times out of 10, they are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, but overall they can still be considered weak and pitiful. In fact, this kind of thing is nothing worth watching at all. After looking at it for a while, the mirror light curtain was still there, but Changnyo had turned his head back to look at Chaos Hero opposite. Senior, have you ever thought about living somewhere else? Maybe it can be more comfortable. Changnyo said with a smile. I'm old and late. It's good to stay here. If I just end up like this and live the rest of my life, I can be considered carefree. Why is this necessary? Some people cannot escape the arrangement of fate after all. No matter where they are, there are some things that need to be faced. It is definitely impossible to avoid them. Changnyo said, picking up the teacup in his hand and taking a sip, while waiting for the other party's explanation. It doesn't matter what fate is. It's nothing more than the constraints imposed on oneself. There's no need to worry about it or worry about it too much. Chaos Hero said with a bitter expression. Maybe. After Changnyo finished speaking, he no longer studied the other party's thoughts. He only needed to know that the person sitting in front of him was definitely a being whose strength was not inferior to that of a general. The so-called best swordsman in the world, Hawkeye, might not be as powerful as the one sitting in front of him. There is no match for this person. The two of them had been chatting in a very respectful and rigorous manner. From time to time they talked about off-topic topics. Chaos Hero looked more restrained. He was always curious about what this man who suddenly came to visit meant. But Changnyo's appearance was that he just came to this place accidentally and did not deliberately arrange anything. However, no matter from the eyes or behavior of the other party, it didn't look like he came to this place accidentally. However, while they were chatting, Zoro in the mirror had been instructed by someone unknown and was now standing in front of the incoming pirates. And while the other party was in the process of plundering, they started fighting without saying a word. But none of the two people drinking tea focused on that at the moment. In the room, they looked at each other and chatted for nearly 2 hours. During this period, they just talked about a few things. No one would mention the identity of the other person or even ask to introduce themselves at all, not Chaos Hero, nor Changnyo. They know each other well, so why bother to lift the last fig leaf? I really bother you this time. If there is a chance in the future, I really hope that I can sit here with you and have a good chat. Regarding the issue of swordsmanship, this trip is not in vain, at least. Taught me a lot. Changnyo smiled and stood up and saluted respectfully towards the other party. Although they chatted about a few things, Chaos Hero did not hide his clumsiness during the critical process, and most of his experiences in swordsmanship had been informed to Changnyo. Seeing the other party's polite look, Chaos Hero stood up and quickly joked, "You're too polite, it's just a chat. I have disturbed you for such a long time. It is time to leave. If there is a chance, I really hope you can go to the South Blue Sea and sit for a while." Although Changnyo didn't say it clearly, he believed that the other party could understand. Maybe there will be a chance. Chaos Hero said. Changnyo smiled and nodded again, and then began to walk towards the door. Chaos Hero followed closely behind him, welcoming him with courtesy, and naturally sending him off with courtesy. But as soon as he went out, the green-haired kid who was running rampant had already ran back, but he looked obviously slightly injured. At least the blood stains on his body, judging from his energetic appearance, should not be his. Hey? Why are you still here? Zoro, who had just run back in a hurry, looked at Changnyo who had just walked into the courtyard, and asked directly in confusion. Zoran, don't be rude. This time, Chaos Hero rarely narrowed his eyes and smiled, and then scolded him with a serious face. It doesn't matter. Changnyo didn't mind this situation, but stared at Zoran with interest. I'm so sorry. Chaos Hero said respectfully. It's a very interesting little guy. I will definitely see you again in the future. Changnyo looked at Zoro with a smile and said, then turned to Chaos Hero and said again, thank you for the hospitality. With that said, Changnyo seemed as if he had never appeared before. Not even the dust on the ground had changed, and he had disappeared without a trace. And this time, Zoro also disappeared directly in front of Chaos Hero. Looking at this scene, his eyes were wide open. He was so surprised that he even forgot to breathe. Teacher Chaos Hero, who is this person? Zoro asked blankly with a dull expression. Only at this moment did he feel the mystery that the other party gave him, which was already beyond words. Chaos Hero was not too surprised. Instead, he looked at the group of disciples who were training in the courtyard. After a long pause, he began to say leisurely, a strong man, even a strong man of an era, is so powerful that he can defeat others of the same age. People cannot see the existence of its back, and it is so powerful that it can make people despair. Listening to what Chaos Hero said, Zoro licked his dry lips, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Is what you said true? How could it be so exaggerated? Haha, work hard. When you reach this age, you can be half as capable as others. Chaos Hero said with a smile. Asshole. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman in the future, how could I lose to such a person? Seeing Zoro's determined expression, Chaos Hero smiled slightly and said nothing, then turned around and walked into the house. For him, the current goal is only swordsmanship. Only people with strong swordsmanship can be considered as this guy's goal. As for others, they have no idea at all. Although he did not come into direct contact with Changnyo this time, Chaos Hero did not think that the king among the 4 emperors and 1 emperor who could control such a powerful force was just an ordinary person. Chapter 246 Sea Restaurant. The trip to Xuanjia village was just to show his face and would not have any impact on the people here. Even Zoro only lamented what his teacher said. After all, he had no idea about Changnyo's so-called strength. All he wanted to have was his achievements in the sword, and he was not interested in other things. After today, I will continue to live the same life from now on without any change. However, after Changnyo left this place, the next place he needed to appear was completely different from the previous 2. Although this place looks like a remote country and is also close to the seaside, the only difference is that the lives of the people here are not as good as imagined. So he didn't even go down this time. He just hid in the void and looked down. The people here were still living in dire straits, but Changnyo was still a little surprised when he saw the fishman for the first time. After all, just like what I learned in the previous life, this time I actually saw the ghostly appearance of this group of people. The place where Nami is located is indeed extremely poor. The people do not even have a perfect place to live. Some houses even have big holes, but there are still people living inside. Changnyo has no intention of helping. Changnyo has no idea of changing the original process and just maintains the current status, which is quite good. The little girl today is only 13 or 14 years old. She does not have the beauty she had in the later period. She is just a very ordinary child. Changnyo really couldn't imagine how this mysterious girl would survive the torment of the past few years. After only 10 minutes, Changnyo stopped observing any situation in this place, because it was boring for him. Rather than doing so, he might as well change a place and taste the delicious food. All the children from these big families were sent here one by one. In a way, someone has been planning all of this decades ago, but I don't know why they chose this method. Appear again the next second. See Restaurant Barity, this is a boat that completely imitates a fish. The difference is that it is always fixed in this place, but the size of this boat can indeed be called a restaurant. The length from front to back is about 100 meters, and the width from left to right looks like 70 meters. The middle floors are restaurants that are completely connected together. At this moment, there are almost 3 pirate ships parked around the restaurant. After all, the people this place can entertain are not many normal people. They are either pirates or navy, and businessmen are almost rare. Welcome, guest. Entering from the position of the fish head, before entering the door, a loud and enthusiastic voice came over. It would be better if it was a beautiful woman's voice, but the key point is that this is a pretty rough man. As soon as I entered the door, I bumped into this sturdy man who looked about 2.5 meters tall. He was holding a spatula and a wok in his hands. He had dark skin, was shirtless on his upper body, and was wearing an apron underneath. For a comparison for Chong Nyo, who likes to pursue exquisiteness, just seeing this scene is a bit hard to swallow. More importantly, the long hair on the opponent's legs should not be too obvious. The space of the restaurant is relatively large, and the number of guests inside is not too small. After all, there are 3 ships outside, and no matter how small it is, there can be at least about 100 or so people. "Hello guest, are you here for dinner?" The dark-faced burly man asked with his face almost leaning towards Chong Nyo. "Stay away from me," Chong Nyo said with some disgust. "Nanny? No problem. As long as you are here to eat, then you are God. What do you want to eat?" The man quickly took 2 steps back and continued talking with a smile. "Paddy, you bastard, can you come back and cook? It's too busy in here to see you." Hearing someone calling him, this sturdy man named Paddy grinned at Chong Nyo, showing 2 rows of big teeth, and said with a smile, "Uncle, please wait a moment, I will come back and cook for you later." Food on the table. Chong Nyo was really speechless. Although the chef in this restaurant was not that likable, the whole restaurant was indeed quite good in terms of hygiene, but this place was a little noisy. Those pirates ate, drank, and kept banging the table and shouting, completely ignoring the eyes and opinions of the people around them, and just enjoying themselves and having fun. And there are currently not many empty seats in the entire restaurant. You either have to eat close to those pirates, or you can only choose to stay outside. "Are the guests here for dinner?" While Chong Nyo was still looking in other directions, a boy who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old came over. At this time, he had already begun to wear a black suit and tie, and he looked very young. "He looks like a gentleman." But the tone and expression of the other person's words were not very flattering. This guy looked aloof and had a cigarette butt in his mouth. The key was that he started smoking at this age, which really made people dislike him. Today's Sanji is almost the same as he was in the later period. He has curly eyebrows, a crisp suit, and black leather shoes. He has a very mature atmosphere, which is somewhat unrelated to his current age. "Are there any quieter seats?" Chang Nyo said nonchalantly. "There are only a few places, just find a place to sit," Sanji said. This is such an experience with no service attitude. I really don't know how this place can be called a restaurant. If he weren't curious about the characters in the future protagonist group, Chong Nyo would really not want to stay here for a second. "Move a chair outside. I see you have quite a lot of space outside. I'll just stay outside and eat today," Chang Nyo said with a smile. "I'm sorry, guest, this restaurant does not provide these services," Sanji said as usual, not caring whether Chong Nyo ate or not. After all, in his opinion, Chong Nyo didn't look like someone who couldn't afford to eat and was still very hungry, so he didn't care at all. Chapter 247 The Taste of Baradi Restaurant. Sanji had almost no temper at all. He glanced at the old man, then turned around and started walking towards the back. "I'm sorry, guest, if you think it's noisy here, I'll personally move a table for you outside. I wonder what you want to eat here," Jeep said. With 2 golden beards, only 1 leg, and a white hat about 60 centimeters high on top, Chong Nyo recognized the other party's identity at a glance. The chefs in the entire sea restaurant are almost all pirates, but in a place like this, they are not powerless and live the life they want. They open a restaurant every day and do a small business on the East Blue Sea. There are no particularly big pirates, and the Navy turns a blind eye to restaurants like this. Normally, as long as nothing big happens, no one is willing to come and take care of it. On the other hand, the food cooked above is really delicious, which is why even the Navy will come over for a walk when they have nothing to do. "Make me whatever you want." Chong Nyo thought for a moment and said. This place is not as good as he imagined. It is a mixed place. Maybe this group of people have been together for a long time, so they feel the extremely lively atmosphere, but for a first-time visitor to the people here, everything here feels like they are in a sinful place. Jeepu did not refuse Chongnyo's request, and then moved a small table and a chair to the door of the restaurant. Although it was not inside the house, it was at least much quieter and more beautiful than inside. Not long after, Sanji came over with a plate full of fish, and a bowl of rice in the other hand, but he was still holding a cigarette in his mouth, and no one knew it. Surprisingly, no ash fell into the dishes. Chongnyo watched Sanji put the food in front of him casually without even saying hello. This scene directly made him frown, but thinking about it, it should be relatively normal. After all, almost all the people they served were a pirate. He was not hungry, he just came here to satisfy his curiosity, but he still picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The food here is not as perfect as expected, or maybe the food he has been eating in the palace is really good, so it is regarded as the most famous sea restaurant Barity by others, but in Chongnyo's eyes that's it. After just one bite, he placed his chopsticks directly on the table, and then quietly admired the sea water in the distance. The four sea areas are almost the same, but the East Blue Sea appears to be more peaceful, with no strong winds or waves, and the sea here does not have a salty smell like the South Blue Sea. The Pirate King comes from the East Blue Sea, and the future Pirate King also comes from the East Blue Sea. Garp is from the East Blue Sea. The key is that so many people have come to the East Blue Sea. No one has thought about what actually exists in the East Blue Sea that will make so many people the strong come to this place. Even the big pirates in the future will be willing to run here one by one. The pirate Camolong I met a few years ago is also coming towards the East Blue Sea. Maybe there is something in this that I don't understand. The place. But his current task is not to work on these things for so many years, and it is also time to relax. Guest, isn't the food delicious? Leftovers are not allowed here. While Chongnyo was still looking in the distance, Sanji ran out again without knowing what was wrong. Then he just took a bite of the fish and rice without moving. He looked at Chongnyo curiously and somewhat angrily. Said. Can you get me a drink? Chongnyo didn't pay attention to what Sanji said before. Instead, he looked into the distance and spoke calmly again. You. Sanji was speechless. What the other party said was a completely different matter. But since he is still sitting here, then I am naturally the guest's request, and I need to go no matter what. Satisfy. So in less than 2 minutes, Sanji walked out again with a blue drink in his hand. It looked like there were ice cubes in it and a straw on it. Anyway, it was done quite well. Chongnyo picked up the drink and took a sip. He didn't even use the straw on it. After all, he had already seen the environment of this place. He didn't know if anyone else had used this straw. Chongnyo didn't even want to go to this cup. Touch. I haven't touched the rice, so take it away. It can save you some money. Also, the fish is not as delicious as expected. The meat is too old and it is really hard to swallow. After putting down the cup, Chongnyo still said calmly, without even looking at Sanji. Asshole. You are the first one to say that the food we cook here is not delicious. What is it about you that is not delicious? Is there another Sanji eating the king's meal? Before Sanji finished speaking, Paddy, the big man who had been standing at the door to greet him, ran out again. Now the two of them were standing around Chongnyo, and Paddy even looked fierce. Then he said again, Guest, I hope you can pay for this meal first. Hey! Chongnyo took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. He was really speechless about the people here. He really didn't know why he came to this place with such high expectations. You two, go back here and you don't have to work anymore. Jeepu came out and slapped Paddy on the body. Naturally, Sanji next to him did not escape the old guy's big hands. Guest, remember to pay for this meal. Paddy said something fiercely, and then started to walk inside. Chongnyo sat there and shook his head. He really couldn't understand these people. This kind of place was really too chaotic. This is food money. Chongnyo casually took out about 20,000 belly, and then gently placed it on the table. Regardless of whether he ate the meal this time, at least the other party was in business, even if the service was very unsatisfactory. But now that you are here, you need to abide by the corresponding rules. Chapter 248 Stepping into the New World for the First Time. Jeepu stood there blankly for a moment, looking quietly at the place where Chongnyo was sitting just now. His daze was interrupted until Sanji appeared again. Sanji looked at the empty seats and the fish that had only eaten one bite, and said angrily, This bastard, you still haven't eaten this thing. Over. Asshole? Do you know who he is? GP sighed and said helplessly. Who is this guy? It feels familiar, but I still can't remember it. I told you once, 3 years ago, a place that shocked the whole world. It was also the place where I was born. GP said sadly. This red-footed GP was originally born in the South Blue Sea. To be precise, he was originally born in the Kingdom of True in the South Blue Sea. He only left the country where he was after becoming a pirate. He was pursuing his own ideals, and had visited all the places in the world, and even traveled a long distance along the Great Sea route. But in the end, fate made him choose to settle down in the East Blue Sea. But it was such a guy. When he saw the newspaper of the Kingdom of True, it was the first time that the content of their country had appeared in the newspaper. His current king appeared in the East Blue Sea area. From then on, GP almost every time there is a newspaper, it will pay special attention to the current state of its own country. After the saying 4 emperors and 1 emperor came out, the joy in GP's heart was almost beyond words. No one could understand his mood at this moment. Even though he had left his country for decades, when he saw that the country was now strong and powerful, in this state, even when the navy and the world government were helpless, GP burst into tears with excitement. But he didn't expect that he would actually see His Majesty the King today, because his appearance had already been deeply imprinted in his mind. Standing there, GP showed no emotion, but tears flowed out unsatisfactorily. Sanji stood quietly on the side, looking at GP's appearance. This was the first time he had seen the old man shed tears. Sanji knew this old man very well. After all, they had lived together since childhood. He also knew that GP himself was born in the South Blue Sea. But after his mention, Sanji finally remembered who that young man was. Could the guy you're talking about be the king of your original country? Sanji asked, still in disbelief. That's right, I didn't expect that at such a young age. The true empire is indeed in the hands of a very capable person. GP said, wiping his tears. Then why don't you go back? According to you, that country should have become a very remarkable existence by now. It's amazing. It's indeed quite amazing now. Across the entire sea, no matter who you are, you need to give a thumbs up when talking about this country. Any move that occurs can become big news that overturns the entire world. GP took a deep breath, and suddenly a smile began to appear on his lips. This is a kind of pride that comes from the heart, a kind of pride for one's own country. According to what you said, I would also like to visit this country if I have the opportunity in the future. Sanji said with a playful smile. As long as you don't become a pirate, you can probably go to this country anytime. But if you become a pirate, I'm afraid you won't even be able to step into the entrance of this country. GP said, patting the other party's shoulder. Is it really that exaggerated? Sanji said in disbelief. Did that bastard give you any money? Just when the two of them were chatting, Patty ran over quickly with a spatula, and then shouted while running. The group of guys staying in the hotel to eat are already very familiar with this place. If they didn't have this kind of character, they probably wouldn't be willing to come here to eat, and they can watch the excitement while eating. This is the most interesting part. GP and Sanji looked at each other, and both expressed their helplessness towards Patty. No one said anything and then started walking straight inside. Patty still didn't give up and ran outside to take a look, but now he couldn't see anyone else. He could only slam the table angrily and shout, it seems like this bastard really didn't pay. Even if he shouted like this, no one would pay attention to him, because Chongnyo was already far away from here at this moment. Because he has already arrived in an unfamiliar sea area at this moment. With his own abilities, he can go almost anywhere in this world at will, and he can do it by just thinking about it. But this place is completely different from before. After all, he has just appeared in this area, but the weather here is indeed a bit unacceptable. There are dark clouds in the sky, and the sea water below is like a stick. Like stirring, the huge whirlpool seemed to swallow everything. Before I watched it for a minute, it was already raining heavily in the sky, but this raindrop seemed to weigh at least a ton. It was really unimaginable. What would this new world look like? Yes, Chongnyo has indeed appeared in the new world this time. After all, he has never set foot in this place before. It is rare that he now has relatively free time to take a stroll and take a look at the world. The weather in the new world has always been a nightmare for all sailors, but this thing only exists in fantasy, but the reality is that it is more terrifying than fantasy. This place is so terrifying. Everything changes in an instant without the slightest warning. The sky may be clear one second, and there will be thunder and lightning the next. Fortunately, Chongnyo is hidden in space. Even if he imagines it, he doesn't have to worry about falling into the sea. After feeling the enthusiasm of the new world, Chongnyo once again hid in the space and walked towards other places. Appearing again, the wind and waves here seem to be much calmer, and they are not even much different from the land of the four seas. The only difference may be the undercurrents hidden under the sea, but for ordinary sailing ships, say, it won't have much impact. Chapter 249 The Whitebeard Pirates in the New World. But within his range of perception, there was nothing within a radius of 100 kilometers. At least he could sense the existence of a particularly large ship. When he came to this new world, he didn't even know where he was floating to. After all, through space travel, he could now go anywhere at will. He might have traveled thousands of miles in one step, and he was in such a prosperous area of the new world. It is absolutely normal for a ship to appear within the sensing range. However, the ship he was sensing was completely different. Chongnyo smiled with interest. However, he did not hide in the space and stepped directly on the water towards him. The distance Chongnyo takes each step may be more than 10 meters, or hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters. The distance between each step is different, but during each step, he is jumping through space. He was walking on the sea like this. If he could be seen at this moment, everyone would be stunned. This is no longer a question of strength. Not long after, a huge ship about 150 meters long and at least 30 meters wide appeared in front of Chongnyo. The shape of this ship was built to imitate a whale. It was a huge three-masted sailing ship. Whale the mouth is white, and the waist at the back is painted with blue spray paint. The entire ship looks huge to everyone. However, the people sitting on the boat at this moment have also spotted Chongnyo's figure 1 kilometer away. The other party walked calmly on the sea. It was not difficult for the people on the ship to find the other party. The most important thing is that Chongnyo never thought of hiding his figure. On a huge ship. Sons, it seems we have a guest. Those with lower strength can go down first. The Whitebeard sitting on the bow shouted in a low voice to the people playing over there. Whitebeard is sitting on the deck with his back leaning against the wall. His body is already covered with slander. With such an image, it is hard to believe that he is hooked up with the strongest man in the world. But this deck is indeed large enough, at least 1 to 200 square meters, and there are many people playing on it. Dozens of people are also on the boat, chatting and having fun. But as soon as Whitebeard's words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then the powerful people began to fully activate their alert state. What happened to Dad? The person who spoke was a very strong man with a transparent armor-like thing on his shoulders. This guy didn't need to think too much, and he already knew that he should be Xiao Ziai, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. A man who possesses the Superman-type Diamond Devil Fruit. A guest has indeed arrived. The pineapple-headed Marco said, and his eyes followed the Whitebeard's gaze, because Chongnyo, who was staying on the sea at the moment, could hardly see any figure from their sight. Where are the guests? Halta looked around. He was the captain of the 11th team of the Whitebeard Pirates. He looked very small, just over 1 meter tall. He was holding a yellow sword in his hand. He looked like this. Almost everyone who doesn't know him treats him like a child. Marco, let them all return to the cabin, and you stay to entertain them together. Whitebeard opened his mouth and said. He could feel that the other party did not have any intention of fighting, so he said such words, but the reason why he let all his sons return to the cabin was mainly because he didn't know what to deal with next. Although Whitebeard is the 4th emperor, the other party is also called the 1st emperor. After 3 years, Chongnyo left them only endless mysteries. No one knows what kind of king the Toru Empire is. Strength, a seasoned guy like Whitebeard would never judge an opponent's strength based on age. Just the fact that the other party can walk on the sea calmly is enough to prove that the other party is much stronger than imagined. Dad, is this really necessary? Said the pineapple-headed Marco. Now I don't know what the other party's purpose is for coming here. It's always right to make more preparations. Whitebeard said with a sigh. Dad, it seems that you are overthinking. No matter what kind of opponent we face, we can't abandon Dad and hide in the cabin alone. This is not in line with our ideals. Harta laughed. Said. The same is true for everyone else. No one is willing to hide in the cabin. The unity of the Whitebeard Pirates is still relatively strong. But until now, except for Whitebeard and Marco, no one has discovered Chang Nyo's current figure. There was nothing visible at least from the sea level, let alone such a long distance away. What should we do now, Dad? They don't seem to want to go down. Marco said with a smile. Oh, forget it, that's it. Whitebeard also showed this smile and said. After all, the opponent did not show any fighting consciousness, but it was a bit surprising to suddenly come to the new world. Even Whitebeard was surprised that he could meet the most mysterious person in this place this time. Chang Nyo instantly advanced hundreds of meters with every step he took. In less than a few seconds, he appeared in front of the Whitebeard pirates, but he was still 100 or 200 meters away from the ship. But now, he did not use the space to move forward again, but walked calmly on the sea, moving step by step towards the huge sailboat in front of him. Whitebeard did not continue to sit there. Instead, with Marco's help, he stood up and began to take a few steps towards the bow deck. When they saw the complete figure of Chang Nyo, the rest of the Whitebeard pirates were now extremely shocked. Everyone thought they had seen it wrong, and some were even rubbing their own breasts. His eyes once again looked in the direction of Chang Nyo. Emperor True? Why is he here? Halta shouted in disbelief. Others actually had the same question. When he was still about 100 meters away from the ship, Chang Nyo stopped moving forward, and then his whole body slowly began to rise into the air, until he stayed at the same position as Whitebeard, and continued the rising body began to stop. Chapter 250 The Most Powerful Man in the World. No one on the Whitebeard Pirates Moby Dick spoke at this time, and everyone collectively remained silent. They are different from other pirates, or people from other forces. It can be said that everyone under the Yonko group is familiar with the face of Chang Nyo. After all, as Emperor Toru who can stand alongside the Yonko and even his own captain, he is completely worthy of their attention. I came to the New World rashly. Without knowing the direction, I never expected to come to this sea area. I sensed your presence in it. When I got closer, I realized that it was the old man with the white beard who took the liberty to disturb me. I hope the old man doesn't mind. Chang Nyo was suspended in mid-air, bowed his head politely, and said to the white beard in front of him. Gu la la la, boy true, the moment I saw you, I was also shocked. Whitebeard laughed and said, but he didn't know whether it was because of his illness or other reasons. Anyway, after laughing, he looked like he was panting. Marco, who was next to him, also hurriedly stepped forward and said, Dad, you shouldn't have too many mood swings now. You'd better sit there quickly. It doesn't matter, I won't fall down at this moment. Whitebeard turned his head and looked at Marco and said with a smile. But in Chang Nyo's eyes, Whitebeard is not an ordinary tall guy, and this guy doesn't know what he eats to grow up. Seeing that he was at least 5 or 6 meters tall and had an unusually strong figure, the other party was not even wearing any clothes on his upper body and was shirtless, but no one cared about it at this moment. After he finished talking to Marco, he turned to look at Chang Nyo again, still smiling and said, Boy true, what are you doing in the New World? Maybe it's for a stroll, or maybe it's to take a look at the situation here, or maybe it's for other reasons, who knows? But after seeing you this time, it's not a waste of time to come here. At least it's good to be able to witness a living legend. Chang Nyo said with a smile. Gu la 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 la, interesting little guy. Is it possible not to invite me? I am so lucky to be here. Will the old man just let me float here? As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, Chang Nyo said with a smile. I still like people to call me daddy. This old man seems to make me old. Boy true, come up here. Whitebeard said breathlessly. At this time, the opponent's body obviously looked a little weak, and his health was simply terrible. It's better to call me daddy, but it's not easy to come here if you have the chance. But there is one thing I want to say in advance. I don't want the Navy and the world government to know that I am wandering around the world. I don't know if you mind. Mind? Chang Nyo didn't finish what he said, but how could he hide such a thing from Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world? He turned his face to look at the people behind him, and then said, I don't mind that much. With that said, Chang Nyo had landed gently on the Moby Dick. At this time, there were at least hundreds of people standing on both sides of the deck. No one, including Marco, opened their mouths to speak. Even they haven't understood the meaning of what Chang Nyo just said. But the moment Chang Nyo stepped onto the deck, a burst of momentum burst out in the next second. No one was affected, but there was a person behind the crowd who instantly fell to the ground. I'm sorry, old man. I didn't hurt him, but it's not a good thing to keep an eyeliner under your control. Chang Nyo said with a smile. One is missing, and another one will come next. It's better to just leave one who is more familiar. Whitebeard said slowly. He didn't know that there were people from the Navy or the world government in his pirate group, but this kind of thing was definitely unavoidable. It wasn't a bad thing to leave one or two behind. Anyway, he never thought about it. The world government is forced to carry it out and so on. Asshole, this is our Whitebeard pirates. Is there anything we can't do ourselves? At this time, a shout came from the crowd, obviously dissatisfied with Chang Nyo's actions just now. Old man, would you mind letting me show off my youthful arrogance? Chang Nyo looked at Whitebeard who was slowly sitting there and said with a smile. Forget it, these sons are relatively weak. Boitaru, you have already shown your abilities. Your domineering color and domineering energy are already stronger than that guy Shanks. I really don't know how you can practice at your age. Whitebeard said. Hearing this, even Marco couldn't hide the shock in his heart, let alone the others. How powerful should a man be if his father admits that he is powerful? The key is that the other person still looks so young. Dad, please sit down first and I'll hang up the bottle for you. Marco said helplessly. It's better not to do it. We have a rare guest. Sons, we are going to have a banquet. Whitebeard said weakly. He wanted to shout out loud, but at this moment it was obvious that he was unable to do so. Chang Nyo also looked helpless when he saw this situation. The strongest man in the world was so weak at this moment, which really made him unable to arouse the slightest interest. After all, in his impression, Whitebeard was still a rather favorable guy, but seeing this image now, it felt like he was about to burp his farts. I said, I just want to see what it is like to be called the most powerful man in the world. I don't want to see an old guy who is about to belch his fart. Chang Nyo said with a smile and a speechless expression. But just after saying this, when their captains were about to get angry, Chang Nyo suddenly took out a bottle of blue potion in his hand, and then swung it in the direction of Whitebeard. This bottle of white potion suddenly floated in front of Whitebeard. The bottle was not particularly big and only contained 2 or 3 drops at most, but his blue and faintly glowing potion still looked like it at this moment. Weird and strange. King True, what does this mean? The pineapple-headed Marco was still a little angry because of what Chang Nyo said just now, and his tone was not respectful at all. Marco, stand back. Boy True is right. I can't be considered a so-called strong man now. Whitebeard said.